The Revenge of My Youth. My Real Life with a Girl Who Was Too Much of an Angel. Volume 3 by Yuzi Kano. Translated by Secret FTL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. A Message to That Girl. Nihama Shinichiro's Point of View. I writhed on my futon, gazing at my phone screen in agony. Thanks to a bizarre twist of fate, my consciousness had time-traveled, from that of a dreary office worker, back to my high school sophomore self. I was a teenager in body but an adult in mind, a peculiar existence, to say the least. Yet, despite all the experience this second life had given me, the dilemma I now faced was excruciating. What should I do? What should I do? My empty room echoed with my groans as I tossed and turned, desperate for a solution. The reason I was tormented so deeply was because of a girl, Shijoin Haruka, the girl I loved more than anyone else. She was breathtaking, with fair skin, large, captivating eyes, and long, flowing black hair. Her pure, graceful beauty was complemented by a figure with a well-developed chest that could make any boy at the school's heart race. What's more, she had been blessed as the daughter of a distinguished family, with her father as the president of a major corporation. Yet despite her status and appearance, her personality displayed pure innocence that her heart felt like a crystal-clear stream, calm, transparent, and untouched by the world. And today, I finally exchanged email addresses with Shijoin-san at school. Yes, that in itself is a monumental achievement. It can be considered a major victory. After the school festival, studying together, and even being invited to the Shijoin family's home, I had finally reached this milestone. Shijoin-san even smiled and said, "Let's send lots of emails and talk a lot, Nihama-kun." At that moment, I felt like I was floating on cloud 9. But, what should I even say in my first email to a girl? This was the monumental problem that had been troubling me for over an hour. I was a fool. I'd managed to get Shijoin-san's email address, completely oblivious to the hurdle I'd created for myself. I was like a new employee who passed the job interview only to be clueless about how to perform on the job. In my previous life, I never sent private emails to girls either. I really have no advantage from being a former adult when it comes to romance. Despite retaining the memories and experiences of an adult, my emotions remained frozen at 16. The mere thought of exchanging emails with Shijoin-san made my heart race, and her face consumed my every thought. Being so caught up in these teenage hormones just made it even harder to figure out what to write in the message. Okay. Just clear your mind, I told myself. Be honest and write openly. Yeah, a simple, straightforward email should do the trick. Shijoin-san, this is Nihama Shinichiro. Thank you for being so kind to me. I'm really glad we could exchange email addresses and phone numbers the other day. This is my first email, so I hope you don't mind reading it when you have a moment. That's a business email. I slammed my phone onto the pillow, deleting the utterly unapproachable text. Damn it, whenever I act without thinking, my corporate drone habits take over. What should I do now? Should I ask Kaneko? Maybe not. She's a fashion guru, but when it comes to emails, maybe I should handle this on my own. But what should I say? Should it be short and sweet, or long and detailed? Casual or formal? I tossed and turned on my futon, agonizing over the endless possibilities. Nothing seemed to feel right, but if I wait too long, it might be too late. Maybe I should just combine the best parts of my ideas and hit send. Good evening. It's Nihama. This is my first email, so I hope it's okay. How did I do? Did it come through all right? I apologize if this message seemed weird. With a pounding heart, I hit send and then froze, staring blankly at my phone as the seconds stretched into minutes. 5 minutes dragged into 10, then 15. Each minute felt like an eternity as I waited. Why am I staring at my phone and waiting for a reply like this? I'm not some clingy girlfriend. It hadn't even been half an hour, so it was only natural that I hadn't heard back yet. My head knew this, but my heart wouldn't calm down. The longer I waited, the more anxious I became. A storm of anxieties swirled in my mind. Does this silence mean my email made Shijoin-san uncomfortable? Was the tone off? Was it too late to send? Did it lack charm because it was too casual? These novice-like worries over a simple email reached their peak just as my phone's ringtone shattered the silence. Could it be? Fumbling in my panic, I checked for a new email. There it was, a message from Shijoin-san. Thanks for the email. It came through just fine. It's kind of strange getting a message from you at home. Haha. It was just a few lines, yet my face lit up with a smile. Words are amazing. Whether it was a message board or a DM on social media in the future, a direct message from someone always made you happy. And when it was from the girl who meant the world to you, it was even more special. I wanted to reply instantly, but then I paused. I'd read somewhere that responding too quickly can make you seem desperate, a definite turn-off. So, I decided to wait. I wasn't sure how long to wait, but I settled on a 15-minute delay before sending a reply. It's strange that I can communicate with you too. I might be a bit more nervous than usual because we are writing, unlike when we always speak to each other. Less than a minute later, she replied, I'm so glad. I was relieved to get your reply. Huh? I couldn't decide how to word the email and kept rewriting it over and over. I was worried you wouldn't reply because I wrote something weird, but I'm happy to hear back. It's definitely more nerve-wracking than talking face-to-face. Reading that, I pictured Shijoin-san, staring at her phone at home, agonizing over the right words to write. Just like I'd been. Shijoin-san always seemed so carefree. I never thought she'd get nervous about emails. Guess we're more alike than I thought. Knowing she felt the same nervousness and difficulty made me feel closer to her. And putting those feelings into words in an email was tough. I also rewrote my email several times. So I was really relieved and happy to get your reply. By the way, do you like emoticons, Shijoin-san? Her reply came even faster than before. Oh, really? I thought I was the only one who did that. So I'm glad. I started using them because Fudahashi-san does, but I think they're super cute. Can I use them? I felt the same relief. Honestly, the emojis aren't mine, so feel free to use them. So Fudahashi-san is the influence. I can't even imagine what girls talk about in their messages. Thanks. Well, when I exchange emails with Kazumihara-san and Fudahashi-san, it usually goes like this. Her reply made my heart skip a beat. I was still getting the hang of it, but I found myself starting to enjoy the exchange. Now I understand why chat apps became so popular in the future. When you're eagerly anticipating replies and the conversation starts flowing, email can be a little frustrating. And so, as the night deepened, we lost ourselves in the newfound delight of emailing, our digital messages crisscrossing the internet countless times. Shijoin-san's quick replies filled me with such happiness. It's good to be alive. Well, even though I did die once. Caught up in the seemingly endless exchange of emails, I didn't know when to stop. My heart danced with joy every time I received a reply from someone I love, and I was lost in pure bliss. Thus, oblivious to the storm brewing behind the scenes, I remained blissfully unaware that my innocent email exchange was causing a certain father to gnash his teeth and weep tears of blood, driven by a protective parent's fury and heartache. Shijoin Tokamian's point of view. I sank into a luxurious chair at home. Since I had returned early today, I was relaxing in the living room when I noticed my daughter, Haruka, sitting on the sofa, fiddling with her phone. Haha, my daughter really is the cutest in the world. My wife, Akiko, is undeniably beautiful, still captivating even at an age where she has a teenage daughter. Haruka, who inherited her mother's stunning looks, brings both joy and concern as a parent. Lately, she's been smiling a lot more. It's a wonderful thing to see. She used to be downhearted, saying, I've become a high school student, but I haven't made any friends, and my contact list isn't growing. But lately, she seemed to have made more female friends and can often be seen sending emails. As a father who adored his daughter, this is a welcome change. Haruka loved chatting and having fun, but her family background and beauty have often caused her to be ostracized by her peers. But finally, things seem to be looking up. Indeed, girls having fun together with other girls was the best. Boys should not come near her. As I was thinking this and cheerfully sipping my coffee, oh, Nihama-kun. Whoa, Her whisper reached my ears, and I nearly choked on my coffee. The image of that boy who'd visited our home recently flashed before my eyes. Despite boldly confessing his feelings for my daughter, he was surprisingly calm and collected for a high school student. Why was his name popping up now? And with such a joyful expression on her face. Is everything all right, father? No. It's nothing. I just choked a bit. I tried to maintain my composure with the poker face I'd honed over years as a company president, but my heart was racing. Say, Haruka, by any chance, is the person you're emailing right now Nahama-kun? I tried to convince myself it was a misunderstanding, that perhaps his name had come up in conversations with her girlfriends, but, yes, we just exchanged addresses, and we've been emailing back and forth since the evening. She confirmed it with a beaming smile. Damn it, that boy. When did he manage to exchange addresses with Haruka? What audacity. Which meant, Haruka had been chatting with him right under my nose, both at school and at home. Damn these newfangled gadgets. But what are they even talking about? He confessed his feelings for Haruka quite clearly when he visited our house, so naturally. Those emails must be full of, "Hey Shijoin-san, I can't just be friends anymore. Let's go out on a date, just the two of us, maybe to the beach? We could make some summer memories together. My house will be empty next holiday. Why don't you come over? It'll be fine. I promise I won't do anything. It might get late, so just tell your family you're staying at a friend's place." You little. I'll kill him. Drag him through the streets and execute him. As these wild thoughts of emails from Nahama-kun flooded my mind, no. Calm down. No matter what. This is getting too imaginative. While a part of me knew that the boy wasn't some sleazy college student with ulterior motives, men are not always ruled by logic. Even the most serious and reserved man can turn into a wolf, and with a tempting angel like Haruka, his rationality could easily disappear. Even if it didn't go that far, he might still try to push the boundaries. After all, that's exactly what I did. I used to sneak calls to Akiko to plan secret dates outside the Shijoin estate, throwing letters over the walls like something out of a historical drama. Youth. Lost in my thoughts, Haruka's phone chimed with a new message. It seemed Nahama-kun had replied. A smug smile spread across her face. Hee, it's cute. The emoji, she giggled. It's cute, she says. And what's with that smug smile? What on earth did that boy write in his email? Haruka. Yes? What is it, father? Haruka looked at me, puzzled. Well, it's just. I had called out to her, but now I was at a loss for words. To be honest, I wanted to inspect what kind of messages were coming from him. If there was even a hint of impropriety, I would immediately call from Haruka's phone and say, "Did you think it was Haruka? It's me, you brat," and freeze Nahama's heart with an icy reprimand. However, I understood that such an act was absolutely out of the question. Recently, Haruka, while still as innocent as ever, started to voice her opinions and express her anger when warranted. If I admitted I wanted to check her emails, she might not speak to me for days. So, I simply grinded my teeth in frustration. Well, it's good that you have more friends to email. Yes, I'm very happy these days. Even though she was my own daughter, her angelic smile was almost blinding. Why was this child so adorable? Hadn't God shown her too much favor? I see. That's good, but don't stay up too late. Moderation is key. Oh, it is getting late, isn't it? I'll continue in my room while I get ready for bed. With that, Haruka left the living room and headed to her room. Alone in the living room, I slumped in my chair, defeated by the undeniable presence of a boy in my daughter's life. Well, not entirely alone. And so, knowing that asking to see the emails would definitely earn him a father, "You're the worst," and getting no response, the father could only watch helplessly as his daughter went back to her room to continue exchanging sweet emails. Stop that strange narration, Akiko. Sorry, your lonely back was just too adorable, Tokai-mun. Unbeknownst to me, my wife had entered the living room, mimicking my voice and narrating the scene with a smug look. This woman. Just like when Nahama visited the other day, She was enjoying my flustered state. But you did well to hold back and say nothing, Tokimune. I understand being protective, especially since Haruka is so naive, but she's growing up, and we need to trust her. My wife spoke cheerfully beside me. Well, I suppose things have been going well for Haruka lately. See? It's just a feeling, but I believe Nahama-kun will change her future for the better. For some reason, the Shijoin family has always been blessed with good fortune and strong connections, and even in times of trouble, someone always appears to help us thrive. Ah, I remember hearing something similar when I married into the family. Throughout the long history of the Shijoins, they'd often faced dire situations, but each time, either the problem would resolve itself or a savior would appear, bringing seemingly miraculous good luck and helping the family avert disaster. So, when I married Akiko and helped revive the struggling Shijoin group companies, the relatives reacted strangely, saying things like, "The prophesied savior has truly arrived." And I can't believe that old legend came true. Plus, they say the direct descendants of the main family tend to meet and marry the perfect partners. I was lucky enough to find you, and I think Nahama-kun might be that person for Haruka. While it was heartwarming to hear my wife imply I was her fated partner, thinking about my daughter's marriage now was too much to handle. No, if Haruka comes home saying, "I'm marrying this person," with a man, I'll die. I'll burst a blood vessel in anger, die of dehydration from crying too much, and die again. Well, dying so much would be tough. But I think Haruka, despite appearances, might go straight for it once she's passionate. Maybe she'll get married right after graduating high school. Or maybe even have a shotgun wedding, like some kids these days. Stop it. My heart can't handle any more of this. Half in tears, I shouted at Akiko, who continued to talk happily with that bright smile on her face. Chapter 1, Memories of a Sports Tournament and the Struggles of a Clumsy Athlete. The softball soared into the sky above the park, hanging there for a fleeting moment before gravity reclaimed its hold. This time, I vowed, I wouldn't let it fall. With a burst of energy, I sprinted toward its predicted landing point. I ran, I lunged, and as the ball plummeted, I desperately extended my gloved left hand. But then, the softball slipped past my grasp, bouncing mockingly on the ground. Damn it, not again. At this rate, I'll be useless in the real game. Frustration bubbled up, escaping as a low groan. Damn it. Damn it all. Section. During lunch break that day, Shijoin-san and I were idly chatting in the classroom. So, get this, Shijoin-san began with a grin. Kazumihara-san came up to me all serious and asked, "Shijoin-san, you're a bamboo shoot chocolate fan, right? You're not one of those evil mushroom chocolate people, are you?" And for some reason, everyone around us who heard that got super tense. Kanoko and Takenoko chocolates have long been at the center of a heated debate, with fans fiercely arguing over which is truly superior. These beloved snacks have sparked countless online discussions and real-world confrontations, with arguments ranging from ease of eating to the merits of their cookie base, given their popularity and the fierce loyalty they inspire. It's no surprise that everyone was eager to find out which side the school's most beautiful girl would choose. "I can totally see why they were anxious," I said, laughing. "So, what did you say, Shijoin-san?" Takenoko no Sato and Kanoko no Yama are Japanese snacks, known for their fun shapes and tasty flavors. Takenoko no Sato, shaped like bamboo shoots, has a buttery biscuit base with a smooth chocolate coating. Kanoko no Yama, resembling mushrooms, combines a crunchy biscuit stem with a rich chocolate cap. Well, when I said, "If it's chocolate, I like Hello Panda," everyone seemed to loosen up. Kazumihara-san even apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry for trying to pull you into this silly argument. Please stay as wonderful as you are, Shijoin-san." It was all a bit overwhelming. Hello Panda is a dome-shaped Japanese biscuit filled with flavors such as chocolate or strawberry. A unique addition to this tasty snack is that each cookie has an image of a panda playing sports or striking a funny pose. Yeah, I can totally see where Kazumihara-san was coming from. Shijoin-san, please never lose that kind heart of yours, question mark. As I unintentionally smiled warmly, Shijoin-san looked at me with a puzzled expression. Ah, my crush is so cute today too. By the way, it's almost the end of the first term. Yes, time flies, doesn't it? Indeed, since I started my second youth in this life, it had really flown by, and in this short time, Shijoin-san and I had really connected. Ever since visiting her home and exchanging email addresses, our friendship blossomed. Summer vacation is coming soon. It starts right after next week's sports tournament. The sports tournament was a major class competition at our school, where we battled it out in 4 sports: volleyball, softball, basketball, and table tennis. The class in each grade with the most victories won the tournament. Compared to other, similar events like Sports Day, there is more emphasis on class teamwork. Given the number of athletes in our class, we had a good chance to achieve a decent result in this tournament. Absolutely. I'm pumped. There's nothing quite like striving for the top alongside everyone else. Shijoin-san, who had clearly loved the earlier cultural festival, seemed to thrive in these moments of class unity. Her voice buzzed with excitement. By the way, Nihama-kun, you're on the softball team, right? Let's both give it our all and avoid getting hurt. Yeah, that's right. I'll try not to drag everyone down. Just then, a memory flashed before my eyes. A softball plummeting from the sky, my glove reaching out in desperation, the unforgiving bounce of the ball on the ground, the classmates who had been cheering loudly suddenly falling silent. It all came rushing back. Or rather, the realization finally hit me. There's no mistaking it. This upcoming sports tournament. It's the exact same one that haunts me from the past. Huh? What's wrong, Nihama-kun? No, sorry, just had a memory resurface. I tried to play it cool in front of a bewildered Shijoin-san, but my mind was a whirlwind of painful recollections. That time when I single-handedly cost us the championship, crushing everyone's hopes. Shijoin-san. Yes? You're in the volleyball tournament, but it finishes around noon, right? So that means you'll be coming to watch the final softball game, right? Of course. I'll be there cheering you on, Nihama-kun. I see. Yeah, thank you. I managed a weak reply to her bright, innocent smile, as my own face contorted in a grimace. That smile, which usually filled me with warmth, now only intensified my anguish. If this continues, I'm going to make a complete fool of myself. And in front of the girl I love, no less. Sitting on the park grass, I caught my breath, gazing up at the endless blue sky. Damn it, as expected, this isn't something you master overnight. At first, I didn't intend to practice so seriously. The sports tournament didn't mean much to me. Just like in my previous life, I assumed giving my best effort, within reason, would be enough for the class. But remembering something like that, the memory from my past life resurfaced and unfolded like this. On the final day of the sports tournament, our class and the opposing class were neck and neck, vying for the championship. The decisive event was softball, mirroring this life, and I was positioned in right field. The final event on the final day, the championship hanging in the balance. Such a match was bound to attract a crowd, and we played under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators. Then, our class held a 1-point lead in the final inning. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. It was a truly climactic moment. I'm starting to remember more and more. But it truly was exciting back then. With all other events concluded, the crowd swelled, their energy palpable. Fueled by the summer heat, their cheers echoed, "Just one more out." "Hold them." Shijoin-san's voice joined the crowd, "Almost there. Hang in there." And then, the final hit soared high above my head, a simple fly ball to right field. That's what it looked like. The opposing team covered their faces, and many of my classmates shouted, "Yes!" in delight. In Japanese baseball, the term fly ball refers to a ball hit high into the air by the batter. It's typically caught by a fielder before it touches the ground, resulting in an out, known as a fly out. But there I was, the least athletic person on the team, standing in right field. Up until that point, The ball had rarely ventured my way, allowing me to blend into the background, but at the worst possible moment, it came sailing toward me. Panic set in, and I lunged desperately with my glove, but the ball slipped past, hitting the ground with a thud that echoed our class's devastating loss. The opposing team went wild, their shouts of "We did it!" and "What a lucky break!" echoing across the field. Meanwhile, the pumped-up vibe on our side vanished, replaced by a stunned silence. At that moment, I couldn't face the disappointed stares and kept my eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the expression on Shijoin-san's face. But there's no doubt her excitement had vanished. It's just a sports tournament, after all. No one blamed me back then, and there's no guarantee it'll even happen again this time. Even if I dropped the ball, I doubt Shijoin-san would think any less of me, but still, I refuse to let her see me like that again. I'll get better, no matter what it takes. It might be a Gi's silly pride, but for me, it was crucial. I want to be at my best in front of Shijoin-san. At the very least, I need to catch flies and grounders without embarrassing myself. Fueled by a new resolve, I stood up and tossed the ball high. All I had to do was catch it. If I could just get the feel of catching the ball with my glove. There it is. Timing it perfectly, I opened my glove and moved into the ball's path. It should just land in there, right? With that hope in mind, I reached out desperately, but, thud, roll, roll, the ball hit the ground and rolled away, as if it couldn't care less about all the hard work and effort I put into training. Since starting my second chance at youth, I'd overcome all sorts of challenges. I stood up to extortionists with unwavering resolve, successfully managed presentations and events at the cultural festival leveraging my business experience, and achieved the highest grade in the final exams, driven by my feelings for Shijoin-san. Recently, I barely survived the grueling interview with President Shijoin Tokaimune. But sports, I'd been hopeless at them since my previous life. My lack of athletic ability was just a fact of life. As I swallowed in self-pity, "Hey, Nihama-kun, what are you doing here, huh?" "Fudehashi-san?" I turned to the unexpected voice to find my classmate, Fudehashi Mai, standing there in athletic wear. She was one of the people I'd become close to during the cultural festival, admired by everyone for her cheerful personality and athleticism. "Well, what about you, Fudehashi-san? Why are you here?" Caught off guard by running into a classmate in the park on a holiday, I stammered a bit. This is my usual running route, even on days off from club activities. I can't relax unless I get a run in." "Oh, right. You're on the track team." Looking closer, I noticed she was slightly damp with sweat, her summer sports t-shirt clinging to her. I found myself a bit flustered, unsure of where to focus my gaze. "So, what exactly were you doing?" "From afar, it looked like you were throwing the ball up and then running after it." "Absolutely not. Is she trying to mock me? Do you think I do something like that alone on a holiday afternoon?" "I'm practicing catching for the softball event in the sports tournament." "Practicing catching? But isn't it just a matter of sticking your glove out?" "Ugh, I can't catch it. No matter how many times I try, it just won't work." "Stop looking at me like I'm speaking gibberish. You're making me feel like a total klutz." Damn. Fudehashi-san wasn't making fun of me. She genuinely didn't get it. The gap in our athletic abilities was painfully obvious. "So, from your reaction, I'm guessing you're good at softball, Fudehashi-san?" "Huh? Yeah, well, I was in the softball club in middle school, so I'm not too bad." She was a former softball club member. "Seriously? In that case, I know it's interrupting your run, but could you maybe show me how to catch a fly ball? I'm kind of at a loss here." In this pre-smartphone era, without the luxury of online tutorials, I was desperate for a live demonstration from someone who actually knew how to catch a softball. "I'm not particularly great, but sure, I can do that." "Let me borrow your glove." With a bright smile, Fudehashi-san slipped on my glove and jogged a bit further away. "All right. Here it comes," I called out, launching the ball skyward. I'd envisioned a towering fly ball. Crap, it's arcing too high. It was going to fly right over Fudehashi-san's head. But just as I thought that, she started moving. She effortlessly backpedaled, not a hint of panic on her face, stopping right where the ball was destined to land. With a satisfying thwack, the ball landed perfectly in her glove. I couldn't believe my eyes. Fujihashi-san effortlessly tossed the ball back, her voice echoing with enthusiasm. Next one. With renewed determination, I silently pitched the second ball, aiming for a fast grounder to her right. But Fujihashi-san was a blur of motion. She shifted to the side with lightning speed, snagging the grounder with ease, even miming a throw to first base. I retrieved the ball, firing a fast liner to her left. Again, she slid gracefully, catching it without a hint of struggle. Phew, how was that? Did it help, Nahama-kun? Fujihashi-san's cheerful voice faltered as she noticed my serious expression. Why are you coming closer with such a serious look on your face? Fujihashi-san, I said, my voice low and determined. My unyielding approach seemed to fluster her, but I didn't stop. Please teach me the secret to catching. I bowed deeply, my head nearly touching my knees. No, you don't have to bow. Look, people walking by are staring at us. Fujihashi-san's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please, I desperately need your help, Fujihashi-san. What? You're saying such embarrassing things. Desperation clawed at me. Practicing alone wouldn't cut it. I needed to improve quickly, and Fujihashi-san, appearing like a lifeline, held the key to my success. I won't ask you to do it for free. I'll lend you my notes first from now on. Fujihashi-san's eyes widened. Ah, really? That perfect notebook that everyone started fighting over after you got first place in the grade? Yeah, and that's not all. When the midterms come up, I'll lend you my study guide with all the key topics I think will be on the test. It was spot on for the finals and helped me get the top spot. What? That's incredible. I don't just want it, I need it. Fujihashi's eyes lit up like a supernova, considering the expression she'd made during the final exams, like she'd watched her life savings turn to dust. This offer seemed to be hitting the spot. Okay, I get it. I have nothing planned today, so I'll take full responsibility for whipping you into softball shape. Woohoo! I owe you big time. You're a lifesaver, Fujihashi-san. My genuine joy seemed to puff up Fujihashi-san's chest with pride. Being relied upon clearly pleased her. Don't get the wrong idea, though. It's not just about the notes. Huh? Nahama-kun, we battled through the takoyaki madness together at the cultural festival. You're a friend I genuinely respect and want to help. Even without the notes, I'd say yes. Fujihashi-san, I couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for her straightforward, refreshing spirit. Such a genuine personality was a breath of fresh air. No wonder she had the widest circle of friends among anyone I knew. Thank you. You're really amazing, Fujihashi-san. HMPH. Well, after such a heartfelt compliment. Well, that aside, I do still really want that priority access to your perfect notes and the test prep stuff. I'm seriously in trouble if I fail the next midterm. Fujihashi-san, a bit embarrassed by her own cool act, averted her gaze. Of course, that's fine. But you have to actually study. My notes aren't a magic ticket to a high score. I know that. Don't lecture me. Fujihashi-san, whose entire lifestyle revolved around sports, replied with a pained expression. Right, coach. I'm in your hands. You can count on me. I'll give it everything I've got. As I bowed, Fujihashi-san puffed out her chest with a cheerful grin. The coach title didn't seem to bother her one bit. All right, let's start by seeing what you've got. I'll keep tossing the ball, so try and catch it. Okay, I'm embarrassed by how bad I am, but I'm ready. With a determined shout, I dashed away from Fujihashi-san to create some distance. I wanted to show I was serious, especially since I was asking her to go out of her way for me. Here comes one. The ball Fujihashi-san tossed arced high overhead. All right. I'll use Fujihashi-san's graceful catching form as my guide. There. Despite being fully focused, reality had its own agenda. The descending ball completely missed my outstretched glove and bounced mockingly on the ground. Huh? You're trying to catch it, but... Well, that's all right. Don't give up. Let's try again. Cheered on by Fujihashi-san's unwavering optimism, I replied, yeah, one more time. And sent the ball rolling back her way. And so, the cycle continued. Fly ball after fly ball sailed through the air. Each one met with the same result, a resounding thud on the ground. At first, Fujihashi-san's face shone with encouragement, but with each failed attempt, a shadow fell over her features. It was like she was slowly awakening to a harsh reality. I'm so sorry, Nihama-kun, she finally said after my 15th miss, her voice heavy with a newfound understanding. I didn't realize it was this hard for you. Catching a ball is as easy as breathing. It's like basic human instinct. I never imagined someone could struggle with it so much. You're like a claw machine with a loose grip. Don't be so harsh, I retorted. Fujihashi-san seemed completely oblivious to how blunt she was being, probably still reeling from my spectacular inability to catch anything. Honestly, it's not just me. Most people who are bad at sports are like this. When I try to receive a volleyball, it ricochets off my arm and rolls across the floor. And in tennis, half my serves miss the ball entirely. So that's how it is. Fujihashi-san gulped, as if I'd just revealed the secrets of an alien civilization. It seemed that those gifted in athletics often struggled to understand the challenges faced by people who lack their skill. Well, I can see some areas for improvement. Your movement and form, for starters. Really? That's what I'd expect from a former softball club member. Yeah. So, first things first, Nihama-kun, you're way too stiff and tense. And you throw your arms out too quickly, which makes everything look all flappy, and you're not really seeing the ball's trajectory. Plus, when you try to catch it, it's not so much a grab or wham, you need more of a whoosh and bam. What? Isn't that explanation a bit too vague? My apologies. That was a bit convoluted, wasn't it? Let me see if I can explain it without relying so heavily on my own perspective. Fujihashi-san cleared her throat and started again. Bend your knees, keep your back straight, and wait until the last second to reach out. When the ball comes zooming in, quickly move your glove right under it and snap it shut. Remember, softballs are big, so make sure your glove is wide open. That explanation is still a little hard to follow. To be honest, whenever I try to explain something like this to the other team members, I get the same blank stares you're giving me now, Nihama-kun. Fujihashi-san's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I had to admit, her instructions were a bit unconventional. Even a seasoned baseball pro would be scratching their head at her excessive use of onomatopoeia. But, well, so, let me see if I got this right. I should stay low, keep my back straight, and not reach out until the ball is almost here. Then, I track the ball and catch it, making sure to open my glove wide because softballs are pretty big. Is that about it? Why, yeah, exactly. I'm surprised you understood that. Even with my explanation. Well, I got the gist of it. Well, let's just say I've had plenty of experience deciphering confusing explanations. That skill was hard-earned during my time as a corporate drone. There were countless people out there who spoke in ways that left you completely lost, and I often found myself struggling to keep up during phone calls and meetings with them. For example, there was a buzzword enthusiast who said things like, "We need to develop a solid agenda for this matter and fully commit to the outcome," or the vague pronoun user who said, "I'll handle this and that, and you just do whatever over there with those." Or even the information overload type who went, "So, for company A's product B, we need to incorporate element C into plan D and use sales strategy E to ultimately achieve goal F." There were also the rapid-fire talkers and the masters of ambiguity, but as a working adult, deciphering these kinds of convoluted conversations was a necessary survival skill. Compared to all that, Fujihashi-san's sound effect-heavy style is downright adorable. All right then, I'll try to keep all that in mind. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget to keep your eye on the ball. That's the most important thing in any ball game. Got it? Let's try this again. It was true what they say, practicing with someone who knows what they were doing made a world of difference. As someone who was absolutely awful at this, I knew I had to at least give it my best shot, so I tightened my grip on the glove and prepared myself for another attempt. Arg, so close. It was right there, I groaned, plopping down on the park grass beside Fujihashi-san. We were taking a break from my catching practice, and despite incorporating her helpful tips, I was still struggling. "You're definitely improving, though," she said, encouraging me. It was true, my reactions were quicker, my timing was better, and I was even tracking the ball's path more accurately. "But it just won't stick," I grumbled. "Either it bounces off, or I drop it. How can something so simple be so hard?" Fujihashi-san chuckled. Well, even the great Nahama-kun has his weaknesses. It's a bit of a relief, to be honest." I rolled my eyes. "Very funny." "But seriously, it's frustrating to be bad at something everyone else seems to do effortlessly. It's like they're all thinking, how could you possibly screw that up?" Honestly, whether it was the cultural festival or the final exams, a big part of my success was thanks to the benefits of living my second life, not because I was particularly impressive. I looked up at the clear blue sky, a wistful sigh escaping my lips. "To be honest, I'm kind of envious of people who are naturally athletic, like you. Sometimes I think my life would have been different if I'd had those skills." "Maybe not so much in this life, but in my past life, I had a strong desire to be good at sports." Fujihashi-san tilted her head. "Really? I don't think being good at sports is that big of a deal. I'm much more envious of smart people than athletic ones." "And isn't it a bit much to say your whole life changes just because you're good at sports?" "No, it might sound like an exaggeration, but for guys, it's kind of true. Being good at sports can practically shape your entire personality." "Huh?" Personality, just from sports." For a girl like Fujihashi-san, this must have sounded strange, but I truly believed that athletic ability had a huge impact on a guy's life. Yeah, this is just my extremely biased opinion, but whether or not a boy can do sports when he starts elementary school is incredibly important. In a way, that was when athletic ability was most heavily emphasized. After all, the initial school hierarchy got established at that time. In elementary school, athletic ability is how boys decide who's cool. If you're fast or strong at dodgeball, everyone's like, "Wow," or "so cool." And you become popular, that boosts your confidence, and you become more outgoing. This pattern continued through middle school and high school. That was why guys who were good at sports were popular from the very beginning of their school days until the very end. No way, but now that you mention it. In elementary and middle school, the popular, energetic boys were always good at sports, right? And the ones who aren't good at sports get labeled as weak. They get teased or looked down on. Their status drops, and they lose confidence. I've improved a little now, but until recently, I was quiet and gloomy, wasn't I? Wow. So that's how it is for boys. But wait, if that's true, then what happened to make you so cheerful? Nahama-kun, you're not gloomy at all that now. You're one of the most energetic guys in class, almost too energetic. Well, I just decided to change my image. I couldn't exactly tell her I was a time traveler redoing my youth after being an introverted, unathletic loser, so I dodged the question with a weak excuse. "So, that's what I meant when I said your personality and life can be shaped by these things. Of course, there are exceptions, and this is just my personal opinion. But I've definitely had those experiences, which is why I have a negative view of sports and envy those who are good at them. When it came to sports, I only had bad memories. Stumbling in races, taking a dodgeball to the face, missing the ball and tripping over myself in soccer. Each time, I was met with ridicule and laughter from everyone around me. Little by little, my confidence faded, and my once cheerful personality began to disappear. I saw it then. I realized it as we were talking. The reason I became such a shy and timid introvert was because I wasn't good at sports. My clumsiness put me at the bottom of the social ladder in first grade, and I never managed to climb up throughout middle and high school. I spent my youth afraid of those around me. In other words, I was currently confronting the very core of my introverted nature. That's it. Huh? What is it? Fujihashi-san suddenly pointed at me and shouted, making me jump. That's it. When you're trying to catch the ball, even though your timing is perfect, your stance is hesitant. You're watching the ball, but it's like you can't fully focus, as if you're scared of it. I thought it was just my imagination, but it turns out your fear of sports is holding you back, Nahama-kun. Well, now that she mentioned it, I couldn't deny it. Balls always remind me of my failures in team sports, not just from school tournaments. The realization that my subconscious fear was hindering my focus was a bitter pill to swallow. Even if that's true, I muttered, frustration gnawing at me. How am I supposed to overcome it? Is it just a matter of sheer willpower now that I'm aware of the problem? No, it can't be that simple. Fujihashi-san's thoughtful expression offered a glimmer of hope. I'm not sure if it'll work, but an idea just popped into my head. Really? You're amazing, coach, I exclaimed, a surge of relief washing over me. Well, it's a bit embarrassing, and I need to ask you something first. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she hesitated. What? Why was she blushing now? Well, you like Shijoin-san, right, Nahama-kun? What? My jaw practically hit the floor. How did she know? Had Kazumihara-san or Jinji spilled the beans? You seem surprised, but I saw you and Shijoin-san on a date during the cultural festival, remember? I was busy with the takoyaki stand, so I didn't make a big deal of it at the time, Fujihashi-san explained. That's right. I had been so flustered that day. I convinced myself she hadn't noticed Shijoin-san was with me. It wasn't just that one instance, though, watching you two since then. Well, I couldn't help but reach that conclusion. Shijoin-san might be clueless, but I'm pretty sure you're serious about her, Nahama-kun. I guess there's no point in hiding it from you, Fujihashi-san. It's embarrassing to say out loud, but yes, I like Shijoin-san. I finally admitted, realizing denial was futile. Lately, it had felt like I was exposing my feelings to everyone. Fujihashi-san's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. Fwa, I knew it. Wow, she squealed, her voice taking on a girlish lilt. Why is she more flustered than me, when I'm the one who had to confess? So, knowing you two are actually like that makes my heart race for some reason. Hey, you've kissed already, right? No, we haven't, and we're not even officially dating yet. Huh? What's wrong with you two, being so close and all? Her tone suddenly turned serious. Don't switch gears and start lecturing me, I protested. Please, Fujihashi-san. That blank stare is really painful, like you're silently calling me a coward. Undeterred, she continued. So, you're practicing softball on your day off because you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of Shijoin-san at the sports tournament, right? What other reason could there possibly be? Yeah, that's absolutely true, I admitted with a sigh of defeat. It's not about the class at all. It's completely about wanting to impress the girl I like. It seemed that when it came to romance, girls had a sixth sense. Fujihashi-san had hit the nail on the head. With my intentions exposed, I could only offer an honest confession. All right, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. Then picture it. Imagine Shijoin-san cheering for you from the sidelines. Fill your mind with the thought of showing off your cool side to the one you like. Huh? What are you suggesting? I stammered, completely bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. I saw it during the cultural festival. When you're fired up, you're unstoppable. So, if you use that same energy, that drive to impress someone you like, you might be able to push back the fear a bit. In sports, it's all about overcoming hurdles with that final burst of willpower. To overcome my fear, Fujihashi-san suggested, channeling the passionate intensity of love, the most potent emotion there is. It might have sounded like a simple pep talk, but in truth, it struck a chord. It was exactly how I'd always operated. During the cultural festival and those grueling final exams, it was my feelings for Shijoin-san that had pushed me forward. All right, I said, steeling myself. I'll give it a try. Throw the ball, Fujihashi-san. Okay, this time it'll definitely work. I took my position, a good distance away. Fujihashi-san truly was a good person, taking time out of her day to help me like this. I'd be completely lost without her, and I was beyond grateful. Ready? Here it comes. Her voice echoed across the park as she launched the ball high into the darkening sky. I crouched down, then exploded into a run, my feet pounding the ground as I chased after it, my eyes locked onto the ball, my mind predicting its descent. Now that she's mentioned it, I do see the ball as something scary. A moment of introspection washed over me. It wasn't just the instinctive fear of a flying object, but a deeper aversion to balls, likely rooted in my lifelong apprehension towards sports, just as Fujihashi-san had suggested. But even more potent than that fear were my regrets and my feelings for Shijoin-san. Imagine it, Shijoin-san, cheering me on with all her might. Maybe she'll even shout my name in the crowd, and if I do well, I bet she'll praise me afterward. Just like she did after the exams. Shifting my focus from avoiding embarrassment to actively striving for coolness, a simple yet powerful high school motivation, I embraced a more aggressive mindset. At that moment, I realized just how straightforward and head over heels I was. A smile crept onto my face. My aversion to the ball melted away, replaced by a sense of opportunity, a challenge to overcome. The imaginary cheers of Shijoin-san fueled me with the final burst of energy I needed. As the white ball arced downward, I steadied my glove, my eyes locked onto its descent. Determined, I refused to blink, tracking its path and calmly opening my glove wide. And then, thwack, the ball smacked into my glove with a satisfying jolt. I looked down, and there it was, nestled snugly in my grasp. Wow! Yes, yes, we did it. Fujihashi-san and I erupted in cheers as she sprinted toward me with unrestrained joy. Amazing. That was amazing, Nahama-kun. I'm about to cry. Is this the kind of joy a mother feels when her baby takes its first steps? Thank you, I exclaimed, beaming. That was possibly the most backhanded compliment ever, but it's all thanks to you, Fujihashi-san. I'm so grateful. Objectively, I had only caught a routine fly ball, nothing special. Yet, both Fujihashi-san and I were swept up in an inexplicable sense of elation. It hit me then. This was a triumphant feeling of sports training that I'd seen countless times in manga and anime. The joy of accomplishing something you couldn't do before, through sheer effort. Well then, Fujihashi-san declared, her resolve renewed, let's move on to the next step. The next step? I echoed, still riding the wave of excitement. Exactly. Catching one ball isn't nearly enough. We need to practice fly balls, line drives, grounders. Until you can catch them all flawlessly. She was absolutely right. But, if we really dive into this, it's gonna take forever. I can't keep asking for your help, Fujihashi-san. I trailed off, feeling a pang of guilt. Don't be ridiculous, she retorted, a fiery glint in her eyes. You've just taken your first step, Nahama-kun. There's no way I'm leaving you hanging now, so get pumped and let's go. Her voice crackled with unwavering determination, leaving no room for debate. Something feels different this time. Could it be that the thrill of victory is awakening her athletic spirit? It's like she's flipped a switch, transforming into a seasoned club member, ready to whip her junior into shape. All right, let's go, she declared, her voice ringing with newfound authority. We're going to practice until you can catch every single ball, no matter how I throw it. And when you respond, you shout yes. With everything you've got. We're going all out, so prepare yourself. Why yes? I shouted, a bit overwhelmed. No, that's not loud enough. Why yes? I corrected myself, my voice echoing across the empty park. This felt like being in a real sports club, complete with a drill sergeant for a coach. That's the spirit. Let's do this, Nahama-kun. Fujihashi-san's voice boomed with infectious energy. Just like you asked. I'm going to make you a proper softball player. Let's give it everything we've got. A bead of sweat trickled down my cheek as her words echoed in the twilight. I was incredibly grateful, but could I really keep up with this? Chapter 2. The sweaty, hard-working angel. The sports tournament blazed into the school week like an unwelcome sun. We stood in formation on the field, the heat bearing down on us as the principal droned on with one of his motivational speeches. Around me, my classmates fidgeted and yawned. So it's finally here, I thought, tightening my grip on the ball in my glove. But I'm not the same guy I was back then. In contrast to the sluggish atmosphere around me, I was the only one brimming with determination, ready to face this moment. After the intense training with Fujihashi-san, I had fully embraced a competitive mindset. My thoughts had been unusually sharp since early this morning, but considering what lay ahead today, this level of focus and motivation felt completely necessary. Because if this day played out like it did in my past life, the most crucial moment, the one where everything was on the line, would be the exact moment that I choked. One fumble, and it would all be over. This was the day, the very moment, where my previous self had faltered. The memory of it, sharp and bitter, fueled the fire in my gut. Never again, I vowed silently. This time, I will not fail. The principal's voice buzzed in my ears like a drone flying by. My hand was clenched tightly in my pocket. A quiet fire burned in my chest. I knew I had really pushed myself during that training, preparing for this moment. After I finally succeeded in catching that fly ball, Fujihashi-san ignited with a passion for sports and transformed into a strict coach straight out of the Showa era, from 1926 to 1989, corresponding with the reign of Emperor Hirohito. Grounders, line drives, fly balls, she kept firing them at me like a machine, demanding I catch them all. This endless catching nightmare really drove home how unathletic I was. But hey, with every failed attempt, my catching skills and motivation were actually getting better. I'm really grateful to Fujihashi-san for helping me out. But wow, that day completely drained me. Still, mentally, it wasn't nearly as tough as the endless overtime I used to pull as a corporate drone. This time, it was different. This time, it was all for Shijoin-san. I wanted to show her how cool I could be. That single thought, burning with desire, ignited a fierce determination within me. I was ready to give it everything I had. I haven't had a single chance to shine. It was sometime afternoon, during a short break between games. I was sitting under the shade of a tree near the field, feeling kinda bummed. The sports tournament was a one-day event, so they had packed a ton of games into the schedule. My class's softball team had been playing non-stop since morning, but I was just stuck out in right field like a scarecrow. I mean, yeah, even in my previous life, the ball never came my way, and right field was always a position where not many balls got hit. But still, after getting so fired up about this, it feels like a complete letdown. The one time I actually got on base was due to an error after a weak grounder. Other than that, I struck out every single time. Not that I practiced batting much, so I guess it couldn't be helped. Still, it feels like my teammates are way too fired up today. The guys on the team are suddenly all buddy-buddy, and everyone is playing surprisingly well together. Leave it to me, I got it. Nice. The ball's flying, don't worry, we'll get back at them by crushing it later. Even though no one had planned it, everyone was shouting words of encouragement to each other. No matter what you're doing, that kind of positive communication is a big deal. It loosens everyone up, helps with those split-second plays, and just makes the whole team better. In reality, whenever we had a match against a class that wasn't particularly motivated or one we didn't get along with, the difference was obvious, and somehow, we managed to win every single game so far. And now, here we were, practically at the tournament finals without me even realizing it. The next match was the last one. It feels like our class is doing even better than in my previous life, but no matter what, the championship is still going to be decided by the boys' softball team. Just thinking about it made my stomach churn with nerves. It felt like fate was lurking in the shadows, just waiting for me to screw up, like a tiger stalking its prey. No way, am I seriously getting caught up in these negative thoughts? I need to snap out of it. Maybe I should go cheer for Shijoin-san. After a quick break to cool down, I headed toward the gym. Shijoin-san was playing in the soft volleyball tournament, and her match should still have been going on. It felt a bit embarrassing. Me, a guy, going to watch a girl's event, but I wanted to support her, especially if she was giving it her all. Whoa, is this for real? The place was packed. The gym was overflowing with people crowding around the volleyball court. There were a lot of girls, but even more guys, and they all looked flushed and excited for some reason. Damn. I can't even see the game with all these people, and I can't get through. It's like a crazy fireworks festival here. I tried to push my way through, but all I got were annoyed glares. Just as I was wondering what to do, someone grabbed my arm. Over here, Nihama-kun. I know exactly who you're here for. Huh. Kazumihara-san? It was Kazumihara-san. We had been talking more since the cultural festival, and while she seemed quiet and studious at first glance, she was actually pretty unpredictable and marched to the beat of her own drum. Hey, don't pull so hard, just be quiet and follow me. The match has already started. Ignoring my protests, Kazumihara-san dragged me to the front of the crowd. Some people shot us dirty looks, but she didn't seem to care. Here we are. Feast your eyes on the reason for all this commotion. Huh? Commotion? What do you? My question died in my throat as I looked at the volleyball court, and my mind went completely blank. There she was, Shijoin-san. No, an angel, chasing after the ball with all her might. She was wearing a white gym shirt and blue shorts, showing way more skin than her usual school uniform. It was almost dazzling, and I could barely look straight at her. Her long, beautiful black hair was tied back in a ponytail, revealing the nape of her neck, which just added to her allure. But she didn't seem to notice any of it. She was completely focused on the game, running and jumping with everything she had. And of course, with all that intense action in the summer heat, she was drenched in sweat. Oh, wow. This is bad. Her gym clothes were plastered to her skin, and even though you couldn't quite see her underwear, the whole situation was incredibly suggestive. And every time she jumped or made a sudden move, her chest bounced. And every guy in the gym seemed to be having a collective heart attack. Seriously, that oblivious, sweat-drenched Yamato Nadeshiko. Someone needs to tell her she's practically a national treasure. Calling her a national treasure is one thing, but yeah, I agree, she doesn't seem to realize how beautiful she is. Wait a second, was this whole crowd here just to ogle the incredibly tantalizing, sweat-drenched Shijoin-san? Damn it. I want to kick every single one of these guys out of the gym right now. I wanted to protect her, to make sure her effort on the court wasn't overshadowed by the gawking eyes around her, and that determination was beginning to boil over inside me. It's disgusting, I muttered, unable to shake the feeling of unease as a group of guys leered at Shijoin-san. Her sweat-soaked clothes clung to her, drawing their unwanted attention. Kazumihara-san let out a sigh, her eyes scanning the crowd. Honestly, I'm surprised to see so many guys gathered here. You know, she added with a mischievous grin, if I bottled all that sweat, I could probably make a fortune. I shot her a disapproving look. Seriously, Kazumihara-san, you can't just joke about stuff like that. It's gross. She laughed, raising her hands in mock surrender. Just kidding, she said, still amused. Then, her tone shifted slightly, softening, but you know, I think Shijoin-san's real charm lies in how she gives her all, even in something as simple as a school sports tournament. You'd think that living a whole lifetime would have prepared me for high school, but Shijoin-san, with her boundless energy, still managed to surprise me. In my previous life, we had been practically strangers, so she remained an enigma to me. Of course, our class was full of unique, almost eccentric personalities. Yeah, I guess, I murmured, my gaze drawn to Shijoin-san as she chased after the volleyball. Sure, her beauty was captivating, but what really drew me in was the intensity in her expression. Shijoin-san was fully absorbed in the game. Despite not being a star athlete, she wasn't particularly fast or skilled. She threw herself into the match with the energy of a championship final. It was as if she poured her heart into every moment, living her youth with a passion that was impossible to ignore. Hee, have you fallen for her again? Or should I say, are you perpetually falling for her? Kazumihara-san teased, a smirk playing on her lips. Shut up, I grumbled, shooting her a glare. She knew about my feelings for Shijoin-san and loved to poke fun at me whenever she got the chance. "Oh, by the way," she continued, her voice laced with amusement, "I heard Fujihashi-san gave you some extra softball training. As a fellow unathletic person, I admire your dedication, but honestly, the fact that you did it just to avoid looking uncool in front of Shijoin-san is so endearingly sweet. It's almost sickening." "Sorry for being so predictable," I muttered, feeling a blush creep up my neck. Now that she mentioned it, my reason for training did seem ridiculously childish. Under Kazumihara-san's teasing gaze, I couldn't help but turn away in embarrassment. "If I had any athletic ability," I grumbled, "I wouldn't have needed the extra training. I envy those naturally good at sports. It's such an effortless way to seem cool." "No wonder the guys in the baseball and soccer clubs are so popular, huh?" "Students who excel at sports definitely stand out. But Nihama-kun, you practically led the cultural festival and asked the finals. You've done plenty of impressive things yourself." Kazumihara-san looked genuinely bewildered by my statement. "Those are just school events," I countered. "Sure, maybe I gained some recognition within the class, but no one actually thinks I'm cool because of it." It was true that I'd made a name for myself during the cultural festival and the finals, and my standing in the class had definitely improved, but being admired and being perceived as cool were two different things entirely. "Really?" Kazumihara-san pressed, her brow furrowed. "Why do you always have such a ridiculously low opinion of yourself, Nihama-kun?" "Fujihashi-san helped you train because of who you are, you know." "Ridiculously low opinion." Well, she wasn't wrong. After a lifetime of regrets, I still carried the weight of self-reproach. Even though I was trying to make the most of this second chance, learning to like myself wasn't easy. Looks like our class is falling behind," Kazumihara-san announced, breaking the silence. "Let's give them some proper support." It seemed the opposing team had a girl from the volleyball club, putting our class at a disadvantage. Even so, the majority of the crowd was there to cheer Shijoin-san, roaring their support for our class. In this cacophony of cheers, my voice would likely be lost. But I still wanted to support Shijoin-san, who was giving it her all on the court. "Shijoin-san, keep it up," I shouted from the bottom of my heart, a cheer I never would have uttered in my previous life. My voice, of course, was swallowed by the wave of cheers surrounding me. But somehow, that didn't seem to matter. "Wait, what?" Shijoin-san, completely absorbed in the game just moments ago, suddenly reacted to my voice and turned toward me, her large eyes locked with mine, and in an instant, her tense, focused expression softened into the radiant, blossoming smile. My breath caught as beads of sweat glistened on her skin, making her look even more captivating than usual. Her smile, a response to my voice, sent my heart racing. But in the very next second, my eyes darted to the ball, which was speeding toward her from the opposing team. "Shijoin-san, look out, the ball." "Huh? At the sound of her teammate's warning, she quickly turned back toward the game, but it was already too late. Distracted by my call, Shijoin-san couldn't react in time. The ball hit the floor with a heavy thud and bounced high. "Oh no, what have I done?" This is definitely my fault, isn't it?" I groaned, unable to deny the truth. "Well, looks like you accidentally helped the other team," Kazumihara said dryly. We stood just outside the gym, the echoes of the match still ringing in my ears. The game had ended in a loss for Shijoin-san's team, largely because of the mistake caused by my ill-timed shout. I couldn't shake the weight of responsibility. "I'm really sorry. You were doing so well, and I messed it all up by distracting you," I blurted, the words tumbling over each other in my rush to apologize. "No, it's my fault for getting distracted," she replied softly, her voice tinged with sadness. "I just wasn't used to having friends cheer me on. It made me so happy." Clearly shaken by both the mistake and the loss, Shijoin-san looked dejected. Her teammates had laughed it off and forgiven her, but it seemed she couldn't help but dwell on it. She must have really cared about the game. "I feel awful for causing this loss." As I watched her crestfallen expression, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she looked, even in her disappointment. Her cheeks were flushed, a few stray strands of hair framed her face, and her eyes, tinged with sadness, somehow made her even more captivating. It was rare to see someone take things so seriously in high school, where being earnest was often seen as uncool, but no more sulking. She suddenly declared, a spark returning to her eyes. My class is still working hard to win the championship, so I've got to cheer them on. Wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, Shijoin-san clasped her hands in front of her, shaking off the gloom that had weighed on her just moments ago. Lately, it felt like Shijoin-san had become better at expressing her feelings and bouncing back from setbacks. She seemed more in control of her emotions, more self-assured. "Nihama-kun," she began, her gaze meeting mine, "you even borrowed equipment from the softball club to practice during your free time, right? It's amazing how hard you've been working." Oh, well, I stammered, feeling a blush creep up my neck. It was true that I had practiced, but it was really just a last-minute effort to bring my terrible skills up to a passable level. I definitely didn't feel worthy of the admiration shining in her eyes. "Just like during the cultural festival, you're putting your all into the sports tournament, aren't you? I think it's really incredible how dedicated you always are." Her words struck a chord within me. Wearing her gym uniform, her hair tied up in a ponytail, Shijoin-san smiled at me with the same open, sincere expression she always had. There wasn't a hint of pretense. Her praise was genuine, straight from the heart. Her warmth and admiration made my heart soar in a way that was hard to describe. "Your softball game is the last one today, right?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'll be there cheering for you, so make sure to win, okay? Do it for me, since I lost my match," she added with a playful grin. "Why yeah, leave it to me. I'll make sure we win the final match," I declared, trying to project an air of confidence I didn't fully feel. Her unwavering support filled me with joy, but at the same time, it added to the weight of pressure on my shoulders. Still, the genuine smile of hers sparked a surge of energy in my chest. I didn't want to see that hopeful expression fade into disappointment. I wanted to see it transform into something greater, true, uncontainable happiness. That thought fueled my determination, strengthening my resolve to win. Maybe, just maybe, this sports tournament was my chance to shine, to show both myself and her that I'm not the same old Nihama-kun. Chapter 3, showcasing my hot-blooded passion at this time. The softball tournament had reached its final game. Victory would crown our class champions. Just like in my past life, beneath a clear sky, our team assembled, ready for the decisive match. This sucks. How many games have we been forced to play today? I swear, I hate softball. That ball's always out to get you. At least in soccer, you can just run around and look cool. Jinji grumbled beside me, his gym clothes wrinkled and dirt-streaked from the long tournament. He, like me, was more comfortable with a keyboard than a ball. Seriously, he continued, why are school events always about sports? Do they think running around chasing a ball somehow makes us smarter? But he paused, giving me a suspicious look. You seem unusually fired up about this, Nihama. Don't tell me you've suddenly turned into some sports prodigy, just like you did with your grades. Hardly, I scoffed. Athletic skills don't just show up out of nowhere, but I did put in a little extra effort for this game. Truthfully, some extra effort was an understatement. I'd practically transformed myself into a training machine. The memory of those intense practice sessions, Fudahashi-san's unwavering support, and Shijoin-san's sweet encouragement, it all swirled within me, fueling my determination. Jinji's eyes widened. Ah, I get it. You've been secretly training to impress Shijoin-san, haven't you? What? How did you know? Are you a mind reader or something? Jinji shot me an exasperated look. Come on, I've cracked your code by now. The old you ran on commands like stay quiet and give up. But now it's all work myself to the bone for the girl I like. You've become a hopeless romantic, Nihama. Am I really that transparent? I wondered. Though, I have to admit, Jinji continued, glancing around, there are a lot of people watching this final match. He was right. A massive crowd of students had gathered around the field. Practically our entire year had shown up. Well, it makes sense, I reasoned. All the other classes have finished their games. This one decides the overall winner, so naturally, everyone's interested. It wasn't just the number of spectators. The whole place buzzed with excitement. Go for it. Win this, and we're the champions. Come on, softball team. The teacher promised us drinks if you win. Do it for the class. I've got my lunch money riding on our class winning, so don't let me down. The cheers were overwhelmingly in our favor, a tidal wave of support. The energy was even more intense than I remembered from my past life, and while it could have been crushing pressure, our team seemed to thrive on it. We've come this far, let's finish strong. Yeah, hearing all the girls cheering us on is really firing me up. All right. Time to unleash my legendary one-legged batting stance. Akazaki-kun, you face-planted when you tried that in the second game. Maybe go with something else this time? Despite the playful banter, our team's morale was sky-high. But what's gotten into everyone? I thought. My classmates had been unusually fired up all day, perfectly in sync, constantly shouting words of encouragement. Even the spectators seemed more enthusiastic than I remembered. In my previous life, the excitement usually built gradually, not exploding like this before the game even began. Hey, Gingy, I said, don't you think our class is a little too hyped up? He gave me a surprised look. What are you talking about, Nahama? You're the one who got everyone fired up in the first place. I blinked, puzzled. Wait, what? What did I do? Gingy's response left me feeling a bit dumbfounded. Everyone got hyped after that festival you organized, right? Ever since then, the class has gotten a lot closer. The sense of camaraderie is stronger now, and things are just easier between everyone. So now that we're here in the final round of the softball tournament, of course, everyone's going to be pumped. Is that really it? I had noticed we were more united, but I hadn't realized the cultural festival had such a lasting impact, now that I thought about it. When I came in first during the finals, my classmates went wild with praise. Back then, I thought they were just excited because I had beaten Mitsurugi, the class prince, but looking back, it seems the mood had already shifted, and the class had become much more spirited. Is that? My eyes wandered to the sidelines, where Shijoin-san stood in her gym uniform, surrounded by our cheering classmates. Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san flanked her, and the three of them were watching us closely. Noticing my gaze, Kazumihara-san shot me a mischievous grin, as if to say, "Oh, so you're checking in on us? Go ahead and show off in front of Shijoin-san." Meanwhile, Fujihashi-san gave me a thumbs up, her expression clearly saying, "Show them what we've been working on." Go for it. Shijoin-san was practically glowing with excitement, completely caught up in the energy of the moment. Then, our eyes met. It felt like we were searching for each other through the crowd, and once our gazes locked, she broke into a bright, blooming smile with a lively wave. It was as if she were saying, "I'm cheering for you, give it everything you've got." Her support felt genuine, no strings attached. "No way," she was waving at me. Someone shouted, "You guys are delusional." "She's way out of your league," a cynical voice scoffed. "But look how into the game she is. If we show off a little, maybe she'll notice us." Another voice chimed in, full of hope. "At last, fate has presented me with the perfect chance to shine," someone else added dramatically. "Boys are such simple creatures," I thought. A smile and a wave from a pretty girl, and suddenly they're ready to take on the world. And me? I was no different. "Nahama, look at these guys. They're all losing their minds over one wave." Gingy chuckled. "Whew, this is it. I'm gonna impress her for sure." "Seriously, you're the one who's the most whipped," another classmate teased, poking fun. I told myself to ignore them, but the girl I loved more than anyone had just smiled and waved at me. How could I not be excited? Just as our playful banter hit its peak, an announcement echoed across the field. "It's game time. The softball match between classes 2B and 2D is about to begin. All players, please report to the field. Let's go, Gingy. Time to show them what we've got." I sprinted toward the assembly point, the others close behind. "Watch out. I'm going to hit a home run every time." "Hell yeah. I'll be the star player." "All the girls will be chanting my name," one of the students yelled. Fueled by Shijoin-san's encouragement, everyone rushed forward, caught up in the excitement. "Hey, wait up," I called out. "Don't leave me out of the action." Jinji, being the only one who couldn't quite join in on the fun, looked a little out of place. He was like that one guy at a party who isn't drinking, trying his best to keep it together while everyone else goes wild. Anyway, the match, which brought back some unpleasant memories from my past life, started off with an unexpected burst of energy. The final match of the tournament turned out to be incredibly close. The opposing team was full of athletes, some with real baseball experience. Whenever we got up to bat, even when we managed a solid hit, it would either turn into a fly ball or a grounder, and their fielding was flawless. We couldn't score any runs at first. On top of that, they weren't just good at defense, their batting was strong, too. Our class had Tsukamoto-kun from the baseball team pitching, and his awesome throws, I think they're called windmill pitches, had easily dominated our earlier opponents. But in this game, they kept hitting them again and again. However, our defense, with morale somehow sky high, kept making incredible plays, like diving catches and jumping throws, stopping every one of their hits. Even though the opposing team kept hitting what seemed like solid shots, they started getting frustrated because they couldn't score. As the game went on, they began making mistakes. After Jinji got hit by a pitch, during my turn at bat, the opposing team messed up what should have been an easy grounder, letting Jinji advance even though I got out. Then Tsukamoto-kun, wanting to impress his girlfriend and his baseball teammates, decided to show off and hit a single, scoring us a point. As expected from someone with his skills, everyone erupted in cheers as Jinji stumbled back to home plate, clutching his side and groaning, "There's nothing nice about taking a fastball to the ribs. It hurts." But despite his complaints, a grin tugged at his lips. Scoring the winning run clearly had its perks. If we could just hold them off now, victory would be ours. But as that thought echoed in my mind, a chilling sense of déjà vu washed over me. Is this really happening again, just like before? We entered the final inning with a one-run lead. Tsukamoto-kun, beginning to tire, was relying heavily on our defense, which had managed to get 2 outs. But now, runners were on second and third, one more out, and the game was ours. The tension on the field, packed with nearly all the second years, was electric. Everyone was completely absorbed in the game, the atmosphere far more intense than anything I'd experienced in my past life. I spotted Shijoin-san, cheering with infectious enthusiasm. Fujihashi-san, as expected, was there too, and even the usually gloomy Kazumihara-san watched with clenched fists. "Go for it, Tsukamoto-kun. Just one more out. Hit it. Walk-off home run. Don't give up. We've come too far to lose. Aim for the outfield. They're weaker out there. This isn't baseball. The ball won't fly that far. Defend the infield." Both classes were fired up, their energy rivaling that of a professional match, and I understood why. Even in a casual game, the thrill of uncertainty, the possibility of victory or defeat, had a way of igniting passions. Just because the situation feels familiar doesn't mean the ball will come my way. Since starting over in this life, I hadn't encountered any fate or destiny forcing history to repeat itself. My actions had already changed the future drastically. The cultural festival, the exams, my relationships with my family and friends. All of it was different. So, something as trivial as the trajectory of a ball probably wouldn't follow the same path as in my past life. But even if it does come my way, I'll catch it, no matter what. That's why I practiced so hard. Throughout the game, not a single ball had come my way in right field, but not once did I think, "I hope it stays that way." At first, all I cared about was not embarrassing myself in front of Shijoin-san, but as I looked around, I saw my teammates, fired up, giving it their all, and my classmates, cheering us on with such enthusiasm. They were genuinely enjoying this shared experience, this sense of unity, and I realized, I didn't hate it. The atmosphere, the camaraderie, it was actually pretty great. It's not just about impressing Shijoin anymore. I want to win with this class. That's what truly matters now. And then, the final pitch was thrown, and the opposing batter swung his bat. The sound that echoed wasn't the satisfying thud of the ball in the catcher's mitt. It was a sharp, metallic ping, the sound the other team had been waiting for. I looked up, and there it was, soaring high into the sky, heading straight toward me in right field. It's really heading this way, and it's going deep. Thanks to Fujihashi-san's training, I reacted instantly, launching myself into a full-on sprint. Can I reach it in time? And even if I do, can I catch it? The ball climbed higher and higher. This wasn't any ordinary fly ball. It was far more challenging than the one I had fumbled in my past life. If I miss this, we'll lose, just like before. But if I catch it, victory is ours. All eyes were on me, on the ball arcing through the blue sky, and on me chasing after it. I didn't need to look to know the pressure was immense. I might not make it. As I ran, doubts whispered in my ear, familiar and insidious. I can handle most things, but sports, that's a whole different story. I've put in the effort, so if I mess up, well, it can't be helped. This is a tough catch for anyone. No one's going to blame me if I miss it. Even now, the coward in me was scrambling for excuses, trying to hold me back, like a ghost haunting my every step. My stride faltered for a split second. Nihama-kun, do your best. Shijoin-san's voice cut through the noise, the voice of the girl I cherished more than anyone. She wasn't her usual composed self. She was shouting, pouring her heart into every syllable, cheering me on with all her might. Her encouragement washed over me like a wave of pure, unadulterated support. Pavlov's dog had nothing on me. Just hearing her voice filled me with joy, my heart pounding with renewed determination. All my doubts, all my fears, they were gone. That's right, I decided not to run away anymore, to face things head-on. Not just in sports, but in everything. That's how I vowed to live this second life. I tracked the ball's descent, glove outstretched, sprinting with everything I had. The timing was impossibly tight, my movements purely instinctive, and then, like a falling star, the ball grazed the edge of my glove and bounced away. What? It felt as if time had slowed as I watched the ball spin through the air after bouncing off my glove. Victory, once within our grasp, was slipping through my fingers, shaped like a white softball. No. But instead of despair, a fierce defiance surged within me. I won't let it go. A burning passion, unlike anything I'd ever felt, ignited deep within me. A fiery resolve surged, something that never could have existed in my past life. And then, exclamation mark. My desperate lunge for the catch sent me sprawling across the field, engulfed in a cloud of reddish-brown dust. He missed it. Run it in. We're gonna win this. Cheers and groans exploded from both sides of the field, hanging thick with the tension of victory and defeat. But then, wait, look. Shijoin-san's startled shout pierced the noise, and all eyes snapped back to me. As the dust settled, I lay sprawled across the dirt, a triumphant grin spreading across my face. My right hand shot up, and there it was. The ball, which had slipped free from my glove and soared into the air, was now firmly clutched in my grip. I held the winning catch high, letting everyone see the proof of our victory. Out. Game over. The teacher, standing in as umpire, declared with finality. In an instant, my classmates erupted, their cheers filling the field like a wave, echoing our triumph across the sky. Section. The cheers of victory rained down around me, but I sat there in a daze, staring at the ball in my hand. We won. I caught it, and we actually won. Right? The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind a strange, surreal disbelief. The ball, the cheers, it all felt like a dream. Wait, this isn't the you tried hard, but too bad kind of ending. I really did it, didn't I? Nice catch, Nihama. You did it, Nihama 2.0. Ha ha ha. Winning with that kind of excitement feels great. Before I knew it, my teammates had gathered around me, their faces beaming with the pure joy of victory, like children, as they showered me with praise. Everyone is showering me with praise. Me, the guy who trips over air and fumbles every ball thrown his way. It feels surreal. Like the after-party of the cultural festival. I stood there in a daze, absorbing their words. Was I really the center of this victory celebration, like some hero in a baseball manga? Thank you. But it was just a lucky catch. Honestly, that was the first time I actually did anything useful in the field all game. Haha. Don't worry about the details. The guy who makes the final play always gets the glory. Tsukamoto-kun, our race pitcher, grinned. Seriously, you saved my skin. When that last hit went up, I thought I was going to die. But then you caught it, and I just yelled, way to go. Nihama-kun. Man, the relief was incredible. You were amazing. Tsukamoto-kun's gratitude was genuine. It seemed the pressure on him had been immense, and my catch had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Yeah, you were awesome. Normally, these tournaments are a drag, but if it means this much attention from the girls, we can't afford to lose. That catch was so bad it was almost funny, but hey, nice grab, bookworm. Guys, maybe it was the euphoria of victory, but their genuine excitement over my small contribution was overwhelming. I'd never seen them so genuinely excited before. Perhaps this was another unexpected side effect of my efforts to impress Shijoin-san, a ripple effect from the cultural festival. Winning with this team, sharing this joy, it felt amazing. All right, if you guys insist, I guess I'll let myself get excited. I wasn't really feeling it before, but now I'm gonna shout too. Yeah, do it. You're late. Everyone else already did. Taking a deep breath, I decided to embrace the moment. Yes, we won. My triumphant shout echoed across the field as I pumped my fist in the air, surrounded by my cheering teammates. Section R. That hits the spot. The water from the fountain was incredibly refreshing, cooling me down after the intense game. A lingering exhilaration, like a pleasant buzz, still coursed through me. Everyone was so happy. I thought back to my teammates and their ecstatic celebration. In my previous life, ball tournaments had been nothing but a source of dread and frustration, but seeing everyone so fired up had made all the effort worthwhile. It's worth pushing yourself, even at things you're not good at. Exactly. Effort pays off, especially when it comes to muscles. Whoa! Fujihashi-san. I whirled around to find Fujihashi-san standing behind me. Her face lit up with a beaming smile. I saw the whole thing. Nihama-kun. You were amazing. I was so impressed, she exclaimed, clearly proud of the results of her coaching. Always a bundle of energy, Fujihashi-san seemed even more vibrant than usual, her excitement practically radiating outward. To see you, Nihama-kun, go from fumbling every ball to making that incredible catch. It was pure determination. Like a baby bird suddenly taking flight. I'm so moved. Fujihashi-san gushed, her voice thick with emotion. Please don't cry. And do you always have to compliment me by insulting me first? I retorted, though I couldn't deny the accuracy of the baby bird comparison. But seriously, thank you, Fujihashi-san. I couldn't have done it without your, let's say thorough training. Then it was all worth it. She beamed. Hey, if you're enjoying sports now, maybe you should join the track and field club. Sorry, I'm going to have to pass on that one. I dodged her casual recruitment attempt with a polite smile, and Fujihashi responded with a playful click of her tongue. Sorry, Fujihashi-san. This experience might have made me less terrified of sports, but it also confirmed my complete lack of athletic ability. But you were amazing, she continued, her enthusiasm undeterred. Seeing you, who used to dread sports, playing with such intensity. Wow, the power of love is incredible. The moment Shijoin-san cheered for you, you were like a different person. Did I really change that much? Totally. It was like someone swapped out your batteries for a high-powered motor. You were even making these whoosh sounds. Seriously? That's so embarrassing. I groaned, mortified at the thought of myself making strange noises during the game. I had no idea I was that obvious. But I'm kind of jealous of Shijoin-san, Fujihashi-san admitted, her voice softer now. Everyone has crushes, but your feelings are so strong. Is that so? Yeah, I've never had a boyfriend, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm sure of it, and those feelings will definitely reach her, I guarantee it. As your coach, Her smile was bright and encouraging, full of her characteristic energy. Fujihashi-san really was a great person. Oh, looks like the person you've been waiting for has arrived, so I'll make a cool exit and leave you two alone. See you later. With that, Fujihashi-san dashed off. Huh? What was that about? And then I saw her. Nihama-kun, I finally found you. Eh? Shijoin-san? It was definitely her, but I could hardly believe my eyes. Shijoin-san, usually so calm and composed, was practically glowing with excitement. Before I could react, a pair of soft hands suddenly enveloped mine. Wow! Shijoin-san was standing right in front of me, holding both my hands in hers. My brain struggled to process this unexpected turn of events. That was amazing. Winning like that at the last second. It was so exciting to watch. She exclaimed, pumping my hands up and down. The warmth of her hands was overwhelming, but I was still trying to catch up with what was happening. Shijoin-san, I'm glad. But what's with this? Shaking, huh? Isn't this how you celebrate a great softball play? Fujihashi-san told me, if you do this to Nihama-kun, he'll be really happy. Fujihashi-san. So this is her doing? Well, I can't exactly complain. Anyway, it was just amazing. So amazing that I can't even describe how amazing it was. Shijoin-san seemed to have lost all ability to form coherent sentences, her excitement rivaling that of Osaka residents celebrating a baseball championship. Nihama-kun, when you caught that ball, I felt something in my chest, like a burst of warmth. Seeing you not give up, even when it seemed impossible, it was so inspiring. And when everyone ran over to you, I almost cried. I was so happy for you. Shijoin-san's voice sparkled with excitement, her genuine happiness shining through. True to her love for teamwork and school spirit, she had clearly been swept up in the game. And I'm so glad. Of course, I'm happy we won and that everyone's celebrating together, but I'm especially happy that you looked like you were genuinely enjoying yourself, Nihama-kun. This unexpected observation caught me off guard. I looked like I was enjoying myself? Yes. Up until this afternoon, you seemed so tense, but once the final game started, you were like a different person. Cheering for the batters, jumping for joy when we scored. You were completely caught up in the game. Now that she mentioned it, despite my nerves, I hadn't felt the usual dread or fear of failure. I wasn't counting down the seconds until it was over. For someone who had always avoided sports, this was a revelation. Yeah, I have zero talent for sports, so I've always dreaded things like the ball tournament. But I guess during that last game, I really wanted to win, and I found myself actually enjoying playing with the team. It was thanks to Fujihashi-san's coaching and the camaraderie with my teammates. But the real reason I pushed myself, the one who truly fueled my motivation, was Shijoin-san. I couldn't bear the thought of embarrassing myself in front of her. Thank you for cheering for me, Shijoin-san. When you called out to me at the end, it made me so happy, and it gave me this incredible boost. Thanks to that, I was able to make that catch. Oh, I just got caught up in the moment and shouted without thinking, but I'm glad it helped. Shijoin-san blushed, lowering her voice. I was so into the game that I ended up yelling really loudly, which was a bit unladylike. It's kind of embarrassing. But when I saw you running so desperately, Nihama-kun, I just couldn't hold back. With a shy smile and a faint blush, Shijoin-san's words and expression were so pure and genuine they washed over me like a refreshing wave. Once again, I found myself captivated by her. Seeing that expression, one that erased all my exhaustion, made all the struggles and anxieties about the game melt away. Well then, everyone's waiting, so let's head back to the classroom. I heard the teacher's going to treat us to some juice. Yeah, let's go. We can't have a proper celebration without everyone. A pleasant fatigue settled over me as I walked alongside Shijoin-san. It suddenly struck me how much this whole experience mirrored a typical sports manga. I started practicing for a girl, endured intense training fueled by those feelings, overcame my aversion to sports, connected with my team, and ultimately achieved victory through sheer determination. Reflecting on it all, I thought, in my previous life, I hated sports manga, but maybe they're not so bad after all. Intermission, the beginning of summer break. And just like that, the first term was over. The final event of the term, the sports tournament, had wrapped up, and today was the closing ceremony. We'd just returned to our classroom after the principal's customary speech in the gym, and the room was buzzing with energy. Summer vacation started tomorrow, and my classmates were practically bursting with excitement. "Let's hit the beach," one of them shouted. "I'm definitely picking up some girls and getting myself a girlfriend. Then bring your pajamas and come over to my place after that." Another chimed in, "We'll stay up all night eating snacks and chatting. Real men should just dive into games." A third voice declared, "Everyone, bring your PSPs. We're doing a Monster Hunter marathon." All around the classroom, groups were forming, each one buzzing with excitement as they shared their long-awaited plans for the break. You could see it on everyone's faces, that unmistakable joy that only comes with the start of summer vacation. Summer vacation, huh? It feels so nostalgic. I remember struggling to finish my homework and envying the guys who already had plans with their girlfriends. Now, though, I found myself watching my classmates with a gentle smile, caught up in their contagious excitement. Seeing everyone so thrilled about our one and only summer vacation as second-year high school students filled me with a warm sense of contentment. "Hey, how about this place?" one of the girls suggested. "I heard the crepes there are amazing." "Sounds good," another replied. "And the prices are actually high school student friendly." "That sounds perfect," a third girl exclaimed. "Just us girls, eating crepes together. It's like a dream come true. I'm so happy I could cry." "Ah, really?" a fourth responded, sounding a bit bewildered. "Is it that big of a deal?" As I glanced over, I noticed Shijoin-san, Fudahashi-san, and Kazumihara-san chatting happily together. It looked like they were making plans for a girls' day out over summer break, deciding on which cafe to meet at. For Shijoin-san, who had never truly known the warmth of close friendship, this must have been a moment filled with pure, heartfelt joy. When I think about it, I'm still a bit surprised that Fudahashi-san and Kazumihara-san suggested we exchange contact information so suddenly. Right after the sports festival ended, Fudahashi-san and Kazumihara-san came up to me out of the blue and said casually, "Nihama-kun, let's exchange contact information." Once again, I was struck by Fudahashi-san's easygoing, outgoing personality and Kazumihara-san's laid-back demeanor. I didn't have any reason to refuse, so we exchanged contact information. "We brought this up because we want to help you with your love life, Nihama-kun," Fudahashi-san explained with a grin. "You should be grateful. We might even share some useful info or photos of Haruka." "Yep, same reason here," Kazumihara-san chimed in. "Since we're going to help bring you two together, we need a way to stay in touch." Playing this kind of role feels like something straight out of a romance manga. It's so exciting. I was genuinely grateful that Shijoin-san's friends wanted to help, and I truly appreciated the bond I had formed with them in this life. "Still, isn't half the reason because you're eager to keep a close watch on my love life?" I asked, giving them a half-lidded gaze. The two of them flinched, their faces twisting into awkward smiles as they quickly looked away. It seemed I'd hit the mark. Their intentions were a mix of genuine support and a hint of playful curiosity. Well, for high school girls, other people's love lives were probably the ultimate source of entertainment. Anyway, starting tomorrow, I've got nothing but free time ahead of me. I wonder how I should spend it. Having spent my past life toiling away at a black company, where the word vacation was practically forbidden, the idea of a whole month off for summer break felt almost unreal. Vacation was evil. Vacation was slacking off. Only those who worked straight through were seen as true members of society. That was the insane world I came from. So, it's no wonder I had no idea how to spend my summer vacation. I planned to study for my future and take over household chores to help my mum, but beyond that, I didn't really have any plans. But, if I'm being honest, I am not entirely sure how to enjoy a vacation at all. I glanced at Shijoin-san, happily chatting with her friends. Her warm, radiant smile, as always, captivated my heart and seemed to melt away all my worries. Just watching her filled me with an incredible surge of energy. making all my fatigue disappear. With summer break starting tomorrow, I wouldn't be seeing Shijoin-san in the classroom every day anymore. I'd known this was coming for a while. Yet, as the day approached, I couldn't shake this deep sense of longing. I can't imagine summer without her. I want her by my side. While everyone else eagerly anticipated the days ahead, I found myself whispering those words to myself. Section Few. Last day of term, and I'm still here doing library commit work? It's gotten pretty late, hasn't it? Haha. Well, the school library still gets a lot of use even during summer break, especially from the third years who come to study. I'm glad we finished the final tidying up. After the last day of the term, I found myself walking home with Shijoin-san. We didn't walk together every day, but it had somehow become routine after our library committee duties. Walking home like this with you brings back memories, Shijoin-san said, her voice tinged with nostalgia. It's been over 2 months now since the day you helped me, when those girls had me cornered after school. Ah, has it really been that long? That was the day I first time leapt, a day when everything felt strange and unbelievable, but also a day when I swore to make the most of this second chance at life. It was the day I reunited with Haruka Shijoin, the girl I'd admired, after 12 long years. You know, looking back, that was the day you really changed. Nahama-kun, Shijoin-san mused. It was like you became a different person overnight. More confident, so much stronger. It honestly surprised me. Shijoin-san let out a small laugh, as if recalling the shock of seeing a once shy introvert suddenly carry himself with the confidence and weariness of a seasoned corporate drone. Since then, every day was felt so full, she continued, her voice warm. I'm constantly amazed by your incredible energy and strength. Because of you, my high school life has started to shine brighter and brighter. Her large eyes met mine, and her long black hair swayed gently as she smiled. No, it's not that big of a deal, I mumbled, trying to downplay her praise. No, it really is, Shijoin-san insisted, cutting me off. In such a short time, the girl who had once been so reserved was now confidently expressing her thoughts. It was amazing to see how much she had grown. For example, just earlier, I made plans with the 2 new friends I've made to go to a cafe together as soon as summer break starts, she explained. For someone like me, who's always dreamed of having these typical high school experiences, it's such a joy. And the reason I was able to become friends with Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san was because you worked so hard at the cultural festival, Nahama-kun. Well, maybe I helped a little in creating that opportunity, I replied, surprised by how naturally she referred to them as her friends. In my previous life, when I hadn't done anything during the cultural festival, Shijoin-san hadn't her close friends like Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san. I just hadn't wanted to spoil something she was looking forward to, and any good that came from it was purely unintentional. During this first term, you've helped me so much, Nahama-kun, and I'm really grateful, she said, her voice soft. But more than that, I just wanted to tell you how much I've enjoyed being with you all this time! Exclamation mark. Her words lingered in the air, leaving me speechless. Maybe it was the warm, nostalgic glow of the summer evening that made her say it, but Shijoin-san's voice carried a calm, serene tone that felt unlike her usual self. Even her usual words, spoken with such gentle grace, carried a new kind of weight, paired with her soft, subtle smile. They pierced my heart with perfect accuracy. Hearing that, it makes me really happy, I stammered, my voice thick with emotion. Truly happy. As I thought back to the first day of my time leap, memories of my past life flooded over me, intensifying these feelings. Considering the person I once was, just walking beside Shijoin-san like this and receiving such genuine warmth from her felt nothing short of miraculous. My heart swelled with a mix of gratitude and disbelief. Even just during this one semester, I'm experiencing more miracles than I ever could have dreamed of. I still don't know why I leapt through time or what it all means. Maybe I'll never understand it, not even at the end of this second life. Perhaps one day, this world will simply vanish, like a dream fading with the sunrise. But regardless, these priceless golden days had taught me the joy of life, something I had never felt in my previous life, and that alone made this second chance incredibly precious, almost unbearably so. "Oh, we've reached the fork in the road," Shijoin-san said softly. "Ah, yes, we have." Shijoin-san's house was in the suburbs, while mine was in a residential area closer to the school. This was where our paths diverged. Naturally, we could only walk part of the way together before heading home on our own, and now, we had reached the point where we had to part ways. "Well, then, Shijoin-san, take care of yourself over the break," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes, you too, Nihama-kun. Enjoy your vacation," she replied with a gentle smile. We exchanged the same farewell words we had every time we walked home together this semester. But this time was different. Starting tomorrow, I wouldn't see Shijoin-san for a while. I should have taken a step forward after our goodbyes, yet, my feet wouldn't move. The thought of not seeing Shijoin-san's face from tomorrow onward, though natural and inevitable, filled me with a deep, inexplicable loneliness that held me rooted to the spot. The routine we had built in this life was temporarily coming to a halt, and I stood there like a fool, unable to move. Without knowing exactly what I wanted to do, I glanced over at Shijoin-san, only to find that she hadn't moved either. She was looking down, as if hesitating to say something, her gaze fixed on the ground. In the warm, lingering light of a humid summer evening, we were both wrapped in a strange silence. Shijoin-san," I blurted out, surprising even myself. "Why, yes," she replied, her voice sounding a little flustered. Normally, whenever I spoke to Shijoin-san, I chose my words carefully, always afraid of being disliked by her. Maybe that was a lingering habit from my corporate days when I was constantly mindful of others' reactions, but now, the words just spilled out, impulsive and unfiltered. For the first time, I realized that over these past 2 months, I'd somehow gained the ability to say things the old me never could. "So, since we exchanged contact information, I might send you a lot of emails over break," I blurted out. "Maybe I'll even call. But, if you could reply whenever you have time, that'd make me really happy." I poured out the feelings that had welled up in my chest in a single breath, simply sharing my wish to stay connected with her over the break. Of course," she replied, lifting her head with a bright smile. Her voice sparkled with excitement, as if the silence from moments before had never existed. "I'll be waiting, not just when I have time, but all the time," she continued, her enthusiasm bubbling over. "I'll reply to as many as you send, and I might even end up sending more myself. So, I look forward to staying in touch over the break." "Yes, absolutely." "I can't wait, Shijoin-san," I replied, my voice brimming with sincerity. As I answered, Shijoin-san gave me a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Seeing her like that, I realized she felt at least a little of the same reluctance to part ways, and that filled my heart with a warm joy. And so, my very first summer vacation in this life began, filling me with a warm glow in my heart and a flutter of anticipation for everything that lay ahead. Chapter 4. This time, I won't betray my sister's smile. The hushed atmosphere of the funeral parlor, the somber black attire, and the stark reality of my mother's lifeless body in the coffin before me, it all felt surreal, like a nightmarish dream I couldn't wake from. My sister's words pierced through the silence, leaving me reeling. "Why didn't you leave that awful job?" Kaneko's voice wavered, trembling under the weight of unshed tears. Her gaze bore into me, a mix of sorrow and frustration that had spilled forth after being held back for far too long. "Mom was so worried," she continued, her voice trembling. "She saw you getting thinner, sicker, and every time she tried to talk to you, you were always too busy. It broke her heart. The doctor had said Mom's heart attack was caused by chronic stress." Kaneko's words, though soft, felt heavier than they should have, as if they carried the weight of that diagnosis, twisting it into an unspoken accusation. The guilt clawing at my chest only sank its teeth deeper. "Mom hadn't truly smiled in years," Kaneko's voice cracked. "Especially in these last few years, her health just kept declining. The doctors all said it was stress, and I can't think of anything else that could have caused it." Standing there, a vision of grief in her black dress. Kaneko embodied my guilt and regret. Every word she spoke was a condemnation of my actions, or rather, my inaction. I begged you to leave that job, to stop making Mom worry. But you wouldn't listen. You knew it was a terrible place, but you were too afraid to change things. She was right. I had prioritized my fear of change over my mother's well-being, and now it was too late. The weight of my folly was crushing, an unbearable burden I would carry forever. The truth was, I knew something was wrong with my workplace, with my life, but fear held me captive. The thought of summoning the will to change, to act, to fight, it felt like an insurmountable task, a burden too heavy to bear. Kaneko's voice, thick with anguish, pierced through the numbness gripping me. Why are you like this? You've always been so passive, so indecisive, always letting others take advantage of you. Do you really think it's fine to let people walk all over you like that? Her tears fell, one by one, into the stillness of the funeral hall, each drop echoing louder than any words could. I stood rooted in place, crushed beneath the weight of her grief. What could I say? No excuse would reach her. Not now, not ever. Anything I said would only shatter against the raw truth of her pain. You sacrificed Mom's life, just to waste yours at that dreadful company. What were you thinking? If you had just done something, anything, maybe Mom would still be alive. Her words, laced with venom, pierced me like a poisoned dagger to the heart. I deserved her hatred, her contempt. With every tear that streamed down her face, the crushing weight of my guilt intensified, suffocating me. How could you be so incredibly stupid? That was the last time I saw Kaneko, the last time I heard her voice. Her words, filled with pain and loathing, marked the end of our family. In that moment, the Nihama family fractured irrevocably, erased by the weight of my own failings. Section. Phew, it's scorching. Definitely summer, I muttered, wiping the sweat from my brow. Yep, summer all right. The season when sunscreen becomes a necessity, not a luxury. Kaneko chimed in, her voice light and carefree. It was only a few days into our summer break from school, and the city was already sweltering. Heat shimmered off the pavement as we walked, the air thick and humid. I was dressed for comfort in a simple short-sleeved shirt and cotton pants. Kaneko, embodying her signature Gyaru style, rocked a trendy striped off-the-shoulder t-shirt and denim shorts, an outfit that looked like it was lifted straight from the pages of a teen fashion magazine. As her older brother, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of protectiveness. Don't you think that outfit's a little too revealing for summer, Kaneko? I scratched my head, feeling slightly awkward. Couldn't you just pick one, shoulders or legs? Showing both feels like a bit much. She shot me a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, come on, Ana-chan, don't cramp my style. A girl's got to express herself, you know? Besides, she added with a dramatic flourish, if I can't be cute, I might as well just die. Her exaggerated response disarmed me, a smile tugging at my lips. What could I say to that? Kaneko had always been fiercely independent and spirited, and I knew better than to try to stifle her self-expression. Well, I conceded. You do look cute, I'll give you that. It was true, she had knack for putting together stylish outfits that were both trendy and uniquely her own. But seriously, I continued, when you blurted out, let's go out together, I thought you had something planned, not just a need for a personal shopping assistant. I couldn't resist teasing her a little. Kaneko giggled, her ponytail swaying. Oh, come on, Ana-chan, you were just going to be bored at home anyway, right? What's better than spending the day with your adorable little sister? Her playful wink and mischievous smile made it hard to stay annoyed. She was undeniably cute, and I understood why she was so popular with the boys at school. Honestly, I sighed, shaking my head in amusement. At least I got a first-hand look at just how long girls can take to shop. We'd already wandered through countless boutiques, and Kaneko's shopping habits were nothing short of exhausting. Everything was so cute, and demanded her undivided attention, a quick touch here, a thoughtful tilt of her head there, and endless moments spent debating over the tiniest details. Yet somehow, she left most stores empty-handed. Her excitement bubbled over in every delighted squeal, every lingering glance, and every second spent agonizing over what to pick. After hours of this relentless hunt, the grand total of our loot was a single, embarrassingly small paper bag swinging from my hand. "Is all this window shopping really necessary?" I muttered, shifting the weight of the bag. "I swear, this whole process is torture." "Hey, you can't say that," Kaneko exclaimed, wagging her finger at me. "You really need to try to understand a girl's passion for shopping." "Passion, huh?" I echoed, trying to grasp her level of excitement. "I never thought of it that way." "Yes, shopping is a girl's joy," she declared with an enthusiastic flourish. "And unlike boys, the fun isn't just in buying things, it's in the process of deciding." "We love chatting about things like, 'Isn't this cute?' or 'Wow, this is expensive.' While we shop, it's an eternal part of a girl's nature." "So no matter how boring it might be for boys, your job is to just watch and smile." "Oh, okay," I mumbled, nodding along to Kaneko's lecture. If she was invoking the timeless essence of a girl's nature, I figured it had to be true. "And another thing," she continued, her tone suddenly turning serious. "When I asked, which one looked better on me, earlier, your answer only scored 50 points. Saying, 'This one matches your image better,' wasn't bad. But what girls really want is for you to put more thought into it. We want boys to actually struggle with the choice. Take your time, make it look like you're really torn over it." "Wah, there's a hidden rule for that?" I stammered, overwhelmed. It had seemed simple. "I chose the one that, to me, looked best on her." "Oh, and by the way," Kaneko added casually, "when a girl asks, 'Which one do you think is better?' she's often already made up her mind." "What? Then why even ask a guy?" I exclaimed, feeling thoroughly confused. "Like I said," she explained patiently, "the main reason is we want our boyfriend to struggle with us, and sometimes we just need that final push. We might have already decided on A, but since it's not a cheap purchase, we need a little nudge to commit." This whole shopping ritual was far more complex than I had ever imagined. I felt like I was learning an entirely new language, the intricate language of female shopping behavior. "Wait, you're kidding, right?" I said, throwing up my hands. "We just have to randomly pick an outfit and hope it's the right one?" Talk about pressure. If this were a dating sim, players would totally rage quit. "So, basically, we need to become mind readers now?" "Look, there are a couple of ways to play this," Kaneko said, folding her arms confidently. "You could just ask her, 'Which one do you like best?' and then agree with her choice, saying something like, 'Yeah, I think that one looks amazing on you,' to give her a little confidence boost. Or you could try to figure out which outfit she's been leaning toward the most." I let out a groan. I had no idea shopping could be this complicated. "Seriously," I added, shaking my head, "shopping with girls is enough to give you a panic attack." I always thought couples on dates were just, enjoying themselves. Who knew there was this whole hidden test going on in the background? "Well, don't stress too much. As long as you're genuine, you'll be fine. Any girl who throws a fit just because you flubbed the 'which outfit looks best on me?' quiz is being unreasonable." "Even I'd say so." "That's reassuring, I guess, but we're both pretty wiped out. How about we take a break at that cafe?" Kaneko was starting to look tired, and I didn't want her getting heat stroke, even though I still have some energy left from all my running. "Good idea. And hey, Ana-chan, remember to show her you care." Being kind is always a winning strategy. "Oh, and if you buy a girl a parfait, your likability goes through the roof, so don't forget." And I bet you just happen to have a craving for a parfait, right?" Dragging me around as a pack mule isn't enough. Now she wants to empty my wallet too? Busted. But come on, Ana-chan. A super cute little sister like me deserves a parfait as a payment for putting up with you. Don't even try that, you bare-shouldered middle schooler. You've been inhaling lunch and dinner like there's no tomorrow anymore, and you'll be waddling home. Ouch. You did not just say that. That's, like, the ultimate insult to a girl. And besides, it's your fault. You're the one who keeps making all those amazing dishes, like Italian cutlets and beef stroganoff, just because you have some free time this summer. Don't shift the blame when you're the one who keeps asking for seconds, you glutton. Oblivious to the stares of passers-by, we kept up our bickering match right there in the middle of the street, yelling back and forth at each other. Finally, drenched in sweat with our clothes sticking to us, we both came to the same realization. What in the world are we doing out here in this heat? Section R. I'm exhausted. A girl shouldn't have to smell all sweaty. Kanako sighed dramatically, sipping her iced tea across from me in the cool, air-conditioned cafe. Yeah, we really burned ourselves out with that pointless argument in the blazing heat. Seriously, summers in Japan are brutal. The thought that summers were only going to get hotter in the future, maybe even to the point where just stepping outside would be dangerous, made me feel a bit uneasy. Heat was always the worst enemy when you had to work outdoors. So, are we done with shopping, then? You said you needed me to carry bags, so I figured you'd be buying a lot more. This doesn't seem like much. Well, if I had unlimited money, I'd have an endless wardrobe of clothes and accessories. But even a super popular middle schooler like Kanako-chan has to live within a budget. If only I could charge people to admire my cuteness, like a temple collecting offerings. Okay, now that's just ridiculous, I was about to say, but then it hit me. In the future, beautiful women and handsome men would actually turn their looks into weapons, making a living as video streamers and raking in donations from their viewers. Life is full of surprises. But anyway, Ana-chan, make sure you remember everything we talked about today. Even with all the talk about gender equality these days, girls still want someone they can rely on. On dates, the basics are to stay cheerful, kind, and calm. Especially since, well, virgins tend to freak out and lose their cool when things go wrong. I'll take your advice, I grumbled, but we're in a public place. Watch what you say. Stop throwing around the word virgin like it's confetti. Geez, you're always teasing me about the virgin stuff, I muttered, folding my arms defensively. Kanako's lips twitched with amusement. Well, it's not like I've ever even held hands with a guy, either. Her words lingered in the air, and a stunned silence settled between us. My jaw dropped. What, huh? Kanako echoed, her eyes widening innocently. We stared at each other, blinking in disbelief. Wait a second. No, 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 I exclaimed, feeling a wave of indignation rise up. You're always bragging about how popular you are, all those dating tips you give. I thought they came from your own experience. Kanako puffed up her chest, a smug grin spreading across her face. Oh, I am super popular, she declared. I've been confessed to by more than a dozen guys and dated all of them. She paused for dramatic effect, but every single time, she continued, leaning in conspiratorially, I ended up thinking, this isn't right, so I broke up with them. Anywhere from 5 minutes to a month. That's insane, I cried, throwing my hands up in exasperation. And a 5-minute relationship doesn't even count. So that means, I trailed off, processing the revelation. Even though you've dated a lot of guys, you've never actually had a real boyfriend. Just these trial runs? Kanako nodded, a sheepish grin spreading across her face. And then, because of that, people at school started spreading rumors that I'm some kind of love master who changes boyfriends all the time. She shrugged. More and more girls started coming to me for advice. After handling so many cases, plus my own experiences, I just kinda figured out how things work. It's like a lawyer who becomes an expert on marriage psychology after dealing with tons of divorce cases, you know? So that's why you seemed impossibly experienced for a middle schooler, I exclaimed as the pieces finally clicked into place. No wonder there's never been any sign of a boyfriend, Kanako giggled, her cheeks flushing slightly. So after all that teasing about you being a virgin, you're actually relieved that I'm still just your innocent little sister. Hey, the advice is still useful, so what's the problem? I retorted, trying to deflect the attention. I bet you're secretly glad you don't have to worry about me being a flirt, Kanako added, a mischievous look in her eyes. Ugh. I turned away, uncharacteristically flustered, as I tried to come up with a comeback. And, well, Kanako was right. I didn't really mind if she dated someone, but There was a small part of me that felt relieved she wasn't someone's girlfriend yet, that she was still just my sister. The thought of losing the little sister I'd finally grown close to in this life to someone else. It sparked a strange protectiveness within me. I wanted her to be happy, of course, but I wasn't quite ready to share her with the world just yet. Basically, I didn't like the idea of losing the little sister I'd finally grown close to in this life to someone else. It felt possessive, I guess, but the thought of Kanako with some random guy just rubbed me the wrong way. Anyway, enough about me, Kanako said, abruptly changing the subject. Tell me what's going on with Shijoin-san. Last time you were whining about how you hadn't even exchanged numbers yet, and I was totally disappointed. But you've made some progress since then, right? As always, Kanako's eyes sparkled with interest as she leaned in, eager to hear about my love life. Given everything she'd just said, it seemed like she got more excited about other people's romances than her own. Yeah, I took care of that, I said with a confident grin. We exchanged numbers, and we've been texting each other pretty frequently. Oh, Kanako squealed, her eyes widening in excitement. Nice job, Ana-chan. If you hadn't done that, I was totally planning to call you a useless virgin and kick your ass. She casually admitted to planning something terrifying. As usual, I shuddered to think what kind of ass-kicking she had in mind. But I hesitated, a hint of worry creeping into my voice. Apparently, when Shijoin-san's dad, Tokamian-san, asked her if she was texting me, she smiled and said, "Yes, I am." Kanako's playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Wait, her dad? You mean that overprotective CEO? Is everything okay? Yeah, he hasn't tried to stop us from texting or anything, I explained. But whenever Shijoin-san is texting me in the living room, apparently he starts trembling and making these weird noises like "york" or grrrghhhh. It's pretty clear he's thinking something like, how can I possibly tolerate my daughter getting close to that brat? And cursing me under his breath. She doubled over, clutching her stomach as she continued to cackle, completely carefree since it wasn't her problem. Man, I'm dreading the next time I have to see Tokamian-san, I thought, a shiver running down my spine. I could practically see the "I'm angry at the punk getting close to my daughter" meter rising every day, like a taxi fare at night. I let out a weary sigh. Oh man, that was hilarious. Kanako gasped, finally catching her breath and wiping away tears from laughing so hard. Ana-chan, you never fail to keep things interesting. Honestly, she laughs way too much at my expense. Every single time. I grumbled internally, but a small smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Despite her teasing and sometimes terrifying threats, I couldn't help but appreciate Kanako's infectious laughter and her genuine interest in my life. Well, I won't say it out loud, but just seeing her like this makes me happy. To be honest, when I started my second chance at life, I struggled with how to act around Kanako. We had barely interacted in my previous life. In the end, I decided to just treat her like a proper older brother, hoping to build something different this time. And it worked. The Kanako who had been practically a stranger in my past life now smiled openly in front of me. That smile was one of the most precious things I'd gained in this life. Hey, Ana-chan. What's up? She took a sip of her iced tea and lowered her voice, which was unusual. It got me to pause. Her usual bright, carefree air was gone. Instead, she looked strangely serious. Right now, I'm really happy, she confessed. Huh? Where did that come from? Ever since you became more cheerful, she explained. The whole atmosphere at home has changed. Mom's always smiling now, and I just feel good about everything. Well, yeah, I want Mom to always be smiling. Making sure Mom could live a comfortable, happy life was one of my main goals this time around, alongside my quest to relive my youth. That's why I'd been helping out with housework like cooking and laundry and working hard to improve my grades. One day, Mom said something that stayed with me forever, words that sank deep into my heart and left a mark I could never erase. I'm so proud of how you've been helping around the house and doing well in school, she said with a warm smile. But what makes me happiest, Shinichiro, is seeing you believe in yourself more and more. Her words hit me hard. When you grow up, she continued, life will be full of challenges. I used to worry that they'd crush you, but now, seeing you ready to face the world, I feel so relieved. I'd shed a few tears talking with Mom in this life, but her words this time unleashed a torrent. Even more so than when we first reunited. How could I have been so blind to her love in my past life? The tears wouldn't stop. Suddenly, Kaneko spoke up, her eyes darting nervously. So, Ana-chan, listen to me. I'm only going to say this once, so pay attention, okay? What's going on with her? You know, I'm really happy, she confessed. Being able to talk and laugh with you like we did when we were kids. It's really fun. You built a wall between us at some point, didn't you? She continued. You thought you belonged in a dark, gloomy world, while I was living in a bright, shining one, right? She hit the nail on the head. In my past life, I was a typical introvert. I kept my distance from Kaneko, assuming she'd find me annoying. I believed someone like her, who thrived in the spotlight, shouldn't be burdened with someone like me. Well, yeah, I admitted. I mean, you were popular, beautiful, and outgoing at school. You must have thought I was just some gloomy weirdo, right? I did think you were a gloomy otaku, sure, she replied with a playful smile. But that doesn't mean I didn't like you. Her words caught me completely off guard, and my mind went blank. She didn't dislike me? Even when I was that timid, withdrawn version of myself in my past life? Even when you were that gloomy, withdrawn brother, she continued, if you'd asked me to hang out, chat about silly things, or play games like we used to, I would have done it at any time. I was speechless. Her words hit me like a thunderbolt. I'd always assumed that the close bond we shared in this life was only possible because I'd broken out of my introverted shell and learned to be more confident. But the truth is, I always assumed my little sister wanted nothing to do with me. I thought I was too gloomy, too awkward, but Kaneko was trying to tell me something different. She was saying that even if I stayed an introvert, if I had just made an effort, we could have talked like we used to. It wasn't just you, Kaneko admitted. I wasn't sure how to reach out to you when you were avoiding me. I hesitated too, but looking back, I could have just said something, anything like, hey, let's talk about love stories, Ana-chan, or let's go hang out. I could have done it at any time. Kaneko. My heart ached with the realization of how clueless I'd been. I always thought Kaneko, with her vibrant life, would find me a burden. How wrong I was. I never imagined she longed for the same thing I did, to go back to the way things were, to simply be siblings again. So, what I'm trying to say is, Kaneko's face flushed red, her words tumbling out in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. I'm so happy you've become more cheerful, that we can talk like we used to. I'm really grateful for that. Geez, I'm never saying something this embarrassing again. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Wait. Was this whole bag carrier thing just an excuse? Did you plan today just to tell me this? As I found my usually composed little sister getting genuinely angry, I couldn't help but find her endearing. At the same time, I realized that my guilt from the previous life had just deepened. If Kaneko feels this way now, then it means she probably felt the same way in our past life, at least until middle school. Why are you so stupid? My sister's last words from our past life echoed in my mind. If she had truly hated me back then, the withdrawn, gloomy version of myself, those words would have simply pierced my heart, and that would have been the end of it. But what if she didn't hate me? What if she clung to the hope that we could one day laugh together like we used to? How must she have felt when those words left her lips? The thought was agonizing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kaneko. I apologized silently to my sister from my past life, the one I would never see again. I didn't know if that future had been erased or if it continued on as a parallel world after my death. But one thing was certain. My sins from that past life will never be erased. They are something I must carry with me, even as I live out this new life. Thank you, Kaneko. I gently patted my sister's head, still flushed with embarrassment. What's this all of a sudden? She stammered, clearly flustered, but she didn't push my hand away. I used to think you hated the gloomy version of me. So hearing that you didn't makes me really happy. I'm so glad that I can laugh with you and Mom now. It almost feels like a dream. A dream? Come on, that's a bit over the top, Ana-chan. When I pulled my hand away, Kaneko still had a hint of embarrassment on her face as she spoke. No, Kaneko, it is a dream. This version of our family, the Nihama family, is exactly what I always wished for. A perfect reality where all my regrets have been wiped away. That's why I'm going to protect this bond. I won't let us end up like we did in our past life, where you cursed your own brother. All right. Hey, Kaneko, if you want that parfait, I'll treat you. Leave it to your Ana-chan. Really? Then I'll have this giant Choco Tropical Deluxe Parfait. I heard it costs around 2,000 yen though. Whoa? What kind of menu is that? Hey, take it easy on me, I don't have that much money. But hey, a parfait is a parfait. And since it's supposed to be huge, let's share it, Ana-chan. Kaneko flashed a mischievous grin, back to her usual self. Yeah, that's right, Kaneko. That smile really suits you. All right, let's do it. We'll take on that giant whatever parfait, Kaneko. The menu says it's for 4 people, but we'll show them what siblings can do. Yeah, that's the spirit. Ha ha ha. You've really loosened up, Ana-chan. Even though we couldn't change the past, we could shape the present and the future. I would prove that the Nihama family could have a happy ending, no matter what happened before. And in that moment, I swore to myself that I would never betray the joyful, childlike smile Kaneko wore. When it came to the giant parfait, Kaneko and I couldn't stop bragging. This is nothing for a high schooler and a middle schooler, I declared confidently. Kaneko grinned and added, a girl's stomach is a bottomless pit when it comes to sweets. But then it arrived. A towering mountain of cream spilling out of a glass as big as a megaphone, and our confidence instantly vanished. That moment is burned into our memories, along with an important life lesson: never underestimate the true meaning of giant. Chapter 5, Shijoin Haruka's Jealousy. Shijoin Haruka's point of view. My heart felt light under the clear summer sky. A gentle breeze brushed the hem of my beige skirt as I strolled through the bustling streets. The sun was bright, but my steps were carefree, carried by the memory of yesterday's texts with Nihama-kun. Yesterday, I exchanged so many messages with Nihama-kun. Ever since summer vacation began, he'd been texting me constantly. Even without seeing him, it felt like his presence was right beside me. Of course, I always replied with enthusiasm, and sometimes, I was the one starting conversations. Caught up in the freedom of summer, we often ended up texting late into the night. Every new message from him was irresistible. A tiny burst of joy that brightened my day. Something new and exciting awaited me today. Today is our girls' only tea party. It still felt strange to call her Mitsuki-san instead of Kazumihara. She'd suggested it just before the end of term ceremony. We're way too serious, she had declared. It's time to embrace our inner high school girls and have some fun. I agreed instantly. And now, here I was, on my way to the cafe. It was Mei-san who had suggested we start using first names. Don't you think it's way too formal to stick with last names all the time? She'd asked. At first, it felt incredibly awkward. Fujihashi-san. Oh, I mean, Mei-san. I stammered, my cheeks burning with embarrassment. Typical Haruka-san, Mei-san teased. You're almost too cute when you're shy, it's completely unfair. Wow, Mitsuki-san added, hearing you call someone by their name like that is surprisingly heart-pounding, even for another girl. This feels dangerous. I hadn't fully understood what she meant at the time, but it didn't matter. We're using first names, we're having a tea party. It all feels so wonderfully normal, like I'm finally experiencing high school the way it's supposed to be. I never imagined I could feel this happy, especially not after how I felt at the start of the school year. Back then, the simple joys of youth felt like something I could only watch from afar, always out of reach. In elementary and middle school, I was practically invisible. Some people flattered me with empty words, others were openly cruel, and most simply stayed away. as if avoiding me was the easiest choice. Almost every girl around me fit neatly into one of those categories. All I ever wanted is the easy connection of true friendship, casual conversations, shared laughter, and that effortless bond. Nothing more. Just when I had started to accept that my school days would be lonely, everything changed. It started with Nahama-kun, who seemed to grow brighter and more approachable overnight. One day, he spoke to me out of the blue, and my world began to shift. The cultural festival was a turning point, and I have Nahama-kun to thank for making it so memorable. Along the way, I even made some new friends, despite the unexpected twists and turns. Mitsuki-san always seemed so calm and collected, but once I got to know her, I discovered her playful side. Mei-san was bursting with energy, and her smile was absolutely infectious. What meant the most to me, though, was how they both made me feel like I truly belonged. I can't thank Nahama-kun enough. He's done so much for me, but what can I possibly do for him? How could I ever show him how truly grateful I am? Lost in thought, I came to a stop. In the distance, a familiar figure caught my eye. Nahama-kun, dressed casually. He wiped sweat from his brow as he strolled beneath the summer sun. A wave of warmth bloomed in my chest, bright and overwhelming. Summer vacation had just begun, and even though we'd been texting every day, seeing him in person felt completely different, like reuniting with someone after years apart. My heart skipped a beat. Nahama-kun. I called out, or at least, I tried to. The words caught in my throat as my gaze fell on the person walking beside him. Beside him was a girl with a cute ponytail, a year or two younger than me, chatting with him as if they'd been friends forever. Her bright smile sparkled in the sunlight, and the sight stopped me in my tracks. The joy I'd felt just moments ago vanished, leaving behind a deep, aching heaviness in my chest. Breathing became difficult. My body grew cold, as if the blood in my veins had frozen. Stunned, I watched as the two of them disappeared into the bustling crowd, vanishing from sight, and yet, my thoughts remained a chaotic mess. My body felt as heavy as lead, and my heart throbbed with a sharp, piercing pain. What is this? Why am I feeling like this just from seeing Nahama-kun walking with another girl? I couldn't make sense of these unfamiliar feelings. I had no idea why this was happening to me. With my chest tight and aching, I stood frozen, staring at the spot where Nahama-kun and the girl had disappeared. Fujihashi-Mei's point of view. Today was tea party day with two of my friends, something I had been looking forward to all week. Normally, spending time with my clubmates meant grabbing quick snacks between practices. So this, something so undeniably girly, felt like stepping into a completely different world. It was refreshing and, for once, made me feel like a real high school girl instead of just another athlete. Oh, Haruko-san, Mitsuki-san, you're both early. Wait, what's going on? I walked into the cafe and spotted them already seated at our table. But something was definitely off. Hey, what's wrong? Haruko-san, you look like you've seen a ghost. Her usual smile was gone, replaced by a heaviness that had drained all the light from her eyes. I don't know what's wrong. She's been like this ever since she got here, Mitsuki-san said, her voice tinged with confusion. No way. Haruko-san was so looking forward to this. When Mitsuki-san first suggested the tea party, Haruko-san was ecstatic. Yes, 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 let's absolutely do this, she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. I'm so excited. She was practically in tears as we picked out the cafe, but that excitement felt like a distant memory now. The Haruko-san sitting before us looked like a shadow of her usual self. Her shoulders slumped, and her head hung low, as if the weight of the world were pressing down on her. Ah, Mitsuki-san. Mei-san. Her voice wavered, barely above a whisper. I'm glad you're here. She let out a shaky breath and gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles turning white. I'm sorry, but there's something I need to tell you. Will you hear me out? Oh? You've got something to talk about? Mitsuki-san said, pushing up her glasses with a practiced flick. Sure, lay it on us. Despite her usual cool and serious demeanor, Mitsuki-san's curiosity was impossible to miss. She genuinely loved being there for Haruko-san, and it showed. Absolutely. We're here for you," I chimed in, leaning closer. "So what happened? Did you get into a fight with your parents? Or maybe you went a little overboard with your phone and racked up a 20,000 yen bill?" "Well, it's..." Haruko-san hesitated, clutching the edge of the table. Then, slowly, she recounted her journey to the cafe. She'd bumped into Nihama-kun in town, with another girl, a really cute girl, and they'd seemed awfully close. Seeing them together had left Haruko-san with a strange, twisting ache in her chest. "I know Nihama-kun can be with whoever he wants," she confessed, her voice trembling. "But, for some reason, my chest hurts so much. I just don't understand why." A heavy silence settled over the table. Mitsuki-san and I exchanged uneasy glances, both at a loss for words. How are we supposed to respond to this? I shot Mitsuki-san a desperate look, silently begging her to step in. But even Mitsuki-san looked shaken. "She really doesn't get it? Is she serious?" I gave a small nod, confirming her unspoken question. "Yep, she's totally serious." "Well, Haruko-san," Mitsuki-san stammered, "this is a lot to take in. Could we have a minute to think it over?" "Yes," Haruko-san said softly, her voice fragile and uncertain. "I'd really appreciate it if you two could help me figure this out." Mitsuki-san and I turned away, huddling close. This wasn't something either of us could handle alone. "Oh no. What do we do?" I panicked, sneaking a glance at Mitsuki-san. "The answer's so obvious, but can we really just come out and say it?" Mitsuki-san furrowed her brow, leaning in closer. "This is tricky. Shouldn't this be something Nihama-kun tells her?" I bit my lip. "Or maybe it's something Haruko-san needs to figure out on her own." Leaning in, we whispered conspiratorially, careful not to let Haruko-san overhear. Mitsuki-san had apparently known for a while that Nihama-kun was head over heels for Haruko-san, which definitely made this situation a bit less complicated. And honestly, I was right there with her. Bluntly telling Haruko-san, "That's jealousy. You feel this way because Nihama-kun would be incredibly insensitive. There's a time and place for brutal honesty between friends, and this wasn't it." "Wait. What about that girl he was with the other day?" "No way." "Did Nihama-kun actually move on?" The thought hit me like a slap, only to be shoved aside just as quickly. "Come on." Nihama-kun practically worships Haruko-san. His feelings for her were so obvious it was almost embarrassing. He's so head over heels for Haruko-san, I bet he thinks other girls are part of the background scenery. "Yeah, I'm just being paranoid." I mentally filed the ridiculous notion away. Ever since I'd realized Nihama-kun's feelings, I'd been paying closer attention to him, and his feelings for Haruko-san were impossible to miss. From what Haruko-san had told us, it seemed like the reason Nihama-kun worked himself to the bone during the cultural festival was entirely for her. If that seemingly endless energy was fueled by love, then his feelings were anything but shallow. Wow. Being loved like that? I'm actually jealous. Why can't I get a boyfriend who'd worship me like that? "Oh, come to think of it," Haruko-san suddenly spoke up, snapping me out of my thoughts. "I think I've felt something like this before. It wasn't nearly this painful, though." "Really?" Mitsuki-san prompted, leaning in. "Can you tell us what happened?" Encouraged by Mitsuki-san, Haruko-san continued, as if she had just remembered something important. "So she's felt jealousy before. But who was it aimed at?" "Yeah. It was during the cultural festival," she began, her voice soft. "When Mitsuki-san and you were hanging out with Nihama-kun, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. It didn't hurt as much as it does now, but I think it was pretty similar." "What, huh?" Mitsuki-san and I blurted out at the same time, our voices overlapping in a chaotic mess. "Wait, us? She was jealous of us too?" Haruko-san clutched her chest, struggling to endure the ache. Meanwhile, Mitsuki-san and I leaned in closer, whispering frantically to each other, careful not to let her overhear. "I think it's probably because she's had so little experience with jealousy that she doesn't even recognize it." "Yeah, didn't Nihama-kun mention something about this? How Haruko-san never really got why other girls were jealous of her, because she's so pretty." "Wow. She's practically an angel, isn't she?" I vividly recalled the countless times I'd felt jealous of Haruko-san's figure, Or how? When Nihama-kun asked the finals, I mentally screamed, "That's so unfair." Trade brains with me. I think the difference is that we knew Nihama-kun's efforts were for the cultural festival, so it didn't hit us too hard. But in this case, Haruka-san has almost no context, just the sight of him walking with some unknown girl. Her imagination is probably running wild, and it's making her heart ache. Also, her feelings for him might be stronger than she realizes. Fufu, Mitsuki-san, could it be that you're actually super experienced with romance? Nope. I just read too many shoujo manga and got good at mentally simulating romance scenarios. Not that it's ever been useful in real life. You don't have to say that with such misplaced confidence. Honestly, though, Haruka-san has no reason to worry about us and Nihama-kun. Yeah, that's true. Wait, Mitsuki, what was that pause just now? Fufu, it's nothing. What about you, Mei-san? You're in the clear too, right? I mean, yeah, of course. See? Even you hesitated before answering. No, that's not it. I swear it's nothing. Sure, Nihama-kun might be the guy I feel closest to. He's definitely different from the other boys, kind of unusual, really. That relentless energy, the way he throws himself into every moment, it's honestly admirable. Not that I'd ever admit it, but if he seriously confessed to me, I'm not sure I'd be able to turn him down. But that passion of his, the drive that makes Nihama-kun so captivating, is something that only burns so brightly because of Haruka-san. Spending time with the two of them, I've come to see it clearly. Nihama-kun's feelings for Haruka-san are a big part of who he is. So yeah, saying I don't think he's cool at all would be a lie. But if I had to choose whether those feelings exist or not, it'd still be a solid not. Judging by Mitsuki-san's reactions earlier, she probably feels the same way. Anyway, let's just try to keep things calm and help Haruka-san feel better. Yeah, good idea. I mean, this is almost certainly not the kind of situation Haruka-san's worried about. No matter how much people's hearts can change, there's no way Nihama-kun, who's practically Shijoin-san forever, would suddenly fall for someone else in such a short time. It's just not possible. I felt bad for Haruka-san, who seemed genuinely distressed, but this was likely just her overthinking things. Sorry for whispering so much, Haruka-san. So, about that feeling you're struggling with. I think it's fear. Fear? I mean, you've been talking more with Mitsuki and me lately, but Nihama-kun's still your closest friend, right? After barely seeing him at school, then spotting him with someone you don't know, it's only natural to feel scared. It probably feels like he's being taken away from you. I was framing it as friendship instead of love, but the explanation wasn't wrong. As long as she could recognize that she felt scared about losing someone important, that'd be enough for now. I think that makes sense. When Nihama-kun was busy with preparations for the cultural festival, we had less time to study together, and that did make me feel uneasy. Right? And the solution to this is super simple. With Haruka-san starting to make sense of her emotions, Mitsuki-san leaned in, a glint of determination in her eyes. Simple. Just call Nihama-kun or meet up with him and ask, who was that girl you were with? Problem solved. That might work, but what if she's someone really close to him, and he says he won't have time for me anymore? Haruka-san pulled back at Mitsuki-san's suggestion, clearly terrified of the worst-case scenario. Both Mitsuki-san and I exchanged looks that screamed, "There's no way that's happening." Seriously. She has no idea how much Nihama-kun's feelings are already pointing straight at her. It's so frustrating. If it's hard for you to ask, Mei-san, or I could just do it for you, you know? We all exchanged phone numbers before summer break, remember? Mitsuki's suggestion left Haruka-san blinking nervously, as if the thought had never even crossed her mind. It might actually work. Maybe all she needed was a little push. If Haruka-san just called Nihama-kun right now, this whole thing could be cleared up. Or better yet, she could ask him to come over and talk in person. No, I'll ask him myself. I really appreciate you offering to help, but I feel like this is something I need to do on my own. Haruka-san. Even as she trembled, struggling with this unfamiliar emotion, Haruko-san's voice carried a quiet determination. I couldn't help but be impressed. Before we became friends, I'd only talked to Haruko-san a few times. Back then, what stood out most was how cheerful and elegant she seemed, like a proper young lady. But now, there was something more, a quiet strength that hadn't been there before. Maybe this, too, was because of Nihama-kun. I see. Got it, Mitsuki-san said, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. In that case, let's celebrate your determination. Oh, and would you look at that? The sweets are here. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a waitress appeared, balancing a mountain of sweets that looked ready to topple at any moment. Mitsuki-san, it seemed, had planned this all along. Whoa! Wow! Haruko-san and I both gasped in awe. Right before our eyes was a dazzling stack of pancakes, fluffy and pure white, layered 3 tiers high, dripping with syrup, and topped with fresh fruit and whipped cream. Beside it, a plate of brightly colored macarons sat in a neat pile, alongside another plate filled with mini cakes and scones, all cutely arranged. Haruko-san and I couldn't help but light up at the sight. I took the liberty of ordering a mountain of sweets for our gloomy Haruko-san. When you're feeling down, there's no better cure than sugar. I mean, what girl can resist a sugar rush? We're practically made of the stuff. Nice one, Mitsuki-san. You can never go wrong with a mountain of sweets. Why yeah, sweets always make everything better, no question about it. Haruko-san and I nodded furiously in agreement as Mitsuki-san delivered her impassioned declaration. Boys might not get it, but for high school girls, sweets weren't just a treat. They were fuel for the soul. When Haruko-san first admitted how few friends she had, I felt a pang of guilt for seeing her through such a shallow and biased lens. At the same time, I made a silent vow to do everything a good friend should do for her. You heard me out, cheered me on, and even shared sweets with me. I'm so happy. I'm really glad I became friends with you too. Her eyes shimmered faintly with tears, and she smiled with such pure, radiant joy that it was almost blinding. The sheer emotional impact of that beautiful smile hit so hard that my mind blanked out for a second. Even though I'm a girl myself, I can't help but be completely captivated. My head's spinning. She's just too cute. Honestly, Haruko-san's just too beautiful in every sense of the word. Seriously, how could Nihama-kun leave a girl who looks like an angel this distraught? He should explode. Mitsuki-san muttered under her breath, and I silently nodded along in agreement. Well, at least Haruko-san seems to have bounced back a bit, so that's a relief. It's tough watching a friend spiral over something that's probably just her imagination. If this were a rom-com, this would totally be the start of a love triangle. But Nihama-kun's feelings are so intense, I doubt that's happening anytime soon. Seeing how much he cares about her, I can't help but feel a little on edge. If Haruko turned him down, I'm pretty sure it would break him. Oh, by the way, Haruko-san, you and Nihama-kun text each other, right? What kind of messages do you usually send? With the conversation winding down, Mitsuki-san leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Despite her usual cool demeanor, Mitsuki-san was a total romantic at heart. It was obvious she was dying to know what kinds of texts they exchanged. And honestly, I was a little curious too. Just normal stuff. Like talking about how interesting a light novel was, or saying something we ate was delicious. That's really it? Are you sure you're not sending each other pictures or something? Geez, Mitsuki-san, you're being way too nosy. Hey, I'm just being careful. You know there are guys out there who make innocent girls take questionable photos and send them. Better safe than sorry. Even though Mitsuki-san's reasoning was valid, it still felt like her curiosity was doing most of the talking here. I whispered in a hushed tone, but Mitsuki-san's amused expression made it painfully obvious that she was thoroughly enjoying this. Sure, there's no way Nihama-kun would ever do something sketchy like some creepy old man, but still. Photos? Now that you mention it, I've sent him pictures of myself a few times. What? Mitsuki-san and I practically shouted in unison. Well, our housekeeper, Azumi-san, said, why not send him some photos of your daily life? I'm sure he'd love them. So, I took her advice. Wait, what? What are you thinking, housekeeper? Sure. Nihama-kun's probably thrilled, but I sent him pictures of me lying on my bed in pajamas, and eating ice cream in just a t-shirt after taking a bath. I felt a bit embarrassed, but then my mom said, "This one's perfect," and picked out which photos to send. You seriously sent him kinda risque photos? And what's up with Haruko-san's family being so into this? So what did Nihama-kun say when you sent those? Well, whenever I sent those kinds of photos, his replies always came back really slowly, and he'd say things like, "I don't even know if I'm allowed to look directly at this. It's too much," or "This has to be Akiko-san's doing, right?" He sounded completely flustered, so I stopped sending them after that. I could vividly picture Nihama-kun's utter panic at being bombarded with Haruko-san's private shots. For any normal high school boy, getting those photos from someone like Haruko-san would be lethal. I'm shocked. I was just joking, but I can't believe you actually sent him something so risky. What are you talking about? I wasn't doing anything risky. Sure you weren't, says the girl with soft, curvy melons practically on display. Honestly, I'm so jealous I might have to give them a squeeze later just to cope. What? Mitsuki, stop making weird plans like that so casually. Mitsuki-san mimed squeezing motions with her hands, while Haruko-san turned beet red in protest. She was definitely enjoying this way too much. But seriously, Haruko-san, you don't really talk to any guys besides Nihama-kun, do you? Doesn't anyone else ever try talking to you? I knew for a fact that plenty of boys had their eyes on Haruko-san, but because of that, it's created this tense, competitive atmosphere where no one wants to make the first move and risk upsetting the balance. And yet, Nihama-kun managed to get super close to her in record time. You'd think the other guys would be crazy jealous. But somehow, that never happened. The reason Nihama-kun avoided any backlash from the other boys in our class was simple. He'd earned their respect. His grades had skyrocketed. He'd started helping others with homework and tech issues, steadily building his reputation in class. After his standout performance at the cultural festival, no one dared to complain about how close he was to Haruko-san anymore. But that was just within our class. It wouldn't have been surprising if boys from other classes started thinking, if that guy Nihama can get close to Shijoin-san, then there's no reason I can't, and made moves on her. Honestly, I'd been a little worried something like that might cause trouble. Wait, other guys? Now that you mention it, a few boys did talk to me during the first semester, Haruko-san said, tilting her head thoughtfully. Most of them invited me to hang out somewhere. Wow. And what did you say? Well, this might sound bad, but they were also weirdly familiar, even though I'd never spoken to them before. It kind of scared me, so I politely turned them down and walked away. I still don't understand what they were thinking. Wait, what? Mitsuki-san? What's going on? I leaned in closer and whispered after hearing Mitsuki-san murmur to herself. Oh, I think I know what this is about. Huh? What do you mean? Apparently, some guys totally misunderstood Nihama-kun and Haruko-san. They underestimated both of them. You know the type, cocky, kinda good-looking, maybe on the athletic side. They thought, if a plain guy like Nihama can get close to her, then I've got this in the bag. So they swooped in, acting like it was a sure thing. Wait, seriously? That's so lame. They didn't even like her. They just thought she'd be easy to approach. Exactly. It's pathetic. If they really liked her, they'd go for it no matter how high the hurdle was. But these guys, they insulted both Nihama-kun and Haruka-san, our friends, by treating them like easy targets. It's infuriating. Mitsuki-san's words practically dripped with anger, and I agreed completely. They didn't even bother getting to know Nihama-kun. They just assumed he was beneath them, and the way they saw Haruko-san, so sincere and kind, as easy, it wasn't just lame, it was downright disrespectful. Well, either way, you handled it perfectly, Haruko-san. There's no need to entertain guys who act overly familiar right from the start, Mitsuki-san said, giving her a firm nod of approval. Why yeah, honestly, it was kind of scary, So hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. I'm not really good with overly pushy people. I'd kind of figured as much. But hearing Haruko-san say it outright confirmed it. Aggressive types just weren't her thing. Well, it made sense. Nihama-kun might be bold and proactive, but he wasn't the overbearing type at all. Oh, speaking of pushy people, what happened to that Mitsurugi guy? I heard he had some kind of clash with Nihama-kun during finals. I brought up the name casually, more as a passing thought than anything meaningful. Mitsurugi, huh? Haruko-san's entire demeanor changed in an instant. Her voice dropped, and her eyes darkened. The warm, sunny aura she usually carried froze over, colder than Arctic permafrost. Oh, you mean that incredibly rude man? Haruko-san? What's happening? Her eyes, they've lost their shine? I suppose it's true that I may have spoken to that unpleasant person once, but I've already erased him from my memory. I have no intention of ever speaking to him again. If I could, I'd wipe him from my thoughts entirely. Just seeing his face makes me sick. This isn't the Haruko-san I know. What is this? It's like her usual sunny personality has flipped inside out. Mitsuki. What's going on? Our angelic Haruko-san just turned into a terrifying, emotionless void. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. Apparently, during finals, Mitsurugi kept going on and on, saying stuff like, Nihama is trash. Haruko-san finally snapped after that. Ever since, just hearing his name puts her in this state. What the heck was that prince wannabe thinking? How did he manage to make sweet, gentle Haruko-san this mad? He's vulgar, self-absorbed, and unbearably arrogant. I never thought I could hate someone this much. Just thinking about him leaves this heavy, suffocating darkness in my chest. Haruko-san muttering darkly to herself with that ominous look is absolutely terrifying. Her words were sharp and laced with venom. A tone that felt completely out of place coming from someone as gentle as Haruko-san. Mitsurugi, what did you do to turn an angel into this? We need to be careful. Haruko-san's like this because she was furious about Nihama-kun being insulted. But what if the same thing happens if she ever hits max jealousy? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, it's probably unlikely, but if Haruko-san's romantic jealousy ever explodes, this whole dark side transformation might trigger again. And since we're already in her potential threats category, we need to be extra careful not to do anything that could make her misunderstand our relationship with Nihama-kun. Wait a second. Does that mean I'm already in trouble? I helped Nihama-kun practice for the softball tournament. I spent the whole day with him. Is that bad? I'd told Haruko-san that I'd helped out with his training, but I hadn't exactly mentioned that we'd spent an entire day together at the park. Sure, it was just casual practice, but looking back now, maybe that wasn't the best idea. You should definitely never tell her. If she misunderstands, we could end up in a full-blown Tuesday suspense drama episode where she's all like, "You thieving cat." What if that actually happens? Mitsuki-san's warning sent my imagination spiraling out of control. A deserted rooftop. The world is drenched in the orange glow of sunset as Haruko-san and I stood facing each other. You spent an entire day practicing softball with Nihama-kun at the park? Fufu. So that's how you cozied up to him. You thieving cat. No, that's not what I meant at all. Trust me. That's exactly what all the thieving cats say. How tragic, Mei-san. I thought we were friends, but now I'll have to send you to join Mitsuki-san. Haruko-san's vacant eyes gleamed with a chilling light as her lips curled into a smile. The blood-stained knife glinting in her hand. Oh no, this is definitely one of those situations where talking things out is no longer an option. That knife. Whose blood is that? Mitsuki. At that moment, I accidentally let out a tiny yelp in reality, only to be met with Mitsuki-san's incredulous voice. Wait, why do I get murdered first? But my spiraling thoughts didn't stop there. Fufu, Mitsuki-san was punished for getting too clingy with Nihama-kun during the festival. Girls who get too close to him need to be wiped out. So goodbye, Mei-san, but you know, this is your fault. Haruko-san's sweet yet chilling voice lingered in my mind as she stepped closer. No, someone save me. Ja. So this is what they call Yantia? And then, with those lifeless, hollow eyes, Haruka-san loomed over me. Stabbed to death. I jolted back to reality, trembling like a leaf. Haruka-san's usual purity flipping to the dark side. That's seriously dangerous. Phew. I'm sorry. Just hearing that weird person's name makes it hard to keep my cool. Haruka-san's calm voice snapped me out of my spiral. May I-san? What's wrong? Haruka-san. Before I could stop myself, I leaned across the table and grabbed Haruka-san's hands. She blinked, startled by my sudden move. I'll always be your friend, Haruka-san. I'll always be on your side, so please trust me. Why yes. Hearing something like that from a friend makes me so happy. And of course, I'll always be on your side too, May I-san. Her eyes lit up with that dazzling, innocent smile she always wore, and it hit me hard, especially since I'd just been spiraling into crazy, over-the-top delusions about her. Haruka-san, I'm so sorry for thinking such weird things about you. Chapter 6, Haruka and Kaneko. She joined Haruka's point of view. I sat on a bench in the middle of the park, tangled up in a weird situation. I still haven't been able to reach Nihama-kun. Thanks to Mitsuki-san and Mei-san, my spirits had been lifted during yesterday's tea party, but the sight of Nihama-kun walking with an unfamiliar girl continued to weigh heavily on my chest. They said I was afraid of losing my best friend, Nihama-kun, but that's probably true, but should this really affect me so deeply? I wondered, surprised by the intensity of my own reaction. Overwhelming fear clutched at my heart, as if the softest part of me were being torn apart. For a while now, I had been staring fixedly at the cell phone in my right hand. Modern technology was incredible. With just the press of a button, I could connect with Nihama-kun, and if I did, all I had to do was ask him, "Who was that girl you were walking with yesterday?" I knew that was the only way to make any progress with this problem. But, if I think about it calmly, isn't that a ridiculous question? Nihama-kun was free to be with whomever he pleased, and it had nothing to do with me. If he were to ask why I wanted to know, was it just possessiveness? Stripped of all pretense, that was the only word that fit my feelings. Realizing this made me suddenly embarrassed. What a childish emotion to feel. Since yesterday, and even now, Nihama-kun had been the only thing on my mind. Maybe the fact that I hadn't been able to see him for days was contributing to this unease. Before I knew it, talking to him at school every day had become completely normal. "I want to see him." Before I realized it, I'd whispered the words aloud. For the first time, I acknowledged my desire to see Nihama-kun's face. Just then, a cold droplet touched my cheek. Wah. The weather had been clear just moments ago. Yet suddenly rain began to pour. And it wasn't just a light drizzle, it quickly grew heavier. I let my guard down. It was sunny all morning. I never even thought to check the forecast. The rain intensified, turning the park into a chaotic scramble of pedestrians seeking shelter. I froze, unsure what to do. I had only come for a leisurely stroll to clear my head and hadn't expected to be caught in a downpour. Maybe I should just dash to the nearest convenience store for a cheap umbrella. What's with this rain? I totally didn't check the weather forecast. A startled voice cut through the downpour, snapping me out of my thoughts. I turned to see a young girl, probably a middle schooler, with drenched, straight hair, looking utterly dismayed. Like me, she was caught unprepared. Wait, that girl? Why does she look so familiar? Running in the rain is the worst. Clutching her bag over her head, the girl, whose face sparked a strange sense of familiarity, took her off in a desperate attempt to escape the deluge. But then, her bag's zipper must have been open. As she sprinted, her wallet tumbled out, bouncing onto the rain-soaked pavement. Oblivious to her loss, she kept running, her figure quickly disappearing into the distance. Without hesitation, I lunged forward, snatching the fallen wallet from the ground. Ignoring the downpour, I took off after her. Kaneko's point of view. I'm soaked. This is the worst. What's with this weather? I dashed through the residential streets, the rain beating down relentlessly. Yesterday's parfait indulgence had been a mistake. I'd eaten so much that I couldn't even stomach dinner, earning both my brother and me a scolding from Mum. My plan for a calorie-burning window shopping trip had backfired spectacularly. At least we lived close to the city center. Otherwise, I'd be forced to waste money on a flimsy plastic umbrella. Wait, what? A voice called out from behind me, barely audible over the drumming of the rain. Huh? What? Turning, I saw a high school girl sprinting toward me, also without an umbrella, shouting something I couldn't quite make out, and she was definitely chasing after me. Wait. Please wait. What? What's going on? I stood as the girl finally caught up, panting heavily. She must have been sprinting the entire way. I finally caught up. Here. This is yours. Wait. My wallet? How did it fall out of my bag? Oh no. I left the zipper open. Suddenly, it all made sense. I dropped my wallet without even realizing it, and this person had chased me through the pouring rain just to return it. Thank you so much, Annie-san. Wait, you're completely soaked. You don't have an umbrella? No, I forgot to check the weather forecast. But I'm just glad I caught up to you. Her relieved expression took me aback. Looking closer, I realized this Annie-san was absolutely stunning. Her long, glossy hair shimmered even in the rain, and her delicate features looked like they belonged on a magazine cover. On top of that, she was slender yet somehow still curvy in all the right places. Wait, what the heck? She's gorgeous and kind enough to chase after a total stranger in the rain just to return a wallet. Is this person some kind of goddess? Wait a minute. Why does she look so familiar? There's no way I'd forget meeting someone this beautiful, right? Well then, I should get going now. Please be careful not to catch a cold. The rain suddenly intensified, and Annie-san let out a startled yelp. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, making it clear this storm wasn't going to let up anytime soon. Wait, hold on. Are you seriously planning to run all the way back into town without an umbrella? Why yes. This area's mostly residential, so there aren't many places to take shelter, and the nearest convenience store is a bit further back. So I was thinking, no way, you'll 100% catch a cold if you do that. My place is just around the corner. Come over for a bit. I can at least lend you a towel. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly trouble you. It's fine. You're my hero for bringing me my wallet, so don't even think about saying no. Come on, let's go. I couldn't bear the thought of the person who just helped me so selflessly ending up sick because of it. Grabbing her hand before she could protest any further, I started running toward my house, dragging her along behind me. I was currently in a situation unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I mean, sure, I was in the same old Nihama family bathtub, which was completely normal. But, phew. This feels amazing. I can finally feel my frozen body coming back to life. When the tub suddenly shared with a drop-dead gorgeous girl, even a familiar bath can turn into some kind of forbidden paradise. This is insane. Seriously. Her flawless skin and crazy aura of elegance. It's like I'm bathing with an idol who headlines at the Budokan Arena in Tokyo. How is this even happening right now? Thanks to my petite size, we both fit in the tub just fine, but even with towels wrapped around us, I couldn't stop staring at those two giant melons floating right in front of me. Her sheer destructive power left me, the queen of casual conversation, completely speechless. And it wasn't just that. Her long hair, pinned up effortlessly with a clip, exposed her delicate nape. Her pale, slender shoulders gleamed in the steam, and her face, wow. Seeing it this close just made it even clearer how ridiculously beautiful she was. This is bad. Super bad. Everything about her is so dangerously gorgeous it's messing with my brain. We're both girls, and yet I feel like I'm about to get a nosebleed. I really am sorry, though, for barging into your home like this and even taking a bath. No. No. You're my hero. You don't need to apologize for anything. By the time we'd made it back to my place, we were soaked. Like, towels won't save you soaked, so jumping straight into the bath was non-negotiable. Since my mum and my brother were both out, I got the bath ready and, obviously, told her to go first. But no, she just had to be too nice, saying, "I'm fine. You're the one who should go first. You'll catch a cold." We went back and forth until I finally snapped. "Enough already. You're way too nice," I exclaimed, feeling a surge of playful frustration. "We're both girls, so let's just get in together." Problem solved. I couldn't help but grin as I delivered the bold proposition, hoping my cheeks weren't as red as they felt. To my surprise, she actually went with it. "You're right. If we keep arguing, we'll both end up freezing. Let's do it." And that's how this insanity started. "Are you really okay with this, though?" I asked, a touch of nervousness creeping into my voice. "Bathing in a stranger's house with someone you just met?" "Honestly, I'm starting to regret making such a ridiculous suggestion." No, no, no," she quickly reassured me, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. "I agreed to this, so it's totally fine. I'm not uncomfortable at all. Honestly, I was in serious trouble being drenched like that, so I'm really grateful." She smiled as she said it, and not just any smile. It was elegant, warm, and so perfect it made me feel like I'd just been healed. "Wow, she's beautiful, kind, and practically flawless. Is she even real?" "Thanks." "Really?" she continued, her voice soft and genuine. "You saved me back there. Hee hee." "You're very welcome," I replied, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. "I'm just glad I could help." Her soft, graceful tone carried a kind of calm I'd never be able to pull off. But somehow, that only made her more amazing. "Yeah, she's basically a goddess." She looked like a princess who had slipped away from her castle to wander among the townsfolk, but something about her nagged at me. "Hey, Annie-san," I asked, unable to hold back my curiosity. "I've been wondering, how did you get that figure and your porcelain skin?" "If there's a secret, I'll beg for it on my knees." As a junior high student stuck with a childish, Lolita-like image, I couldn't help but envy Annie-san's mature curves. I was determined to uncover the secret behind her perfect body. "What? No, I'm not doing anything special," Annie-san replied, looking genuinely puzzled. "Just eating and sleeping a lot, that's all." "Wow. That's what I figured. You're just born lucky. It's not fair that you have such a perfect body," I whined, my frustration slipping out. It's embarrassing to keep talking about my body," Annie-san stammered, her cheeks flushing pink. "My friends say the same thing, but it's just a little bigger." "That's not just a little, it's a lot," I exclaimed. "Your friends must be so jealous of you." Just as I was lamenting the unfairness of the world, the rain began to drum even harder against the windows. The sky remained dark and heavy with storm clouds, showing no signs of clearing. "Wow, it's still raining," Annie-san sighed. "Today has been the worst." I even tried to cheer myself up by straightening my hair, but it ended up a mess. "It looked really good on you, though," Annie-san said, trying to cheer me up. "Do you usually wear your hair differently?" "Oh, yeah." I gave a small nod, brushing a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "I usually go for a ponytail like this." I gathered a strand of my hair with both hands and flicked it up and down like a tail. "Now that I think about it, I pretty much always wear my hair like this when I'm at home." "Really?" Annie-san's eyes lit up as she leaned in slightly. "That's cute. It suits you so well. I can totally picture you wearing it like that all the time." Her cheerful expression suddenly faltered. "Wait, that hairstyle," she murmured, her voice trailing off. I blinked, tilting my head. "What about it?" The moment her eyes locked onto my ponytail, Annie-san froze. The moment her eyes locked onto my ponytail, Annie-san froze. What is it?" "It's so embarrassing to be stared at by someone this beautiful." "Wait, oh no. I just realized I still haven't even asked her name, let alone introduced myself. And now that I think about it, she does look kind of familiar." Her face looked so familiar, yet I couldn't place it. Had I seen her somewhere before? In a video, perhaps, or a magazine? She was so striking. Surely I would have remembered meeting her in person. Still, there was this nagging sense of recognition. A fleeting memory of that beautiful face. That's it. The class photo my brother showed me a while ago," I blurted out, finally placing her. Why yeah, It's all coming back to me now. Her eyes widened in recognition. You're the girl from yesterday, the one I saw in town. Shijoin-san, is it really you? I gasped, the realization hitting me. Wait, you're the girl who was with Nihama-kun, she exclaimed, pointing at me. We fired questions and exclamations at each other, our words overlapping in a flurry of disbelief before silence crashed down around us. Huh? The only sound left was the rain drumming against the windows, a stark contrast to the chaos just moments before. Shijoin Haruka's point of view. Then. Are you Nihama-kun's younger sister? I asked, my voice wavering between surprise and disbelief. We found ourselves in a situation that was a bit hard to grasp at first, but after piecing together what we each knew, we finally began to make sense of this unexpected coincidence. Yeah. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Kanako Nihama. Thank you for always taking care of my brother. Kanako-chan, perched across from me in the bath, beamed with a mischievous grin and a playful bow. Nihama-kun's little sister. I knew he had a younger sister, but I never imagined she'd be this adorable. Her smile was so bright and infectious that it made me want to hug her. It's so funny, I never would have guessed the girl I saw with Nihama-kun yesterday was you. I laughed and shook my head. Then again, with everyone in town for the holidays, I guess it's not that surprising. I only caught a quick glimpse of you back then, and with your hair in a ponytail, I didn't even recognize you. As the words left my lips, a wave of relief washed over me, so sudden and unexpected it took my breath away. She's his sister. Yesterday was just a sibling outing. The moment I realized it, a weight I hadn't even fully understood lifted from my chest. Whatever had been pressing down on me since yesterday simply vanished. I feel so much lighter. It was as if a thorn had been plucked from my heart, leaving behind a sense of calm and clarity. The storm clouds in my mind dissipated, replaced by a bright, sunny sky. Still, to feel this relieved just because Nihama-kun doesn't have other close friends. Does that make me possessive? Selfish? Wait. A prickle of doubt disrupted my newfound peace. If this was just possessiveness because Nihama-kun didn't have other close friends, then wouldn't I have felt the same if Mei-san or Mitsuki-san had started getting closer to someone else? But when I thought about that, it didn't bother me at all. So why did it feel so different with him? What does that mean? I know I'm possessive, but this feels different, like it's more than just a fear of losing a friend. What's wrong, Shijoin-san? Are you alright? Kanako-chan's concerned voice broke through my thoughts. Oh, no, I haven't even introduced myself yet. I quickly collected myself. I'm Haruka Shijoin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kanako-chan. And I appreciate everything your brother has done for me. Kanako-chan's eyes sparkled. Nice to meet you too. I always knew you were a beautiful Ani-san, but to actually meet the famous Shijoin-san, I've been wanting to. Famous? Did Nihama-kun really talk about me that much? I asked, surprised and a little curious. Well, of course. Like that time you read too many light novels, your grades dropped, and your dad almost banned you from reading them. What? I can't believe him. What on earth is he telling his little sister? He's completely ruined my image before I even got the chance to make one. It's our first meeting, and she's already hearing these things about me. But generally, he's always praising you. Huh? He always says you're a wonderful person, like how happy he is to study with you, and how much fun he had at the school festival. Honestly, I've heard so much about you, Shijoin-san. I could get blisters on my ears. Is that so? I had no idea Nihama-kun talked about me so much at home. A mix of embarrassment and happiness flooded through me, making my cheeks flush. He made you sound so amazing that I was actually a bit skeptical, even after seeing photos. But then you actually sprinted through the pouring rain to return my lost wallet. You really are a beautiful person, inside and out. Oh, please. You're making me blush. Returning a dropped wallet is really nothing special. It really wasn't. But for some reason, Kanako-chan seemed surprised by my casualness. Still, I can't believe Nihama-kun has such a cute little sister. Sorry, I'm an only child, so this whole little sister thing is really new to me. And I know it's probably a little weird, but Could I pet your head for a bit? Kanako-chan was small and energetic, like a playful little kitten, and so cute that I couldn't resist the urge to gently stroke her head. Yeah, that's totally fine. Go ahead, treat me like your own little sister. With her permission, I gently touched Kanako-chan's hair, softly stroking it, just like when I play with small animals. This simple act filled me with a surprising sense of happiness. Hee, as expected. Kanako-chan, your hair is so soft. Wait a second. Huh? What's wrong? This is worse than I thought. Being naked in the bath with a beautiful girl like a princess slowly stroking my head. Hey, my brain is going to melt. Lost in the bliss of stroking Kanako-chan's hair, just like when I lose all track of time playing with cats or dogs. I hadn't noticed her voice getting shaky or her face turning bright red. This is the power of a natural-born lady. Kanako-chan, you're as red as a boiled octopus. Did you soak too long in the bath? Kanako-chan, now completely resembling a boiled octopus, looked like she was about to slip under the water. I panicked and lunged forward to catch her. I'm so sorry about earlier. I got completely carried away petting you and lost all track of time. Wrapped in a fluffy bath towel, I bowed my head to Kanako-chan, guilt practically bubbling out of me. We just emerged from the steamy warmth of the bath and were now in the changing area, a tiny room that doubled as a washroom. Kanako-chan had bounced back to her usual self almost instantly, but I still felt awful for not noticing how lightheaded she'd gotten. I mean, wasn't I supposed to be the responsible one here? No, the bath wasn't really why that happened, but anyway. I'll leave your clothes here, okay? Thank you so much for everything. Already dressed in a comfy t-shirt and shorts, Kanako-chan placed the change of clothes she'd brought for me into the wicker laundry basket. My underwear had dried in the machine while we were in the bath, but my more delicate pieces, like my blouse and skirt, weren't exactly dryer-friendly. So now, I had no choice but to rely on Kanako-chan's kindness. I'll make us some tea, so come to the living room when you're dressed. With a cheerful wave, Kanako-chan disappeared down the hallway. Wait, hold on a second. If Kanako-chan is Nihama-kun's sister, doesn't that mean this is Nihama-kun's house? The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I froze, staring in horror as my reflection in the mirror turned the same color as a ripe tomato. So that means I got naked in Nihama-kun's house and took a bath. I'd stripped down completely and soaked in the same tub that Nihama-kun used every day. The thought sent a full-body shiver down my spine, and I wanted nothing more than to curl up and disappear. It doesn't look like anyone else is home except Kanako-chan, but anyway. I need to get dressed fast. I slipped into my dry underwear and pulled on the oversized shirt Kanako-chan had left for me. The chest area felt a little tight, but it wasn't uncomfortable. As I buttoned the sleeves, my eyes caught a small note tucked inside the laundry basket. One glance at the round, cutesy handwriting, and I knew it had to be Kanako-chan's. Here's a shirt for you. Mine would be way too small, and even Mom's might be a bit tight, so I grabbed one of my brother's instead. Wow, this is Nihama-kun's shirt? The realization crashed over me, and my face erupted in a fiery blush. It wasn't just my face, though. My entire body felt like it was burning from the inside out. The thought of being wrapped in Nihama-kun's shirt sent my heart into a frenzy. It smells so different from a girl's clothes. It smells like him. Clad only in my underwear, with his shirt draped loosely over me, I froze. His scent lingered on the fabric, wrapping around me in a way that felt almost too personal. My mind spun, a chaotic rush of emotions and sensations that left me unable to think straight. The same scent, just like that night at the cultural festival, pressed together in the darkness of the planetarium. This is definitely his. I wasn't even aware of what I was doing. It wasn't deliberate. But before I knew it, I had lifted the sleeve to my face and inhaled deeply. Nihama Shinichiro's point of view. The rain poured down relentlessly, drenching everything in its path. I sprinted through the downpour and burst into the safety of my house. Damn it. What is this weather? Wrestling with my umbrella in the entryway, I cursed the skies for their betrayal. Sure, the forecast had mentioned rain in the afternoon, but this was practically a natural disaster. I'd been so caught up reading at the library that I lost track of time, and now I was paying the price. Ugh. Even with an umbrella, I'm soaked through. My pants clung uncomfortably to my legs, heavy from the rain, and the damp sleeves of my shirt felt like icy fingers crawling down my back. No use complaining. Better change out of these wet clothes first. Stepping across the threshold, I noticed the shoes lined up neatly by the door. There were only 3 of us living here, yet nearly all of the 10 pairs lining the entryway belonged to Kanako and Mum. Kaya, a startled gasp came from the bathroom, freezing me in my tracks. There she was, Shijoin Haruka, an impossible sight. A girl who shouldn't have been here. My mind went blank. Thoughts short-circuited and vanished in an instant. For 2 agonizing seconds, my brain froze, completely paralyzed. Hallucination? Delusion? A fleeting daydream? Fragmented words bubbled up as I scrambled to deny reality, clinging to the hope that this was just a cruel mirage, a trick of my overactive imagination. But the harsh reality was sinking in, and my brain was finally telling me this was real. The girl I loved most, Shijoin Haruka, was standing in the bathroom of my house, her bare skin exposed. Wait, what? Why is she here? What kind of cosmic glitch caused this? I frantically scanned the scene, desperate for answers, only to make things worse. Haruka stood there in my oversized shirt, the fabric hanging loosely off her shoulders with the hem barely reaching mid-thigh. Her flushed face and damp hair screamed she'd just stepped out of the bath, the faint mist in the air confirming it. And then I saw it, my shirt on her. The realization hit me like a truck. Why is she wearing my shirt? I can explain. Haruka's voice cracked as she clutched the front of the shirt closed, but the movement shifted the fabric, flashing enough bare skin to sear the image into my brain. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet and slammed the sliding door shut. My heart pounded so loud it drowned out every other sound. Sorry, I yelled, voice cracking. I didn't know anyone was in there. Silence. No movement. No response. The longer it dragged on, the worse my anxiety got. Calm down. This has to be a misunderstanding. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize, the facts wouldn't change. Shijoin Haruka wearing my shirt in my house, in my bathroom. The absurdity of it made my head spin. Shit. What should I do? I was still reeling when Haruka's trembling voice finally broke the silence. Please don't misunderstand. This isn't what it looks like. And just like that, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No, wait. This is insane. The unexpected sight of Shijoin-san in my house was deeply unsettling. When I returned home, I found her in my bathroom, wearing nothing but underwear and a shirt with all the buttons undone. An outlandish, logic-defying situation like this made me question reality. If something this bizarre could happen, then a Terminator sipping tea in my living room wouldn't seem far-fetched. Nahama-kun. This isn't what it looks like. I only borrowed this shirt out of necessity, not because I have some kind of perverted hobby of enjoying your scent or anything. Shijoin-san abruptly lowered her arm, her face burning red as she panicked over something completely incomprehensible. Please believe me. If you think I'm some kind of girl with weird fetishes, I won't be able to live with myself. Wait, Shijoin-san. Your shirt is still open. Tearfully pleading her case, Shijoin-san stepped closer and closer. The problem was her shirt was still unbuttoned. She was practically half naked, and as she moved, my eyes locked onto the sight of her body clad in nothing but underwear beneath the loose shirt. 2 large, soft melons pressed against a pink bra. Smooth, white skin and a slender waist. The enticing curve of her navel, and just barely visible beneath her skirt were her matching pink panties. My primal instincts froze, completely captivated by a sight no man should ever have been allowed to witness. Please, think about what you're wearing. You're practically naked. I am so sorry. Finally realizing how exposed she was, Shijoin-san flushed a deeper red and hastily pulled the shirt closed with both hands before crouching down on the spot. For the time being, I'd narrowly avoided a complete mental shutdown, but still, what the hell is going on here? Why is Shijoin-san even in my house? And why is she half naked? I don't understand anything right now. Ana-chan. Kaneko. Wait. This isn't. Hearing the commotion, my sister Kaneko came rushing over, only to stare at me with a cold, deadpan expression. Whoa. Hold on a second. Okay, maybe I accidentally saw Shijoin-san in her underwear, but is that really a reason to look at me like I'm some kind of pervert? Well, I guess I can't blame you, Kaneko muttered with a sigh. Huh? I mean, it's only natural to head straight to the bathroom after getting caught in the rain. And since Mom sometimes buys new shoes, it'd be hard to notice that Shijoin-san's shoes were there, considering they're about the same size. Plus, I was so focused on making tea that I didn't even notice you'd come home. Oh, in any other rom-com, this would be the part where the guy gets mercilessly pummeled. Instead, my little sister calmly analyzed the situation, and I couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. Kaneko, I never knew you were capable of such rational thinking. Your big brother is genuinely proud of you right now. But, wait. Why are you moving behind me? Even so, Ana-chan, you need to take responsibility for seeing Shijoin-san in her underwear, and to wrap up this ridiculously complicated situation. The only choice we have left is to follow the classic rom-com manga template. So sorry if this seems unfair, but take this. Gah! With a running start, Kaneko unleashed a flying kick straight into my back. The impact sent me sprawling face first into the hallway with a loud crash. Nahama-kun. I could hear Shijoin-san's panicked voice behind me, still half naked, but I couldn't let myself look in her direction. That was the real struggle here. Or rather, could someone just explain what the hell is going on already? Chapter 7, Haruka. Welcomed into the Nahama family. I can't believe this is happening. I sat at the table in our living room with Shijoin-san and Kaneko. Things had finally calmed down after the chaos in the bathroom. We'd managed to get everyone changed and settled, but even after hearing the whole story, I was still struggling to process everything that had just happened. You ran through the rain just to help Kaneko. Thank you so much, Shijoin-san. Kaneko, thank her again too. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Haruka-chan. Please don't bow your heads to me like that. I just picked up a wallet. Kaneko and I lowered our heads in gratitude, making Shijoin-san flustered. She waved her hands in a panic. Wow, Kaneko. You just met her today, and you're already calling her Haruka-chan like you're best friends? I mean, Shijoin-san doesn't seem to mind, but still. Also, about what happened in the bathroom. I'm so sorry, Kaneko and I weren't paying attention, and things got out of control. No. It was an accident, and I am sorry for showing you something so inappropriate. Her shy apology brought the entire scene flooding back. Shijoin-san's flawless, snow-white skin, the girl I loved more than anyone in the world. Standing there in nothing but a thin shirt and her underwear, it wasn't just exciting, it was mesmerizing. Almost divine, like gazing upon a goddess. That image was seared into my memory, and what makes it even more unforgettable is the fact that she's wearing my shirt. Shijoin-san's cheeks turned red, like she was remembering it too. Seeing her like that, wrapped in my shirt and hugging her shoulders tightly, stirred something inside me. Her freshly bathed skin still had a faint flush, and the thought of it brushing against my shirt made my heart race. Kaneko's words echoed in my head. We managed to find one of Mom's skirts, but we totally had to use your shirt for the top, since, you know, her chest is a bit too big, right? If Kaneko said that on purpose, just to mess with me. Well, damn it, she succeeded. I am really sorry about everything. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Haruka-chan, Kaneko said. Then she added, but honestly, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Your skin is gorgeous. Most people would probably pay a fortune just to see it. Kaneko, don't say stuff like that, I hissed. How could she just blurt that out so casually? Tone it down in front of our guest. It's fine. Really, Shijoin-san said with a smile. Actually, I feel kind of relieved. Huh? This might sound a little weird, but I'm really happy to see you again, Nahama-kun, she said. Honestly, I was kind of hoping we'd run into each other again soon. Wah, seriously? Kanako's eyes widened in surprise at Shijoin-san's words. What's with her reaction? Well, I was hoping to see you too, I replied, feeling my cheeks flush. It's been a while since we've talked in person instead of just texting. Wait, what? Seeing her again made it clear. My heart was practically soaring. It felt like my emotional batteries had just been fully recharged. Just being near Shijoin-san was like soaking in pure, healing energy. But seriously, what's wrong with Kaneko? Hey, Una-chan. She whispered, grabbing my shoulder and pulling me aside. What was that just now? You two were just casually dropping "I wanted to see you" like it was nothing. That's totally how couples talk. When did you sweep Shijoin-san off her feet? No, I guess I've just gotten used to it, but her words were totally friendly. There's nothing romantic about it. Huh? Are you serious? That's something friends are supposed to say. I mean, sure, I've heard she's kind of an airhead, but come on. There's got to be a limit, right? Yeah, well, I'm probably the only guy she's close enough to for that kind of reaction. In that sense, I guess it's special. Too bad there's no heart-shaped filter attached, though. Shijoin-san's natural innocence was like an impenetrable wall, keeping guys at a distance. I was still in the middle of trying to break through it. I knew for sure we were getting closer, so I couldn't afford to rush things. By the way, every single word I say to Shijoin-san is practically decorated with heart marks. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. You don't need to rub it in. Kaneko shot me a sharp look. Okay, maybe I'd talked a little too much about my feelings for Shijoin-san around her. Ahaha, sorry for whispering in secret, Haruka-chan. She said suddenly. I was just apologizing to my brother for accidentally telling you how he's always talking about you at home. What? You traitor. How much of what I've said did you spill? And how dare you act so casual about it while claiming you're sorry? Oh, really? Shijoin-san said, blushing. When Kaneko-chan told me about it, I felt both happy and embarrassed. Nahama-kun. Why yes? Please don't share too many embarrassing things about me with Kaneko-chan, okay? It might sound silly, but I want to be seen as a reliable older sister figure. Wait. Which part of what I said counts as embarrassing things exactly? I've talked to Kaneko about Shijoin-san so much that I can't even pinpoint which story she might be referring to. But, well, I talk about you a lot at home too, Nahama-kun, she added, so I guess I can't really say anything. Wait, really? What kind of things do you say about me? Fufu, so many things. She replied with a smile. Like how amazing you are, how you've helped me, or what we talked about that day. I could go on and on. Kaneko leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, while Shijoin-san, for some reason, seemed more cheerful than ever. Seriously. How did these two get so ridiculously close in such a short amount of time? But every time I mention you, Shijoin-san continued, my father suddenly makes this face like he just bit into a lemon, and then he starts trembling as if he's trying to hold something back. As expected, every single time she brings me up, Tokamyun-san's irritation meter skyrockets. Stop it, please. I appreciate you talking about me, but don't push his eruption gauge any higher than it already is. Ahahahahaha. Haruka-chan, your dad is hilarious. Kaneko laughed. He sounds super twitchy, but good luck with that, big bro. You're on your own. Stop laughing, you little brat. She's way too entertained by this. Meanwhile, I'm breaking out in a cold sweat just remembering that high-pressure interrogation Tokamyun-san had put me through. There's nothing funny about it. Still, Kaneko-chan, you really love your brother, don't you? Shijoin-san said. Shijoin-san smiled gently, her expression warm. Kaneko, who had been laughing just moments earlier, froze, caught off guard. You both seem so happy whenever you're together, Shijoin-san commented. It's really clear how close you are as siblings. Kaneko sputtered, surprised. Shijoin-san's innocent remark had completely flustered her. This is rare. Seeing Kaneko speechless like this. That's not true. Kaneko stammered, her cheeks reddening slightly. And don't make it sound like I'm some kind of brocon. Really? Shijoin-san tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. But earlier, when you were talking about Nihama-kun in the bath, you seemed pretty excited. Kaneko's face flushed. That's it. End of discussion. I said we're done with this topic. She flailed her arms, desperately trying to shut down the conversation with a pout. Amazing. Kaneko's actually blushing and speechless? I marveled at Shijoin-san's natural charm. Her honest words seemed to reflect the truth back at Kaneko, making it impossible for her to argue. Hee, Kaneko-chan looks so cute when she's embarrassed. Shijoin-san giggled. Nihama-kun, I'm jealous of you. Her sudden compliment caught me off guard, and I couldn't help but agree. Right? She doesn't always respect her big brother, but I'm proud to have her as my little sister. Kaneko, still pouting with her face turned away, only made me and Shijoin-san smile. WHWH what? She finally exclaimed, whirling around to face us. What's with that sudden nonsense, you stupid big brother? Her flustered voice only made me and Shijoin-san laugh harder, which, judging by the deepening blush on her face, only flustered her more. What? I chuckled. I'm serious. You're my precious little sister, you know? Ugh. I can't believe you're looking at me like that with that smug grin. Haha. Let me tease you for once. Well, I mean, as siblings, I guess it's fine to get along. Kaneko mumbled, her voice trailing off. But it's not like I actually want my big brother to dote on me or anything. Stop looking at me like that. Kaneko protested, covering her face with her hands. Both of you. Before anyone could respond, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of tires splashing through water and a car engine approaching. Looks like Mom's back. It was summer vacation for us students. But Mom, a full-time working adult, had to work today as usual. This morning, before heading out, Mom said, "You kids are so lucky to have summer vacation." And now that I'm living my second life, I totally get how she feels. Adults don't get summer breaks, no spring breaks, no winter breaks either. That's why working adults envy students who can freely enjoy their summers and long for vacations they won't see until retirement. Of course, even adults get some breaks. Most companies at least give you a few days off around Obon, right? Then again, thinking back, the black company I slaved away for wouldn't even consider something like that. Obon is a Japanese Buddhist holiday generally held from August 13th to August 16th. It honors the spirits of one's ancestors, who are believed to return to the land of the living during this time. I sighed, the bitter memory lingering as my gaze drifted to nowhere in particular. I was so lost in thought about my former corporate misery that I barely registered the sound of the front door opening, followed by the familiar patter of footsteps approaching the living room. I'm home. Geez, the rain's crazy out there. Mom appeared, wiping droplets from her hair with a handkerchief. She wasn't as youthful looking as Shijoin-san's mother, Akiko-san, but she still looked far too young to have a high school-aged son. Her short, wavy hair was neatly styled, and her makeup and skincare routine clearly weren't neglected. She was every bit the career woman by nature. My mom was a bright and cheerful person, as long as she didn't have to see her idiot son getting chewed up and spit out by a black company. She had every chance at a happy, carefree life. Welcome home, Mum. You're back early today. Yeah, the rain just kept getting worse, so I decided to head home a little early. Oh? That's when Mom finally noticed Shijoin-san. Her eyes widened in surprise. I'm so sorry for intruding. Shijoin-san quickly stood and bowed, her posture flawless and elegant. Are you Kaneko's friend? No, actually, I'm Nihama-kun's, Shinichiro-kun's friend. My name is Haruka Shijoin. It's very nice to meet you. Oh, how polite of you. I'm Shinichiro's mother, Mika Nihama. Wait, you're his friend? Mom's eyes darted between us, her expression still full of disbelief. Hey, Shinichiro. What's going on here? This girl's way too pretty to be your friend. What the heck do you mean by that? Sure, I'll admit she's leagues above me. It's like comparing the moon to a mud turtle, but still. But seriously, what's going on here? This ridiculously cute girl is your friend? And wait, she's wearing your shirt? What? Oh no. Given the situation, and more importantly, the fact that Shijoin-san is an unbelievably gorgeous girl, Mom was spiraling into full-blown panic. Well, I mean, from Mom's perspective, it's basically I came home one day to find my gloomy son had brought home a princess-like beauty. Right? Gloomy is uncalled for, you little brat. Also, for the record, you're the one who brought her here, not me. Still, getting to see Shijoin-san after so long had me quietly thinking. Nice job, little sister. Way to go. Okay, calm down, Mum. I'll explain everything. I just heard the details from Kanako myself. As I began explaining the situation to my clearly overwhelmed mother, who couldn't seem to process how her son managed to bring home someone like Shijoin-san, I made sure to cover every detail. I see. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. When I finished recounting how Shijoin-san had gone out of her way to return Kanako's lost wallet and the events that followed, Mom bowed repeatedly to her in gratitude. Please, there's no need to bow like that. Shijoin-san, clearly flustered, waved her hands in protest. Her cheeks turned slightly pink as she backed away a step. Both Shinichiro-kun and Kanako-chan already thanked me plenty. I'm the one who should apologize for causing such a fuss. She looked genuinely troubled by all the gratitude, as if sprinting through the rain for a stranger was just something anyone would naturally do. Still, hearing her call me Shinichiro-kun like that is incredible. It made my heart feel like it was floating. Sure, she probably called me that because there were 3 Nihimas in the room, but the way she said my name sent my mind into overdrive. And before I knew it, I was daydreaming. Shinichiro-kun. Yeah? What is it? Haruka-san. Nothing. I just felt like saying your name. Yes, that classic scene. Shijoin-san could totally pull that off. Just as my thoughts were getting carried away, Kanako leaned in and whispered. Your face looks gross, Una-chan. Her blunt words popped my bubble and brought me crashing back to reality. Damn it, I must have been so happy to see Shijoin-san again that I totally lost my composure. I mean, seriously, she's so cute. I'm completely shocked. Wait a second. Shijoin-san? Don't tell me she's the girl you've been talking about, Shinichiro. What? She's real? Hey, who did you think I was talking about? Whenever Mom asked, how's school been lately? I always brought up Shijoin-san. I did it partly to reassure Mom, who had always worried about her shy, often bullied son, that my high school life was going well this time around. But apparently, I just thought you were making things up to sound cool. Like, pretending to have a cute and kind girl as a friend or something. I didn't think you'd actually have a princess-like beauty as your friend. Kanako had reacted the same way at first, but I was treated like I'd made her up. Okay, fine. If my gloomy, otaku self suddenly claimed to be friends with a gorgeous girl, maybe I would have doubted it too if I were in Mom's shoes. But still. Shinichiro-kun, I'm happy you talk about me at home, but have you been exaggerating things a bit? I'm really not that cute. No. Haruka-chan, you're super cute. If anything, my brother downplayed how pretty you are. Kanako-chan? Shijoin-san blushed as she nervously questioned whether I had embellished her image, but Kanako shot down her doubts without hesitation. Seriously? With looks like hers, there's no way anyone could call her not cute. Mom and I silently agreed, nodding in unison. Still, if you've been taking care of Shinichiro, I really do need to thank you properly. I just hope he hasn't been a bother. No, not at all. If anything, I'm the one who's been completely relying on him. I can't thank Shinichiro-kun enough. Really? Mom seemed completely thrown off by Shijoin-san's earnest response. Yes, especially during finals. Shinichiro-kun spent countless afternoons after school helping me study. He's so good at explaining things, and, wah, Shijoin-san, what are you doing? For some reason, Shijoin-san suddenly launched into a glowing, high-energy retelling of how I had helped her with her exams. This time, It was my turn to blush. I mean, seriously, she would not stop praising me. She talked about how I had prepared custom study materials just for her, how I still kept up with my own studies despite helping her, and how amazing that was. Haruka, stop. At this rate, I'm going to die from embarrassment. So? What did he say to you then? Yeah, I really want to know too. Wait. Why are both Mom and Kanako leaning in so eagerly? He said, I'm happy you trust me, so I want to live up to that trust until the very end. It made me really happy. Ooh, it's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything, but having my exact words revealed to my family like this was seriously embarrassing. And what's with Mom and Kanako? Why do they look so hyped about this? Thanks to that, I got my best grades ever, and Shinichiro-kun placed first overall. And not just that. He's helped me so much with school events and even everyday things. Shinichiro-kun is really amazing and such a wonderful person. With a smile as bright as a clear summer sky, Shijoin-san declared this without hesitation. It was obvious to anyone that she was speaking straight from the heart. Hearing that made me incredibly happy, but having both my mom and sister hear it, too, was mortifying. I reflexively covered my red face with my hands. Hey, Kanako. She's definitely pretty on the outside. But don't you think she's just as pure and beautiful on the inside too? Yeah, she's an absolute angel. I mean, she ran through the rain just to bring my wallet back today. Mom, clearly moved by Shijoin-san's angelic demeanor, whispered to Kanako. By the way, their whispering was loud enough for me to hear every word from right next to them. And something tells me, could it be? She doesn't just see him as a friend, she might actually like him. It's hard to say since she's a bit airheaded, but there's no doubt Shinichiro has become super important to her. Oh no. She's such a good girl. I feel like I need to make sure we secure this relationship right away. Hey, Mom, I've been planning for that since the beginning. And just like that, Mom and Kanako exchanged nods and grinned conspiratorially. Hey, what are you two plotting? Seriously? Their approval rating for Shijoin-san shot through the roof. Now Mom and Kanako were both shooting me thumbs ups and giving me smiles that clearly said, go get her. I had no idea how to respond to that, so all I could do was give them a strained, awkward smile in return. Gah. I never thought I'd experience this, but having your mom support your love life is insanely embarrassing. Chapter 8. Can I stay the night? Shijoin-san effortlessly charmed her way into my mother and Kanako's hearts, even though they'd just met. Once again, I found myself captivated by her overwhelming charm. As the saying goes, when three women gather, it's a party. The living room transformed into a lively tea party, filled with laughter and chatter. And you know what? Shinichiro-kun actually made takoyaki on the teacher's desk. He gave the whole class a taste test. Everyone's eyes were practically popping out of their heads. Takoyaki in the classroom? He really did that in front of everyone? Most of Shijoin-san's stories revolved around me, and each one left my mother utterly dumbfounded. From Mom's point of view, I might seem more cheerful these days, but she probably never imagined me being this outgoing at school. Hey, Mom, remember the day when Shinichiro suddenly started a takoyaki party at home? That was actually practice for this. Kanako chimed in. Ah, I remember that day. But didn't he get in trouble for doing something like that at school? Haha, the teacher immediately smelled the sauce, but before he could get scolded, Shinichiro shouted, I'm the culprit. I'm so sorry. He apologized so profusely that the teacher didn't know what else to do but give him a lecture. Well, I guess in those situations, it's better to apologize excessively and shock them into forgiveness instead of trying to hide it. That was an apology technique I perfected during my corporate drone days. Naturally, it only worked on reasonable people who weren't completely furious. Still, when combined with the Japanese idea that admitting guilt is a virtue, it proved surprisingly effective. Wow, I never realized my boy had grown so strong without me noticing. My mother sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice, but her smile was filled with relief. Yes, Shinichiro used to be so quiet, but now he's so active and reliable. Shijoin-san added, her cheerful mood adding to the warm atmosphere. Even the rain drumming against the windows couldn't dampen the peaceful feeling in the room. Thinking about it, everyone who's important to me is right here with me. My mother, who died young because of my actions in my past life. Kaneko, who grew distant after that devastating loss. And Shijoin-san, who ended her life after enduring relentless workplace bullying. Everyone I failed to protect back then is now here, sitting together in this living room. I can hardly believe my eyes, but it really is them. As I watched the three of them chatting happily together, my vision blurred. These were the people I should have protected, the people I couldn't even reach for. Seeing their faces now filled me with a deep regret for my past life, where I had failed to save anyone. I didn't realize we were talking so much. It's already this late. I should probably get going soon. Noticing the time when she glanced at the clock, Shijoin-san stood up as if to leave. But then, Kaya, a sudden flash of lightning lit up the window, and moments later, thunder rumbled through the air. The rain wasn't dying down. It was only getting worse. This isn't just normal rain. There's mist combined with fog too. Haruka-chan, do you think you can make it home in this weather? Why yeah, I guess I'll call home and ask them to send a car for me. Even when I was coming back earlier, the drive was pretty scary. Let's check the weather info on TV. When Mom turned on the living room TV, the news anchor's serious voice filled the room. The caption on the screen read, "Sudden heavy rain causing traffic jams." Currently, the city is experiencing intense rainfall, with reports of a railroad crossing malfunction due to lightning and multiple accidents. This has caused severe traffic jams in various areas, with no clear end in sight. Due to poor visibility, authorities advise against any travel, including driving. Furthermore, buses and trains have completely halted operations. As the live footage aired, rain blurred the city streets, shrouding them in white mist. Accidents and abandoned vehicles blocked the roads, while traffic jams stretched endlessly in every direction the camera panned. Evacuation warnings scrolled across the screen, highlighting areas near mountains and rivers. Everyone in the room fell silent. The storm was far worse than any of us could have imagined. I can't believe it's gotten this bad. Shijoin-san murmured, her eyes wide with surprise. The forecast this morning only said it would be light rain. No one was prepared for the weather to take such a sudden, dramatic turn. Driving home was a nightmare. The traffic was completely gridlocked, and I could barely see the road. In weather like this, even calling a car would be pointless. They'd never make it through. It's just too dangerous out there. You're right. Weather like this makes the roads a nightmare. My mom's words echoed my own thoughts. I couldn't help but remember my old company's ridiculous policy. It's just rain, not a typhoon. They'd yell, refusing to let us stay home. I once arrived completely soaked, but one of my colleagues wasn't so lucky. He had an accident on the way and ended up in the hospital with broken ribs. Heavy rain can make driving nearly impossible, even without strong winds. It's incredibly dangerous. What are we going to do? This is awful. Shijoin-san looked out at the flooded streets, her face pale with worry. She lived in the suburbs, so getting home tonight seemed impossible. Even if her chauffeur braved the storm, it would take hours to reach her. Mom, I have an idea. I know what you're thinking, Mom said, nodding. In this situation, there was really only one solution, regardless of who Shijoin-san was. Normally, inviting a girl like her to my house would have been unthinkable, but this was an emergency. Haruka-san, I began, feeling a bit awkward. I know this might seem a little sudden, but with the storm and all, we wanted to offer you a safe place to stay until things clear up. If the roads aren't safe by tonight, you're more than welcome to stay over. Of course, if you'd prefer, you can call your parents first to talk it over. Shijoin Akiko's point of view. My face went pale when Fuayu Izumi-san, our housekeeper, told me Haruka hadn't come home yet. My husband looked just as shocked. What? He exclaimed. Haruka isn't home? I know. I cried. And the buses have stopped running. Rain pounded relentlessly against the windows, like a waterfall crashing down. It was impossible to see anything outside. The visibility was absolutely dreadful. Fuayu Izumi-san told me Haruka went out earlier and hasn't returned, I explained. struggling to remain calm. Wait. What? She hasn't come back yet? Tokamian-san asked, his brow furrowed in disbelief. We'd been buried in work all afternoon in the study, completely oblivious to the downpour raging outside. I hadn't realized how bad the storm had gotten until we returned to the living room. I am so sorry. Izumi-san wailed, tears brimming in her eyes. I was cleaning the storage all day and didn't notice Miss Haruka wasn't home. She bowed deeply, apologizing over and over. I had asked her to keep an eye on Haruka, but in a house this big, it was far too easy to lose track of someone. Haruka. Tokamian-san suddenly cried, his voice trembling with panic. She could be out there, scared and alone. Or worse, what if she's been in an accident? I have to go find her. He bolted toward the door, but I grabbed his arm, holding him back. Tokamian-san, please calm down, I exclaimed. You're so composed at work, but when it comes to Haruka, you completely lose your composure. Honestly, how were we supposed to resolve anything if he panicked like this? We need to stay calm and call her, I said, pulling out my phone. Before I could dial Haruka's number, the phone buzzed in my hand. I froze, my eyes fixed on the caller ID, as if it held all the answers I desperately needed. With a shaky breath and a hesitant thumb, I pressed the answer button. Hello, Haruka? Hi, Mum, it's me. Sorry for making you worry. A wave of relief swept over me. Oh, Haruka, I was so worried. Are you all right? Her voice was calm and steady, nothing like someone caught in a storm, and it instantly eased my fears. I'm fine, Mom, she assured me. Oh, thank goodness. Izumi-san sighed, clutching her chest. Tokamian-san, who had been on the verge of a breakdown just moments earlier, now looked completely dumbfounded. It was like his brain couldn't process what he was hearing. Haruka, where are you right now? I asked. Wait. What? You're at Nahama-kun's house, huh? My voice echoed through the silent living room. Tokamian-san let out a strangled gasp, his face frozen in a mix of shock and confusion. What? She took a bath at his house? Tokamian-san collapsed to the floor, like a puppet with its strings cut. Oh my dear, he groaned, muttering deliriously about baths, clearly in shock. He's going to need a minute to recover from this. With the rain getting worse, Haruka said over the phone, they offered to let me stay the night. I'll try not to be a bother, but I think I should accept. What? It's come to this? Well, given the circumstances, yes. That's probably for the best. Just be sure to be on your best behavior. This is happening so fast. The rain was pouring relentlessly, and honestly, we all knew Nahama-kun was a good guy. Staying put was the only thing that made sense. Not to mention, a little closeness between them might not be such a bad thing. Oh, and Nahama-kun's mother wants to speak with you. What? His mother? This is unexpected. A nervous voice came through the receiver. Hello. This is Mika Nahama, Shinichiro's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'd always planned on meeting his parents eventually, but not quite like this. Hello, this is Akiko Shijoin, Haruka's mother. I can't thank you enough for looking after my daughter and even offering her a place to stay. I'm so grateful. Oh no, not at all. Your daughter was kind enough to return my daughter's wallet. She seems so sweet, Nahama-kun's mother continued, still sounding flustered. Normally, having a girl stay over might not be appropriate, but I hope you understand this is an emergency. Of course. Your son is a wonderful young man. I feel completely at ease leaving Haruka in your care. Trying to get Haruka home in this weather would be madness. Besides, Nahama-kun's house was the safest place for her. And honestly, a little contact between them wouldn't be the end of the world. Fufu, if Haruka gets a little clingy with Nahama-kun, please forgive her, alright? I teased. Akiko-san, is that really how you feel? Nahama-kun's mother exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. I mean, from my perspective, Haruka-chan is such a wonderful girl that I honestly thought someone like her would be completely out of my son's league. I was sure you'd disapprove if it ever came to that. Fufafu, on the contrary, I think very highly of Nahama-kun. My husband might be a little overprotective, but as for me, I'm fully in support mode. Yes. Absolutely. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on them, okay? Haruka's already made quite the impression. It sounds like I've gained another enthusiastic supporter. My daughter's romantic prospects are looking up. I couldn't help but smile. Haruka may be lacking in some areas, but please continue to take good care of her. If the weather clears up, we might come to pick her up. But with this rain, she'll likely be staying over for the night. She's staying over. Tokaiman-san, still sprawled on the floor, his soul seemingly absent, twitched at those words. Staying over? Overnight? He shot upright with a jolt and a world-ending scream. Uh-oh. He's about to lose it. What was that noise? Oh, no need to worry. Nothing at all. Anyway, thank you so much for everything. And I'll speak with you again soon. Wait. Akiku. Ignoring my husband's panicked shouts, I promptly ended the call. Any longer, and the whole neighborhood would have heard him. Why did you hang up? There's no way we can let Haruka stay over at that brat's house. It's nothing like staying over at a girl's house. I get it. Honestly, I'd normally think it's pretty inappropriate for a high school girl to stay over at a boy's house. If Haruka had just blurted out, "I'm staying over at Nahama-kun's house," I would have shut it down immediately. Supporting their relationship is one thing, but there are limits. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But this situation is different, isn't it? Even if we wanted to pick her up, it's far too dangerous to drive in this weather. It's late, and we need to assume she'll be staying over. Well, even if it's unavoidable, this is a rare chance for an overnight stay. I mused. I just hope they use this opportunity to get a little closer. Within high school limits. Of course. That's true, but Tokaiman groaned, throwing a dramatic glance at the torrential downpour outside. He knows I'm right, but his heart just can't handle it. Poor guy. But still. That brat and my daughter are spending the night together under the same roof. What if he sees Haruka fresh out of the bath, gets excited, and turns into a beast? You realize it sounds pretty bad when you're the one saying that, right? Especially considering you actually did act on it. To be fair, we were adults back then. Young love. Wait, how did Haruka even end up at his place in the first place? Don't tell me that brat planned this, huh? He must have seen the forecast, called Haruka over, got her drenched on purpose, and then let her use his bath. After that, he introduced her to his parents, who obviously couldn't dislike an angel like Haruka, and then, thanks to the rain, he talked them into letting her stay the night. And after that, once the family's asleep. Hold up, how exactly was Nahama-kun supposed to predict a freak downpour? What is he, a psychic or a time traveler? He's completely lost it. Tokaiman had already spiraled into full-blown paranoia, his imagination running wild. Like hell, I'll let that bastard get away with it. I'm taking the car and picking her up right now. I don't care how long it takes. I'll bring Haruka back home, no matter what. Tokaiman. What are you even saying? Look outside. It's insane out there. Fu are you Izumi-san? Help me hold him down. Why yes. Please calm down, sir. If you crash in this weather, what's going to happen to the company? Let me go. No father in his right mind would be okay with his daughter spending the night at some guy's house. I won't allow it, no matter what. Despite being praised as a genius CEO and a man of the era, Tokaiman kicked and flailed like a spoiled child while I wrestled him into a headlock. Men. Honestly. I already got my parents' permission. So even if it feels a bit bold, I'll be accepting your kind offer to stay over. But are you really sure it's okay? Shijoin-san asked, her voice wavering slightly as she fidgeted nervously. Of course, make yourself at home and relax like it's your own house. Mom replied with a beaming smile, radiating warmth. She'd clearly taken quite a liking to Shijoin-san, whose personality and looks were practically maximum level cute. Honestly, she looked as excited as a grandma whose granddaughter had come to visit for the holidays. Still, I think I might have heard Tokaiman-san screaming at the end of that call. No, that had to be my imagination. Definitely. This whole situation was an unavoidable emergency. Even Tokamian-san had to understand I wasn't at fault here. Yeah, totally, but seriously, having Shijoin-san stay over at my house? Now that I'm actually processing it, this is completely insane. Crap, my heart's starting to race just thinking about it. I was the one who pushed Mom to let her stay. I mean, it was just common sense as a responsible adult, especially in an emergency like this. I understood what it meant, or at least, I thought I did, until now. Good for you, Ana-chan. A sleepover. And Otomari, doesn't this totally scream, spend a hot, steamy night together? I think you owe your amazing little sister a triple scoop ice cream for setting this up. Hey, wipe that smirk off your face already. And while I might be grateful, don't forget this whole thing started because you dropped your wallet. Seriously. Here I am, trying to keep myself together during this sudden turn of events, and meanwhile, my sister's grinning like she can't wait to see what happens next. Anyway, Mom's going to whip up something special for dinner, so let's. Huh? Suddenly, Mom's phone rang, cutting her off mid-sentence. She stiffened, letting out a tiny scream, the kind only a career woman ambushed by work could make. Here it comes. Yes, this is Nihama. Oh, yes. It's raining heavily here, so everyone's already gone home. Wait, what? Oh, no, yes. I'll get started on it right away and email it by tomorrow morning. Yes, understood. Good night. Mom hung up, her face looking like someone had just drained her life force. Exactly how I used to feel after calls like that back in my office days. Just as I thought, the kind of call that obliterates any chance of enjoying a peaceful evening. I am so sorry. I just got assigned some urgent paperwork from another branch that has to be finished by tomorrow. So, Shinichiro, I'm really sorry, but it's all right, Mum. I'll take care of dinner so you can focus on work. Honestly, you're a lifesaver, Shinichiro. You've been so reliable lately, it's almost scary, Mom said, flashing a grateful smile. Shijoin-san, I'm so sorry to leave everything to you so suddenly. Oh, no worries at all. Shijoin-san replied with a cheerful wave. Good luck with your work. Thanks. I really appreciate it. I hate how one phone call can turn your home into an office annex. With a frustrated sigh, Mum disappeared into her room, laptop clutched tightly. I totally get it. That sinking feeling when your phone rings at home, and you just know it's bad news? Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. Okay then, I announced, turning to Shijoin-san and my sister. I'm going to make dinner, so you two can relax in the living room and watch some TV or something. Wait, you cook for the whole family? Shijoin-san's eyes widened in surprise. Not every day, I said with a shrug, but I don't mind cooking. And I like helping Mom out when she's busy. It might be a bit unusual for a high school guy, but not at all. It's amazing. My father always says, with more and more dual-income households, the days when men could get away with not knowing how to cook or do housework are long gone. Tokamian-san's in his 50s, but I guess he's surprisingly progressive. My sister scoffed. Oh, and just so you know, I'm strictly on the eating side of things. I can't even fry an egg properly. At least learn to brew tea without getting leaves in it first, will you? I shot back. Seriously, she's always bragging about how popular she is, but when it comes to homemaking skills, her so-called girl power is basically running on fumes. Well, I guess some people are just hardwired to be bad at cooking, even as adults. I muttered. Wait, as adults? Shijoin-san tilted her head inquisitively. Never mind. Don't worry about it, I stammered, quickly changing the subject. Anyway, I'll be in the kitchen for a while, so you two take it easy. I hastily brushed off my slip about the future and escaped to the kitchen, my safe zone. Now then, what should I make? Doesn't look like there's anything fancy in here. Ideally, I'd cook something a bit more impressive for Shijoin-san, but with no time to prepare, tonight's menu is going to have to be pretty standard. Let's see. Okra with bonito flakes, cucumber and wakame salad with tuna, miso soup with carrots and daikon. Oh, there's filet fish. Guess I'll simmer it in a sweet soy sauce glaze. That sounds wonderful. A voice chirped from behind me. I love sweet and savory simmered fish. It's perfect with rice. Yeah, it's great with rice. Wait, Shijoin-san? I spun around, and there she was, standing in the kitchen, beaming and wearing Mom's apron. Wait, what? When did she even get in here? Why are you wearing an apron? I'm sorry. Shijoin-san blurted out, her cheeks flushing slightly. I know I should probably just sit and wait, but, well, I really wanted to try cooking with you, Nihama-kun. Huh? I blinked, caught off guard. She tucked a strand of her long black hair behind her ear, offering me a soft, slightly nervous smile. Ever since I heard you could cook, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I mean, imagine us working together in the kitchen, chatting, laughing, and making something delicious. Doesn't that sound fun? She was so close, and that cute apron somehow made her look even more adorable. My face felt like it was on fire. Whoa, hold on. Don't lose it now. This is Shijoin-san we're talking about. Her innocent charm shouldn't be this flustering anymore, right? I need to be cool, calm, and collected, right? Yeah, right. Like that was even possible. Virgin or not, no guy could stay calm when the girl of his dreams practically asked him for a cooking date. I always have fun cooking with my mom and our housekeeper, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. So I thought it might be fun to try it with you too. But, I'm not getting in the way, am I? No way. I blurted out, maybe a little too loudly. This kitchen might be a bit cramped, but I'd love the company. Really? Yay. She clapped her hands together and beamed. All right then, Chef Nihama. I'm all yours. Feel free to order me around. Her excitement filled the kitchen, and for a moment, it was hard not to get swept up in it too. Seriously, though, isn't she even a tiny bit nervous about staying over? She's practically giddy. This wasn't some dating sim. It was just dinner, some chit-chat, and then off to bed. Perfectly normal. Or so I tried to convince myself. But with her smiling like that and acting so carefree, normal was quickly flying out the window. Nihama-kun, should I cut the carrots and daikon for the miso soup into matchsticks? Yeah, that works. You could go with quarter rounds too. But we always use matchsticks. Got it, matchsticks it is. Shijoin-san replied energetically beside me as I lined up the fish in the pan. Fortunately, our kitchen was big enough for the two of us. With 3 burners, ample counter space, and separate cutting boards for meat and vegetables, cooking together wasn't going to be an issue. Shijoin-san hummed softly as she chopped the daikon and carrots. Her knife moved with surprising grace. Despite being the daughter of a wealthy family, she was clearly no stranger to the kitchen. And yet, I couldn't look away. Shijoin-san was standing in my kitchen, preparing miso soup. It was a sight that completely drew me in. Slightly hunched over the cutting board, she had the warm and gentle aura of a loving wife and a caring mother cooking dinner for her family. Is this real life? It feels like a miracle, a scene so precious it could bring tears to my eyes. Here in my home, this beautiful girl is creating a memory I'll treasure forever. What's wrong, Nihama-kun? Shijoin-san tilted her head, a hint of concern in her voice. You're staring off into space. No, sorry. I quickly made an excuse, just trying to remember the recipe. As I turned toward the fridge to grab more ingredients and passed behind Shijoin-san, her sweet fragrance washed over me, and my face flushed instantly. Crap, she smells way too good. Focus. It's probably just because we haven't seen each other in a while. That's got to be it. Her scent was soft and completely disarmed me. I could hear her gentle breathing, feel the faint warmth when our shoulders accidentally brushed. Every little detail threatened to overload my senses. Cooking together like this, it's more dangerous than I imagined. I've finished cutting the veggies for the miso soup, she announced. I'll go ahead and add them to the pot. Thanks, I stammered. By the way, you look like you're having a lot of fun, Shijoin-san. I am, she replied, beaming. I never imagined I'd get to have a sleepover at your house, Nihama-kun. It's been so exciting talking to Kanako-chan and your mum, helping make dinner. It's all been so much fun. With a bright smile, Shijoin-san spoke as if the storm outside was just a distant memory. She looked so radiant, like a child having their first sleepover, completely innocent and brimming with excitement. And, she added, her voice softer now, I feel so refreshed right now. Huh? Refreshed? What do you mean? Yes. Actually, since yesterday, something's been weighing on my mind. It felt like a lump of lead sitting in my chest. What? My blood ran cold. The moment Shijoin-san mentioned having something on her mind, my thoughts raced straight to my past life. It was her inner struggles, her hidden pain, that had ultimately led to her downfall. She bottled up her emotions, letting them fester until they reached a breaking point. By the time anyone noticed, it was already too late. That had happened after high school in my previous life. But with all my meddling in this one, who knew how the timeline had shifted, disaster could be lurking around the corner. What happened? Was someone harassing you? A stalker? Please, tell me everything, no matter how small. Even if I can't help, Akiko-san or Tokamiyan-san will definitely step in. Damn it. Who would dare make Shijoin-san feel this way? I didn't care if it was a boy or a girl. Whoever it was, I'd make them regret it. But as I practically shouted, leaning toward her, Shijoin-san blinked, her knife frozen mid-cut. Then, after a brief pause, she giggled softly. I'm sorry. It's just that seeing you so worried about me made me really happy, and a little embarrassed. She lowered the knife and smiled softly. But it's okay now. That was how I felt until this morning. After thinking about it more, I realized I was just overreacting. And everything's fine now. Really? Looking at her now, she didn't seem troubled at all. Shijoin-san wasn't the type to hide her feelings, so I had to believe her. That's good. But then why does she keep staring at me like that? Is it me? Am I the reason you're having trouble? Well, Shijoin-san's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fidgeted nervously. After a few seconds of hesitation, Fufu. It's a secret. With her cheeks still tinged pink, she brought a finger to her lips and gave me a mischievous smile. I couldn't decide what was more distracting, her playful tone or the rare sight of her acting bashful. Either way, I was completely caught off guard. I was supposed to be cooking dinner, yet I felt like I'd spent more time watching her than actually preparing food. Secret, huh? Well, I guess I can't push you to tell me. That's right. But maybe someday I'll share it with you. Oh, Nihama-kun. I think the fish is ready. Wait, the miso soup. Don't tell me the veggies have turned to mush. It's ready. Time for the miso. The bubbling pot seemed to snap us back to reality. Shijoin-san and I fell into a comfortable rhythm, our movements syncing up as we worked. Cucumbers, done, she announced. How's the wakame seaweed looking? Perfect, I replied. Nice and rehydrated. I'll mix it in now. Oh, and the okra's ready to go. I already rubbed it with salt. Awesome. Since we're on a roll, how about we add a couple more dishes? Maybe some tamagoyaki and asparagus wrapped in bacon? Hey, no fair, Nihama-kun. Let me handle one of those. Just as Shijoin-san had said, cooking together was incredibly fun. Working side by side, our movements flowed smoothly, almost like a well-coordinated sports match. It was exhilarating. Maybe it was just me, but seeing her there, helping with dinner, fitting so naturally into my everyday life, filled me with a quiet sense of joy. Wanting to savor the moment, I suggested adding a few extra dishes. As we laughed and chatted while we worked, time seemed to fly by. Nihama Kanako's point of view. Kanako. What are you doing? Wah. I jumped. Mom was standing in the hallway, looking at me with a curious expression. You're already done with work? No, just a quick bathroom break. But seriously, what are you doing? It looked like you were peeking into the kitchen. Well, just look over there. I pointed dramatically toward the kitchen, where my brother and Haruka-chan were happily working side by side. Earlier, Haruka-chan had nervously asked, would it be too much trouble if I borrowed an apron? I'd really like to help with dinner, and I don't want to get Nihama-kun's shirt dirty. The moment I heard that, my inner voice screamed, the cooking together event is here. Trying to keep my cool, I handed her an apron, though the goofy grin plastered on my face probably gave me away. Watching them work side by side, like a scene straight out of a romantic manga. I couldn't help but feel it. My instincts were spot on. And so, I launched into full-on peeping mode. In the kitchen, where the two of us could barely stand side by side, I was anticipating those sweet moments that might happen between my brother and Haruka-chan, like their hands brushing in the tight space or my brother blushing as he glanced at Haruka-chan in her apron. But oh, Shijoin-san, your tamagoyaki looks so soft and delicious. Fufu, thank you. Nihama-kun, your asparagus bacon rolls look so exciting too. They're like the decorative flowers of a bento box. You know, now that I think about it, your cooking style feels really homey, Shijoin-san. Not that I'm complaining. I actually love sharing these kinds of simple, everyday meals. Of course. I mean, I'm the kind of girl who absolutely loves yakisoba. Haha. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Speaking of which, festival season is already here. From the kitchen, I could hear their lively conversation and warm laughter. At first, just as I'd expected, my brother was a blushing mess around Haruka-chan, but now, they were completely at ease, laughing and chatting like old friends. It wasn't the awkward, heart-fluttering atmosphere I had anticipated, but they had created a bond even closer than I had imagined. What's with this gentle atmosphere? I was expecting happy and embarrassing vibes from those two. But don't they feel naturally close to each other, right? It's like they're already newlyweds. As they kept cooking, their movements became more and more in sync, like they didn't even have to think about it. It felt so natural, almost effortless, and I couldn't help but feel a small twinge of envy. It was like kindness and respect had always been part of how they treated each other, gentle and unspoken, as if it had been built up over time without either of them even realizing it. Then should I say that they're more like an old, married couple? But Mom, I was seriously surprised. I mean, it's already hard to believe my brother's friends with someone that gorgeous, but to think they're that close, the way they were acting, are they really just friends? Why do you sound so proud about it? Mom shot me a quick retort, but I kept my eyes glued to the scene unfolding in the kitchen. A smile tugged at my lips as I watched them. It made me so happy to think that someone as amazing as Haruka-chan genuinely cared about my brother and enjoyed spending time with him. He's completely serious about her. I really hope it works out. Fufu, I think so too. Honestly, if it's someone as lovely as Haruka-chan, I'd be more than happy to welcome her into the family. Mom's smile softened, and a warm chuckle escaped her lips. Geez, come on, big brother. Get it together already. I'm totally ready for Haruka-chan to be my big sister, you know. Standing near the kitchen, where the delicious aroma of cooking filled the air, I kept watching them work together in perfect harmony. Silently, I cheered them on with all my might. As the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched across the room, the four of us sat down at the dining table. The warm light from the overhead lamp made the steaming dishes look even more inviting. Mom, who was supposed to have work today, proudly declared, "I worked myself half to death because I just had to have dinner with Haruka-san." She emerged from her room with a triumphant expression, clearly proud of her accomplishment. "I'm so sorry, Haruka-san. You're our guest, and yet we made you help out so much." "Oh no, not at all. I was the one who selfishly insisted on helping. Besides, I really enjoyed it." "Oh my, you're just wonderful." That smile. "It's absolutely dazzling. I could just stare at it all day." Mom gazed at Shijoin-san, completely captivated by her radiant smile. It was the kind of smile that practically sparkled, and she let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. And really, I couldn't blame her. Shijoin-san's smile was so pure and heartfelt, it probably hit adults even harder since they'd lost that kind of innocence ages ago. "Fufu, hearing that from your mother, Shinichiro-kun, makes me really happy." "Oh, mother." "Yes, I love it. That sounds absolutely perfect." Though it was simply how Shijoin-san addressed her own mother, the way she uttered mother with such elegance left Mom utterly awestruck. Yep. Mom's officially under Haruka-chan's spell. Who can blame her, though? That mother was delivered with the grace of a queen, but still, Are you sure you're okay with this kind of menu? It's just simple home cooking, stuff like simmered fish and vegetable side dishes, nothing fancy, Kaneko said, sounding a little concerned. Honestly, I understood where she was coming from. Given what we had in the fridge, the meal ended up looking like something you'd eat at your grandma's house. Yes, I'm really enjoying it. To begin with, we often eat simple Japanese meals like this at home too. Wait, really? I always thought families like yours ate fancy French cuisine every day. It's such an outdated stereotype about rich people. Sure, with a house as big as the Shijoin family's, it's easy to picture elegant multi-course dinners served on a long, luxurious table. But still, ahaha, French cuisine is delicious, of course, but even the most exquisite dishes can't replace the comfort of rice and miso soup. Especially for my father, who often attends formal dinners and grows tired of those rich flavors. So, our meals at home are usually quite simple. Boiled vegetables, simmered dishes, that sort of thing. Oh wow, really? I knew it. Nothing beats rice and miso soup. Absolutely, they're the best. We are Japanese, after all. Shijoin-san's laughter blended with my sister's, their cheerful voices chasing away the lingering shadows of the evening. A warmth filled the dining room, a comforting counterpoint to the winter chill outside. The lively chatter around the table eased the day's tension, leaving behind a sense of pure, quiet contentment. This is nice. Really nice. I could definitely get used to this. Shijoin-san sitting at our family table was such a simple thing, yet it brought a vibrancy to the house that had been missing before. I took another sip of miso soup, the familiar savory broth warming me from the inside out. Was it just me, or did it taste even better tonight? Maybe it was the Haruka-chan effect, call it wishful thinking, but I couldn't help imagining a future where Shijoin-san would be the one making miso soup for me. If that dream ever came true, well, I'd be the luckiest guy in the world. Come on, Haruka-chan. Eat more. Here, say R-W-R-T thank you. Kaneko, practically bouncing with excitement, held out a bacon-wrapped asparagus, and Shijoin-san, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, accepted it with a shy bite. Kaneko's head over heels for her already. Figures. This is fun. Being fed by a little sister. It's a new experience. Hey, can I try feeding you too? Of course. I'd love an An. From a pretty Ani-chan like you. Ah really? Then, here goes. An. Shijoin-san, an only child, seemed thrilled by the Ani-chan title. Her excitement showed as she returned the favor, feeding Kaneko with a gentle smile. In response, my little sister declared, delicious. Food tastes way better when a pretty Ani-chan feeds you. Her voice took on the exaggerated tone of a tipsy old man at a hostess bar. Oh, by the way, Kaneko suddenly piped up, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Wait, what's with that look? Why is she staring at me like that? Listen to this, Haruka-chan. My brother says his dream is to have a girl feed him and say R-W. What the hell are you talking about? I nearly choked on my miso soup, Kaneko's words hitting me like a ton of bricks. I never said anything like that. Didn't you say something like that back in middle school, Ana-chan? You'd die happy if a girl fed you, like in a romance manga? My heart skipped a beat. No way, did I really say that? Now that she mentioned it, I couldn't completely deny it. Back in my painfully awkward middle school days, I was obsessed with romantic comedies and dating sims. My imagination ran wild, and I'd blurt out embarrassing stuff like, kissing a girl on the rooftop at sunset would be amazing, or I wish I had a cute girlfriend who'd make me lunch and feed me something sweet with a smile. Wait, that kind of thing would make you happy, Nihama-kun? Yeah, for Ana-chan, it's apparently enough to make him cry tears of joy. My sister's teasing words caught Shijoin-san's attention, and Kaneko flashed a mischievous grin. You little, was that whole An scene earlier a setup? Sure. She probably just wanted to mess around, but by roping in Shijoin-san first, she had completely lowered the bar for a second round and made it seem totally natural. And now this topic was dangerous. With a normal girl, it might have been fine, but with someone like Shijoin-san? I see. I can't quite relate as a girl, but I understand how meaningful that must be for a boy. In that case, since we're already at the table, may I humbly offer my services?" And there it was. A cold sweat broke out as I watched Shijoin-san's eyes light up with enthusiasm. She already felt incredibly indebted to me for helping her study and organizing the cultural festival. Even after inviting me over for a home-cooked meal, she still wanted to repay me. For someone as earnest and pure-hearted as her, this was like bait. It was no surprise she jumped at the chance. But she suddenly hesitated. I got carried away. "Nihama-kun, you probably want someone really cute to do it, right?" "I mean, I'd just be a disappointment, huh?" Both Mom and Kanako gasped like she'd just said the most ridiculous thing in the world. Even I couldn't help but react. How could someone as stunning as her, practically a living doll, lack confidence? What are you saying?" "There's no way I'd be disappointed. If you did that for me, I'd probably cry tears of gratitude." The words tumbled out before I could stop them. Thank you." Shijoin-san's face turned a soft shade of pink, and my own cheeks burned in response to my bold declaration. But seriously, can you blame me? How could I just sit there and let someone like her say she had no charm? No way am I letting that slide. Kanako, practically vibrating with excitement, let out a long "foo-ooh," like she had just pulled off the greatest plan in history. Mom, meanwhile, pressed a hand over her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she tried and failed to keep from laughing. Well then, if you'll excuse me, here, say R. Shijoin-san, completely unfazed, picked up a piece of tamagoyaki with her chopsticks and held it out to me, her other hand gently supporting them like she was handling fine china. Wait, didn't this happen before? Back at the festival, when she made takoyaki. And just like that time, she hadn't seemed to think of it as anything romantic. Her expression had been pure and innocent, completely focused on making me happy. Was I happy? Obviously. But come on. This situation's insane. Back then, I thought I'd die of embarrassment in front of my classmates, but this time it's in front of Mom and Kanako. What kind of punishment game is this? But there was no way I could refuse her. I opened my mouth and carefully took the tamagoyaki from her chopsticks. It tasted sweeter than when I tried it earlier in the kitchen. A mix of embarrassment and joy swirled inside me, so intense it felt like my chest might explode. Thanks. I don't even know what to say. My heart feels so full. I'm glad. Shijoin-san beamed, her smile radiant. If something this simple makes you happy, Nihama-kun, I'll do it as many times as you want. Just let me know, okay? Seeing my flustered face only seemed to make her even happier. She probably felt like she had finally managed to return a favor, even if it was something small. QQ. Baha. Well done, Shinichiro. Mom finally lost it. LNMGH. That was amazing. Ana-chan, you should be thanking me for this. Give me some credit. Kanako chimed in, looking ridiculously smug. Shijoin-san just smiled happily, completely unaware of the chaos she had caused. Mom was still trying to stifle her laughter, while Kanako looked far too pleased with herself. And so, our dinner continued, with me feeling flustered and overwhelmed until the very end. Even after that, I couldn't stop getting flustered every time I glanced at Shijoin-san across the dinner table. Mom and Kanako were unusually high-spirited, and even Shijoin-san seemed to be enjoying herself. Despite being last minute, dinner turned out lively and heartwarming. But, as all good things do, our cheerful evening eventually came to an end, giving way to the quiet stillness of the night. The soft patter of rain outside added a soothing rhythm to the calm, as the house slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 9, Midnight Tea Party and Morning Chun. The rain didn't let up. It felt strangely familiar, like an echo from my past life, even though my summer vacations back then were a hazy blur of indoor entertainment. I'd been glued to light novels and video games, completely oblivious to the outside world. Even a downpour worthy of Noah wouldn't have registered. Wait. Wasn't there that one time? The time my futon got soaked. The mortifying incident at dinner turned out to be just the start of a chaotic evening. After the Nihama household settled down for the night, I returned to my room to find an absolute disaster. My futon was drenched, and a small pool had formed where water dripped relentlessly from the ceiling. A textbook case of a roof leak. Kaneko, naturally, found the whole thing hilarious. Ahahaha. Ana-chan, your luck is the worst. Haruka-chan's sleeping in my room tonight. If you're feeling lonely you can join us. Shijoin-san immediately chimed in with a cheerful smile. That sounds like a good idea. I don't mind at all. Absolutely not. No way. Sleeping in the same room with her? Impossible. No matter how casual she sounded, there was no way I'd survive the night. And that's how I ended up stranded on the living room sofa. I can't sleep at all. The dim orange glow of the floor lamp lit up my restless tossing and turning. The reason was obvious. Just knowing Shijoin-san was under the same roof was enough to send my heart racing. Today was too much. Cooking together, being fed by her in front of my family, and accidentally seeing her in her underwear. The day had passed in a blur, leaving no time to process any of it. But now, alone with my thoughts, my mind kept replaying everything, especially that moment in the bathroom. Her flawless skin and alluring curves created a figure that was impossible to ignore. Though her underwear was modest, her breasts were full and undeniably captivating. And now, Shijoin-san stood before me, clutching my shirt tightly to her chest. Her cheeks were flushed, and her expression was a mix of embarrassment and something I couldn't quite place. Her face, it's absolutely stunning, and her figure, flawless. How can someone be this beautiful? And she's so kind. No wonder Mom and Kaneko warmed up to her right away. After dinner, Mom started gathering the dishes, but Shijoin-san stepped forward with a cheerful smile. "Oh, please, let me help, Mother," she said warmly. Mom blinked at the unexpected mother, but the sincerity in Shijoin-san's voice quickly melted any hesitation. Soon enough, the two of them were chatting and laughing as they worked side by side, the dishes momentarily forgotten. Mom looked so happy, like she'd just found the daughter she never realized she was missing. This is bad. I can't stop thinking about her. She's completely taken over my thoughts. There's no way I'm sleeping tonight. Giving up on sleep, I got up from the sofa and headed to the kitchen, determined to brew some tea. Opted for the electric kettle over the stove top. I was mindful of keeping the noise down. Soon, the soothing aroma of Darjeeling filled the air as steam rose from the teapot, easing my restless mind. I tiptoed to the kitchen, trying not to wake anyone. The last thing I needed was, Nihama-kun, you're still awake, huh? Shijoin-san? Her voice startled me mid-thought. I turned around to see her standing in the doorway. She was supposed to be asleep in Kaneko's room. What was she doing here so late? Is something wrong? If you're looking for the bathroom, it's down the hall at the end. Oh, no. I was sound asleep after chatting with Kaneko-chan, but I woke up about an hour ago and haven't been able to fall back asleep. I suppose it's because I haven't been getting much exercise lately, with it being summer vacation. I thought back to earlier. She'd been running in the rain. Yet apparently, even that hadn't tired her out. The boundless energy of youth never ceased to amaze me, compared to the weary body I used to have. I tried to go back to sleep, but I heard noises coming from the kitchen and got curious. What about you, Nihama-kun? Why are you awake? Oh, same here, I mumbled, trying to sound casual. No school right now, so it's not like I've been tiring myself out or anything. Of course, that wasn't the whole truth. Admitting that she was the reason I couldn't sleep, that her presence consumed my thoughts and left me restless, was impossible. A simple excuse was easier to give. Instead of lingering on that thought, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. I was just about to make some tea. The invitation escaped my lips before I could stop it. If you can't sleep, would you like some? It's nothing special, just some cheap tea leaves, though. Part of me was genuinely concerned about her being wide awake in an unfamiliar house, but if I was honest with myself, I just wanted to spend more time with her. The day had been filled with her presence, and now, every thought seemed to center on her. My feelings had grown so intense that the simple desire to talk to her, to share this quiet, rain-soaked night, overwhelmed me. Really? She asked with a small smile. Are you sure? In that case, I'd love some. I was feeling a bit lost and couldn't sleep. Her gentle, radiant expression stirred something profound within me. My feelings, already brimming, threatened to spill over. Right, I stammered, just a moment, hoping the dim light would hide my burning cheeks. I retreated to the kitchen and poured 2 cups of tea. Thankfully, I'd brewed a little extra earlier, just for moments like this. Here you go, I said, returning to the living room with the tray in hand. But the sight that greeted me stopped me in my tracks. When I told her to wait, I'd meant at the dining table. Instead, she sat perched on the sofa, my makeshift bed. Oh wow. Thank you so much, she said with a laugh. Hee, drinking tea in the middle of the night feels so grown up, doesn't it? Why yeah, I managed, completely thrown off. Her cheerful smile caught me off guard for a moment. I set the tea down on the low table, my hands fumbling slightly. Come on, Nahama-kun, have a seat here, she said, patting the cushion beside her. I swallowed hard. It was my idea to have tea together, but this was too close. Not just her words, but her warmth, her scent. Everything felt like it would overwhelm me. Can I handle this? If I sit next to her now, with my head already spinning, won't I just explode? But there was no turning back. With a deep breath, I sat down, leaving a careful space between us. Even the slightest movement felt like it could push me over the edge. As I settled beside her, the dim light that had previously softened her features now seemed to illuminate Shijoin-san with startling clarity. She was wearing the pajamas Kaneko had picked out for her. There's no way Mom's or my clothes would fit Haruka-chan, Kaneko had said, cheerfully rummaging through my dresser. Guess I have no choice. Kaneko's choice, while perfectly practical for sleepwear, a simple white t-shirt and navy blue shorts, gave Shijoin-san a completely different aura from her usual school uniform. There was a relaxed, almost playful charm about her that I found undeniably appealing. Still, being this close is dangerous. Even with the air condition running, I feel like I'm burning up. A delicate, feminine fragrance drifted from her, sending a shiver down my spine. Her smooth, pale legs, bare beneath her modest shorts, were impossibly long and impossible to ignore. The sight was mesmerizing, no, intoxicating, and somehow, the glimpse of her bare feet only heightened that quiet, dangerous allure. Well then, she said, picking up her cup, I'll take a sip. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, she gently blew on the tea and took a small, delicate sip. Ah, delicious. This is so calming. Ah really? That's good, I managed, taking a sip from my own mug and fighting to suppress the adolescent thoughts running rampant through my mind. It was just ordinary Darjeeling, nothing special. But somehow, in this setting, late at night, alone with her, it tasted extraordinary. It soothed not just my senses, but my soul. You know, Shijoin-san said softly, today was so much fun. Your mother is so kind, and Kanako-chan is absolutely adorable. Thanks, I replied. Honestly, I'm relieved. Kanako can be a bit much sometimes, so I was worried she might be bothering you. Not at all. She's so charming. I'm actually a bit envious. I wish I had a little sister like her. Ah really? I asked, blinking in surprise. Knowing Kanako's tendency to invade personal space, I worried she might have overstepped with Haruka. Yes, really, she insisted. I'm having such a great time, she beamed. This is my first time staying over at a friend's house, and I'm so excited that I don't think I can sleep. As she spoke, she turned to face me, and our eyes met. We were so close, our faces nearly touching. My heart pounded so hard. I was sure she could hear it. That's why, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper, I feel a little sad that this night is coming to an end. I wish it could last just a bit longer. Her words, tinged with quiet longing, made the moment feel surreal. Sitting beside her, caught in this brief moment of intimacy, I found myself echoing her thoughts. With her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the tea, Shijoin-san smiled softly. She had just confessed how much she had enjoyed the day, so much that she already felt reluctant to leave. To be honest, I found myself admitting, I feel the same way. I never imagined spending a day like this with you, Shijoin-san, I continued, the words slipping out without hesitation. Cooking together, talking, it's been so much fun. Honestly, My heart's been beating like crazy all day. Maybe it was the quiet intimacy of the moment, with Shijoin-san sitting right beside me so late at night, or maybe the lingering summer heat had loosened my tongue. Whatever the reason, the words slipped out before I could second-guess them. "I wish you didn't have to leave so soon," I whispered, my voice tinged with quiet sadness. Her eyes widened slightly, and then it hit me. What I had just said was far more revealing than I intended. When she expressed her sadness, she was talking about leaving the entire Nahama family. My sadness, however, was different. I did not want our time together to end. Thank you," she stammered, her blush deepening. No, yeah," I fumbled, just as flustered, before blurting out something completely meaningless. I took a long sip of my tea, hoping to regain my composure. Even without sugar, it tasted strangely sweet. "The rain has not stopped yet, huh?" I said, mostly to break the silence. "Oh, right," she replied. "The forecast said it should stop by morning, though." For the first time, our conversation faded into silence. With someone as bright and cheerful as Shijoin-san, and considering how much I wanted to talk to her, there was usually never a lull. But now, neither of us seemed in a hurry to speak. Instead, we simply sat there, letting the quiet settle between us, as if silently acknowledging the moment. It's strange. But somehow, it doesn't feel awkward at all. With bosses or senior co-workers on business trips, silences always filled me with panic and a desperate need to fill the void. This time, there was no such pressure. Outside, the rain kept falling in a steady rhythm, a soft backdrop to the quiet moment we shared. The only sounds were the occasional clink of our cups and the soft patter of raindrops, creating an almost otherworldly atmosphere. Time seemed to slow down, the moment wrapped in a tranquil stillness. As I sipped my tea, a wistful thought crossed my mind. It would be nice if Shijoin-san could stay tomorrow too. But then, reality intruded. Tokamiya-san would never allow that, no matter what. "Well," I said, a touch of regret in my voice, "as much as I would love for you to stay, you should probably get back home. I can only imagine what Tokamiya-san is thinking right now." "That's you're probably right," Shijoin-san replied with a soft laugh. "My father has always been a bit overprotective. He'll probably call first thing tomorrow morning." Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if her father, the company president himself, showed up in a limousine to collect her, yelling, "You'd better not have done anything indecent to my daughter, you hear me?" Maybe it was best to keep quiet about the near miss with her in her underwear and the whole Seian incident. "You were complimenting my family earlier," I said, steering the conversation to safer waters. "But Akiko-san and Tokamiya-san are wonderful parents too. It's clear how much they love you." Unlike the cold, distant families often portrayed in dramas and novels about the wealthy, her parents were genuinely warm and caring. It was no surprise, considering they'd raised someone as kind and compassionate as Shijoin-san. That said, Tokamiya-san could probably tone down the overprotective dad act just a little. Thanks," she said with a small smile. "I actually really look up to my parents." "Oh? In what way?" "Well, remember those essays we used to write in elementary school, about our dreams for the future?" "Oh, yeah," I said, a faint memory stirring. "It was a childhood rite of passage, a chance to pour your hopes and dreams onto paper. A sports star, an astronaut." Kids would scribble down their innocent aspirations, painting vivid pictures of the futures they imagined. What did I write back then? Try as I might, I couldn't recall. Perhaps the harsh realities of life had buried that memory deep within me. What kind of future had that younger version of me envisioned? "Mine was a bit cliché," Shijoin-san confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "But my dream was to become a mother. And, well, it hasn't changed." She glanced down shyly, as if unsure how I'd react. "I've always admired my parents," she continued. "They've shown me what true happiness looks like. That's why, even though I want to experience working, my ultimate dream is to build a happy family of my own." "Is that so?" I asked, surprised by her candidness. Despite her undeniable beauty and charm, Shijoin-san had never seemed particularly focused on romance. Yet, As she spoke about building a family, there was a deep longing in her voice, as if it were a dream she held close to her heart, something far more meaningful than fleeting romance. "Yes," she said softly, her expression tender and sincere. "Like many girls, I just want to be an ordinary bride, to have children, to cook meals for my family. That kind of simple, everyday happiness is all I've ever wanted." Shijoin-san, with her noble lineage, wealth, and striking beauty, spoke of a simple, heartfelt dream with a gentle smile. "I don't want anything extraordinary," she confessed softly. "Just the warmth of a family." It was such a common wish, yet its beauty and purity were undeniable, and I knew, because in my past life, the dream had been cruelly shattered. "Huh? Nahama, are you crying?" "Ah, no. I just swallowed some hot tea the wrong way." I fought back the tears threatening to spill, desperately trying to maintain my composure, but no matter how much I willed it, the agonizing emotions surging within me refused to be suppressed. It's such a simple dream. With her kindness and charm, she could have built a wonderful family. So why? Shijoin's innocent dream had been destroyed by the insidious malice lurking within society. The relentless bullying she endured drove her to despair, ultimately leading her to take her own life. The thought of the pain her parents, Akiko-san and Tokamiya-san, must have suffered was unbearable. Why did things have to end that way? For her. And for me? We had both simply tried to live our lives. I admit, I made mistakes. My own weakness kept me from changing my circumstances, but I had still tried, in my own way. Yet cruel and selfish people had destroyed us, robbing us of our dreams, our futures, everything. This time, it will be different. I've been given another chance. I'm here to reclaim my life. But more importantly, to protect Shijoin-san. That's the promise I made to myself. Shijoin-san, I said firmly, you'd be an amazing mother. I have no doubt. Huh? You're beautiful, kind, and radiant. Just like the sun. You're an incredible cook, better than most. And you have all the qualities that truly matter. If someone like you can't find happiness, then something is seriously wrong with this world. Wa, Nahama. My heartfelt words, coupled with the intensity of my gaze, caused Shijoin-san to blush and fluster. Looking back, I realize I wasn't thinking clearly. The memories of Shijoin-san's suffering in my past life had overwhelmed me. The anger at the injustice, the desperate desire to defy fate, it all came pouring out. So don't worry. I'll protect that dream and your happiness. I swear I'll make you happy, Shijoin-san. Eek. My sudden declaration seemed to freeze Shijoin-san in place, her eyes widening in surprise. A deep blush crept across her cheeks as she fumbled for words, clearly flustered. Huh? Only then did I realize the weight of what I had just said. While I often daydreamed about romance, my words had come from a fierce desire to shield Shijoin-san from the tragic fate I knew awaited her. Yet, my true intentions were lost in translation. To anyone else, it must have sounded like a passionate love confession. No, what I meant was, I stammered, trying to backpedal. I just meant your dream will definitely come true, and I'll support you every step of the way. Why yes. Of course, it was just a bit dramatic, like something from a TV show. It caught me off guard. We both averted our gazes, faces flushed, as the summer air seemed to grow heavier. Shijoin-san was not usually one to react so strongly to romantic gestures, but tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the spell of the summer evening, softening her usual composure and revealing a touch of vulnerability. Even so, she murmured, the faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. It made me really happy to hear you say that. You've always been so kind to me, Nahama-kun. Her voice, soft and filled with quiet joy, resonated deep within me. I wish this moment could last forever, she sighed, a hint of melancholy lacing her tone. I love times like these. Her words, tinged with a bitter sweetness that reminded me of the end of a festival, were incredibly endearing. My heart swelled with warmth. I wanted to respond to her sincerity, to reassure her that I felt the same. I'll email you, and call you too. And, it took me a moment to gather my courage before continuing, but I refused to back down. Tokamiya-san might be furious later, but I couldn't let fear stand in the way of love. It was really nice having you over, even if it was a surprise. Next time, I'll make sure to invite you properly! Exclamation mark. My only regret about Shijoin-san's visit was that it hadn't been my idea. I had visited her home, so it only felt right to invite her over in return. However, being hopelessly inexperienced, I had clung to the outdated notion that inviting someone over was something you did only after becoming a couple. Of course, having her stay over would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Even a simple visit would mean getting past her overprotective CEO of a father, which was no small feat. I'm looking forward to spending more time with you this summer. Yeah, me too. My words sparked a radiant smile on Shijoin-san's face, brighter than I could have imagined. That smile, bright and full of life, like a sunflower blooming in the height of summer, was something I swore to cherish and protect. A wave of tranquility washed over me, pulling me into a dreamlike haze. Something warm and soft pressed against me, radiating a comforting presence. A sweet, intoxicating scent filled the air, melting away my worries and leaving behind nothing but pure bliss. Snap, snap. I sank into a blissful slumber, enveloped in a profound sense of peace and security. All tension melted away, leaving me feeling completely at ease. Snap, snap, snap. Ugh. Huh? The irritating noise shattered the tranquil silence, dragging me back to consciousness. Sunlight streamed through the window as I blinked at an unfamiliar ceiling. Huh? Oh, right. I fell asleep on the sofa. The chirping of sparrows outside was a welcome sound, but it was almost drowned out by the persistent mechanical clicking. What is that noise? Wait, Kaneko. Groggy and disoriented, I turned my head to find my little sister standing there in a t-shirt and jeans. Something about her was off. Her cheeks were flushed, a mischievous grin plastered on her face. She was muttering excitedly to herself, things like, "Ooh, this is amazing," while pointing her flip phone directly at me, snapping picture after picture. So that was the source of the clicking, her phone's camera. Ugh. What are you doing? Oh, looks like I woke you up. Morning, Ana-chan. Her voice was practically bouncing off the walls. I was groggy and disoriented, struggling to keep up with her unusually high-spirited energy. Why was she so excited this early in the morning? Foo-fa-foo. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm taking pictures. There's no way I'd miss this golden opportunity. Huh? Golden opportunity? What are you talking about? Wait, what? As my groggy mind slowly cleared, I became aware of a soft warmth pressed against my chest. It wasn't just warm. It was incredibly soft, smooth as silk, with a sweet, intoxicating scent that sent my heart racing. Then, it hit me. Shijoin-san was nestled against me, fast asleep, her breath rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. We were sharing a single towel blanket, our bodies close together. What? 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 The remnants of sleep vanished in an instant, replaced by a burning heat that crept up my neck and flushed my face. What was going on? Had Shijoin-san been sleeping next to me like this all night? Panic surged through me, and I desperately tried to pull away, but Shijoin-san had her head resting on my chest, making it impossible to move without waking her. Her warmth, the gentle weight of her body against mine, it was all too real, almost overwhelming. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it might explode. Still, Shijoin-san's sleeping face is way too cute. I couldn't look away. Foo-fa-foo. You enjoyed yourself last night, didn't you? That's not what happened at all. My sister's snide remark, quoting a famous RPG line about the hero sharing an inn with a princess, snapped me out of my daze. I glared at her in frustration. Whoa, I was surprised when Haruka-chan wasn't in her room this morning, but to think she was sleeping with you? This is so exciting. I'm setting this as my phone's wallpaper. Don't you dare use a phrase like sleeping together, and no wallpapers. Seriously, stop it. The commotion seemed to stir Shijoin-san. Her eyes fluttered open, and the first thing she saw was my face, mere inches from hers. Shijoin-san. Please, wait. This isn't what it looks like. I swear I didn't do anything weird. Nihama-kun. Why are you in my room? Oh, I see. I must be dreaming. Huh? Shijoin-san, are you still half asleep? Oh? Haruka-chan's awake? Yeah, something like that. Wait, what? Nihama-kun's face is so squishy. Boing, boing. Wait, stop. Don't pull my cheeks like that. Shijoin-san, with a playful grin, reached out and captured my cheeks in her hands, squishing and pulling them like a child with a new toy. Is she always this childish when she's half asleep? She's acting like a toddler. Hoping for a lifeline, I glanced at Kaneko, but my little sister was useless, dissolving into a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Haruka-chan's like a preschooler. You two are going to make me laugh myself to death. Ah ha ha ha. Cough. I can't stop. Kaneko collapsed to the floor, clutching her stomach. That useless middle schooler. Always ready to watch the chaos, but never around when it actually counts. Oh okay, peep wheeze, why cough, Shijoin Shuan. I sputtered, my words garbled as my cheeks were stretched and squished. He. You're a boy, but your cheeks are so smooth and squishy. If only she knew it was her silky smooth fingers making them feel that way. The sensation was strangely distracting. Huh? But this isn't a room I know. Even though this is a dream, Shijoin-san finally seemed to notice her surroundings. Her hazy eyes focused as she stared at her hands on my face for a long moment. Then, a vibrant blush erupted across her beautiful face. I am so sorry. What was I doing? I was completely out of it. No, it's fine now that you're awake. Relieved, I regained my freedom as a flustered Shijoin-san backed away. Outwardly, I played it cool, but inside, I was a jumble of emotions. Waking up next to Shijoin-san, the unexpected cheek pinching. My mind was reeling. Wait. Why are we both on the sofa? I remember us talking and drinking tea last night. But why hadn't she gone back to Kanako's room? Oh, about that. After we chatted, we both started dozing off. I was so tired, I said. I'm sorry. I can't stay awake anymore. And then Nihama-kun, half asleep, said, oh, okay. Then just sleep here. So, well, I did. What the? Did those words really come out of my mouth? I can't believe I was that tired. Her words made it sound like she wouldn't mind sharing a bed with me. I guess I ended up leaning on you all night. Nihama-kun. Was I heavy? Even with the air conditioner on, wasn't it still kind of warm being so close? Instead of freaking out about waking up next to me, Shijoin-san was worried about my comfort. Of course, sharing a bed with an angel like her wasn't an inconvenience, it was pure heaven. No, not at all, I assured her, shaking my head. If anything, I should be apologizing. Even though we were both exhausted, as a guy, I shouldn't have fallen asleep next to you like that. Even though we were close, this situation was different. As a gentleman, I should have taken her back to Kanako's room. Oh? No, it's fine. I didn't find it unpleasant at all. Ah really? She answered so casually, as if it were no big deal. Well, she began, a slight smile playing on her lips. It was a bit improper, wasn't it? And seeing each other's just woken up faces like this is a little embarrassing. A delicate blush colored her cheeks, her voice soft and vulnerable. But it's okay because it's you, Nihama-kun. Huh? You're my closest friend, and I know you're a really dependable guy. So, there wasn't anything unpleasant about it. In fact, I felt so at ease and slept really well. Her smile was radiant as she spoke, leaving me speechless. She wasn't just saying it was okay because we were friends. She admitted it was improper, yet she felt safe and comfortable. It meant she wasn't ignoring the fact that I'm a guy. She was accepting it as part of our bond. Oh, I just realized I haven't said the most important thing yet. Even though we're sharing this morning together. Oblivious to my stunned silence, Shijoin-san turned to me, her eyes sparkling. Good morning, Nihama-kun. Her smile was brighter than the morning sun. It was the best good morning I'd ever heard. Good morning, Shijoin-san. I returned her greeting with a smile, my heart overflowing with warmth for the girl beside me. The storm had passed, leaving behind a clear blue sky. We shared a quiet laugh, a fleeting moment of peaceful joy suspended in time. Later, Kanako sent me a picture with the unsubtle title, Morning Lovebirds. Don't you dare let anyone else see this, I warned her. though I couldn't help but save the photo. Shijoin-san's sleeping face was just too adorable. This was a secret I would treasure. Epilogue 1. A brief farewell on a summer morning. Morning arrived bright and clear, a sharp contrast to last night's heavy rain. Sunlight reflected off puddles, turning them into tiny glimmers on the asphalt. It was the kind of summer morning that should have felt peaceful, yet my heart pounded with anxiety. Standing in front of my house, I found myself face to face with Tokamiyan-san. "Good morning, Nahama-kun," he greeted, his voice smooth and polished. "It's been a while, but I'm glad to see you're looking well." "Good morning, Tokamiyan-san," I replied, trying to maintain my composure. "You're looking well too." It had been some time since our last encounter, and the unexpectedness of his visit left me feeling off balance. The morning had started pleasantly enough. After waking up with Shijoin-san, we'd shared a simple breakfast with Kaneko. My mother had already left for work, so it was just the three of us. Then, a message arrived on Shijoin-san's phone from her mother, Akiko-san, announcing that a car was being sent to pick her up. Moments later, a sleek luxury car pulled up, and as Shijoin-san and Kaneko walked out to see her off, I followed, only to be met by the imposing figure of Tokamiyan-san, radiating an aura of authority. "It's unfortunate that your parents are already at work," he began, his voice laced with formality. "But first, let me express my deep gratitude for taking care of my daughter overnight in such dreadful weather. The storm made travel impossible." "Oh, no, not at all," I stammered, bowing slightly as he returned a deep bow. "It's just what anyone would do." Despite his seemingly genuine gratitude, his intense gaze hinted at something more, and then, the facade dropped. "Well, that aside." He paused, his voice taking on a menacing edge. "Just to be sure, you didn't do anything improper to my precious Haruka, did you?" His sudden shift from polite gratitude to fierce interrogation caught me completely off guard. "Do you have to shift gears that hard?" I blurted out, my own voice rising in surprise. Shijoin-san, meanwhile, looked just as stunned by her father's unexpected appearance. "Father," she stammered, her eyes widening in surprise. "Did you come with Natsukaizaki-san to pick me up?" "Oh, Haruka!" he exclaimed, his voice overflowing with exaggerated concern. "I'm sorry for being late to pick you up. It must have been so tough for you." "Not at all. It was no trouble at all," she replied, still flustered. "But, aren't you supposed to be at work?" Tokamiyan-san waved off her concerns with a carefree laugh. "Ha ha, no need to worry about that, Haruka," he said, sounding completely at ease. "A long time ago, I made sure the company could run just fine without me on special occasions, like your entrance ceremonies and class observation days. Besides, if a company can't function without its president for a short while, that's a pretty bad sign to begin with." It wasn't as though Tokamiyan-san had ever tried to hide his devotion to his daughter, but seeing it in action drove home just how much she meant to him. Still, I had to admire his dedication to both family and business. He'd actually created a system to ensure the company wouldn't fall apart in his absence. A voice interrupted my thoughts. "Good day, Nihama-sama," he said. "It's been a while." Turning toward the sound, I saw a sharply dressed man in his 40s seated in the driver's seat, giving me a polite nod. It was the same driver I'd met when I visited the Shijoin estate. "Good day, Natsukaizaki-san," I replied. "It's been a while." "Oh, you remembered my name," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "You helped me out a lot back then," I said. "Also, there's no need to call me Sama. I'm just a friend of Shijoin-san's." No, Natsukaizaki-san insisted. "Being a friend of Haruka-sama makes you someone deserving of my utmost respect. And if you're an especially close friend, all the more reason to be polite. We're not close like that," I blurted out, my face growing hot. Natsukaizaki-san grinned mischievously, but his teasing comment drew a booming protest from Tokamiyan-san. "Haruka and this kid are, at best, barely even friends." "Stop saying weird things." "No, that's not true, father," Shijoin-san said, her voice calm and clear. "What?" Tokamyun-san sputtered, clearly taken aback. What Natsukaizaki-san said is absolutely right, Shijoin-san continued, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Nihama-kun is a very close friend of mine. He's the closest friend I've ever had in my entire life. Gaka. Tokamyun-san groaned, clutching at his chest as if he'd been dealt a physical blow. My own face burned bright red. Tokamyun-san leaned closer, his voice dropping low and gruff. Grrrr. Hey, kid. Haruka seems even more cheerful than usual today. You're sure nothing happened, right? Though he maintained a calm demeanor, the underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I appreciate you looking after my daughter, he said, his tone oddly calm. I'll have to visit your parents later to thank them properly, but first, there's something I need to ask you. I stammered. My mind suddenly flooded with vivid images of the day I had spent with Shijoin-san. Honestly, recounting yesterday's events would sound something like this. Well, you see, I accidentally walked in on Haruka-san fresh out of the bath and, got a full view of her in her underwear. It was quite the sight. Oh, and during dinner, your daughter fed me a bite of food with a sweet little say which was super embarrassing but also incredibly sweet. And to top it all off, last night we ended up sleeping on the same sofa, cuddling like body pillows, and woke up to the ultimate cliché wake-up scene. Honestly, it was the best day ever. If I said that he would kill me, I hadn't done anything improper, but judging solely by the outcomes, it was hard to deny I'd earned a death sentence. Damn it. Time for a tactical retreat. Well, nothing worth mentioning, I said, keeping my tone calm. If I had to say something, she just helped me with cooking dinner. That's all. Maintaining my inner panic, I smoothly delivered a half-truth, sprinkling in just enough honesty to make it believable. The easiest way for a lie to get exposed is through your voice or facial expressions. But years of dealing with hot-headed bosses and unreasonable client demands in my corporate days had trained me well. I'd honed the art of playing it cool under pressure. There's no way he'll see through this. You're lying. Well, you've done a decent job erasing the tension from your voice, but there's still a slight stiffness there. I've negotiated with countless sly opponents. My eyes can't be fooled. Damn it. This is why dealing with shrewd, veteran executives is such a pain. If this were one of the clueless managers or scatterbrained CEOs from my old company, I'd have totally gotten away with it. Now spill it. What really happened? Well, this was bad. None of it had been intentional on my part. But how was I supposed to explain any of it to Tokamyun-san without setting off a disaster? My mind raced as I scrambled for an excuse. Excuse me, are you Haruka-chan's father? A familiar voice cut in. I turned to see Kaneko standing right next to us, smiling sweetly. That's right. And you are? Oh, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Nahama Kaneko, his little sister, she said, bowing politely with impeccable manners. Kaneko, completely in public mode, had expertly concealed her usual sly, devilish middle schooler self, but still, calling me Anai-chan. She's totally putting on an act. Kaneko, feigning innocence, told Haruka's father, Tokamyun-san, the story of how Haruka, ever so kind, had braved the pouring rain to return her wallet, ending up completely drenched. Naturally, Kaneko couldn't just leave her like that, so she invited her to stay the night. I'm so sorry for causing you and your family to worry, she said, her voice tinged with regret. I truly apologize. Oh, no, please don't apologize, Tokamyun-san replied with a disarming smile. You were just being kind to Haruka. And who could have predicted that downpour? The weather forecasts certainly didn't. It was just bad luck. As expected, Tokamyun-san was incredibly friendly and approachable, at least to anyone who wasn't a guy interested in his daughter. That's a relief, Kaneko said brightly. I had such a wonderful time with Haruka-chan, but I felt so bad knowing you must have been worried sick. I've been feeling quite guilty about it. Haha. Don't worry about it. My wife and I are adults. We managed to stay in touch, so we didn't panic or anything. Still, Tokamyun-san mused, you and Haruka became that close in just one night? Oh yes. Kanako replied enthusiastically. She's so beautiful, kind, and caring. I can't even describe how wonderful she is. I wish I had an older sister like her. Yes, yes, exactly. Tokamian-san beamed. My daughter truly is something special, isn't she? Kanako continued to shower Haruka with praise which, knowing her, was probably genuine, and Tokamian-san, completely taken in, nodded along eagerly. Stop it, Kanako-chan. Haruka stammered, her face bright red. You're embarrassing me. Father, please. Haruka, overwhelmed by the compliments, squirmed under the attention. But it's true, Kanako said with conviction. Yesterday, Haruka-chan and I spent the whole day together, having so much fun. Tokamian-san's eyebrows rose. The entire day? Absolutely, Kanako replied. Just the two of us. We even took a bath together and chatted in bed. It was like a sleepover. We were together the whole time. Huh? Kanako, I was wondering why you were talking to Tokamian-san. But wait, is this a lifeline for me? I see. If you two were together the entire time, then there's no way you could have been with Nihama-kun. I apologize for my suspicion. Yes, the suspicion is gone, thanks to the testimony of a pure and polite middle school girl. Even if it's just an act, Tokamian-san completely bought it. Women truly are terrifying sometimes. Kanako shot me a sly smirk, her expression clearly saying, you owe me big time. And honestly, I can't deny it. She really saved me back there. Are you convinced now, Tokamian-san? I'm not the kind of guy who would use a rainstorm as an excuse to do something shady. I never thought you had ill intentions. I just wanted to ensure nothing inappropriate happened. But fine, I'll trust you. Perhaps I was being a bit overprotective in front of your sister. He's always sharp enough to make me break into a nervous sweat, but I somehow managed to survive. Still, calling it a bit overprotective felt like a massive understatement. Father, what have you been saying to Nihama-kun? He's been nothing but nice to me. Stop being rude. No. I was just asking about your sleepover. Well then, shall we go? Under the sharp gaze of his daughter, Tokamian-san quickly retreated to the car. It seems he has no resistance when it comes to Haruka or her mother. I'm sorry about my father again. But yes, it's time for us to leave. Yeah, it's too bad you're heading out already. Well, see you around. Haruka-chan, come visit again soon. Kanako called cheerfully. Of course, thank you both so much for everything. Please give Miku-san my thanks as well. As she turned toward the car, I hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Next time, I'll properly invite you over. Let's make the most of this summer together. Haruka blinked in surprise, then smiled warmly. I'd love that. After bowing politely, Haruka-san stepped into the car. As the sleepover officially came to an end, I couldn't help but feel a little lonely. That said, I'd made some wonderful memories with Shijoin, and we managed to avoid Tokamian-san's wrath. If this were a game, I'd say we achieved a perfect victory. Nihama-kun. I turned to see Haruka-san leaning out of the car window, her hair catching the light. I don't even know how to thank you. You've done so much for me. I had a wonderful time. Basking in the summer sun, Shijoin-san turned to us with a radiant smile. And also, she began, then hesitated for a moment. Shijoin-san, who had just been the picture of childhood innocence, suddenly seemed older, a hint of shyness coloring her expression as she continued. As promised, I'll be waiting for your invitation, Nihama-kun. My schedule's wide open, and I'm really looking forward to it. Wait. What? Her words hit me like a bolt of lightning. I suddenly realized how Shijoin-san had interpreted my words from the night before. I had told her I wanted to invite her to my house properly next time, but in hindsight, especially with the "let's make the most of this summer together" line tacked on, it definitely sounded like I was planning a summer date. My face flushed. Correcting her now would be disastrous for any potential romantic progress. So, I swallowed my embarrassment and replied, yeah, got it. I'll make sure to properly invite you, so look forward to it. Kanako, standing beside me, looked surprised by my confident tone, and then, hey, Nihama-kun. I happened to overhear a certain suspicious voice suggesting that you're planning to take my daughter out somewhere. The passenger side window rolled down, revealing a scowling Tokamian-san, his temple twitching. This was expected, but there was no turning back now. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm inviting her to some sketchy college party. Give me a break, will you? You're doubling down? You insolent brat. It seems we still need to have a word. Hey, Natsukaizaki, don't start the car. Ha ha, now, Tokamian-sama, you shouldn't interfere too much with the young ones. Besides, we must get the young lady's cheerful face home to her mother as soon as possible. Oh, Natsukaizaki-san. What? You too? Everyone in this household sides with Akiko and this boy? That's unfair. There's no one here to understand a father's lament. No one at all. With a still fuming Tokamian-san on board, the car started moving. I caught Natsukaizaki-san, the driver, giving me a discreet thumbs up. Thank you, Natsukaizaki-san. It felt like I had Akiko-san in my corner, and either way, I was saved. Ana-chan, look. Haruka-chan's waving at us, Kanako said. I turned to see Shijoin-san waving enthusiastically from the back window of the car, a curious glance directed at her flustered father. We waved back with equal enthusiasm. It felt like saying goodbye to a close relative after a long absence or to a dear friend after a cherished reunion, with a shared understanding that parting was bittersweet. The dreamlike sleepover, something unimaginable in my previous life, had come to an end. Epilogue 2. Thinking of the past night at the same time, the night Shijoin-san left, I found myself alone in the living room, towel drying my damp hair after a bath. Dinner was over, and the house was quiet, with Mom and Kanako already in their rooms. The silence was heavy, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere from the previous night. Yesterday was fun, wasn't it? I murmured, a smile spreading across my face. The memory of our dinner together, with Mom, Kanako, and Shijoin-san, was still vivid. Mom and Kanako had been unusually cheerful, and it felt amazing to have everyone I cared about gathered around the same table. The warmth of that moment lingered in my heart, leaving a bittersweet ache. But then it dawned on me, tonight, I'll be sleeping there again. I tossed the towel into the laundry basket and glanced at the living room sofa. My room was finally fixed, but my futon was still damp. Damn, it feels weird sleeping on this sofa again after sharing it with Shijoin-san last night. My teenage hormones were definitely making me overthink things. The memory of waking up with the girl I liked practically on top of me sent a jolt through my system. Honestly, being young is great and all, but wow, is this puberty or what? Sighing, I collapsed onto the sofa. I'd been careful about my sleep schedule ever since my previous life, even during summer break, but just as I was about to head to bed, I was struck by something unexpected. Wait, Shijoin-san's scent is still here. Despite the air conditioning and the close quarters, her fragrance lingered, stronger than I could have imagined. It was an intoxicating sweetness, like ripe peaches or strawberries, that seemed to fill the air. Just sitting on the sofa felt like being transported to paradise. The sweet scent stirred a rush of vivid memories, replaying the night with startling clarity. It wasn't just her fragrance, it was the warmth of Shijoin-san's body lightly against mine, the soft texture of her hair, the gentle smoothness of her skin, and the soothing rhythm of her breathing as she slept. Every detail came flooding back, and my mind was spinning. There's no way I can stay calm about this. I'm drowning in embarrassing thoughts. I groaned, clutching my head. How could something as simple as her lingering scent turn me into such a mess? Sharing a sofa with one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met. Yeah, of course it had an impact. No one would blame me, right? At least, that's what I kept telling myself. Still, the memories refused to settle down. I remembered how she had sleepily squished my face, her drowsy expression ridiculously adorable. And then, her smile from that morning, shining as brightly as the sun, appeared in my mind. While the closeness of sharing a sofa had been overwhelming, that smile somehow lingered more vividly. She said good morning to me, that soft, cheerful greeting. It wasn't casual or thoughtless, it felt warm and meaningful, overflowing with kindness. Her gentle smile said more than any words ever could, and it left a mark I couldn't shake. And then I realized it, just how much my thoughts revolved around her. We had cooked and eaten together, stayed up late sharing tea and talking, and said goodbye just this morning. Even though we emailed and called each other all the time, an aching loneliness had already begun to take root inside me. I wanted to spend more time with her. I wanted to see her face again. Maybe it was just how easily swayed my heart was at this age, but the feeling was unbearable. I couldn't deny it. I already missed her. I want to see her, I whispered into the quiet of the night, my chest tightening with longing. She joined Haruka's point of view. With a sigh, I sank onto my bed. Night had fallen, and after a long soak in the bath, I was ready for sleep, clad in my favorite negligee. What a day, I thought, sinking into the softness of my bed. It feels like I've done nothing but talk about yesterday. My mind drifted back to this morning, returning home from Nihama-kun's. Mother and Fu Azumi-san had been frantic with worry until I finally contacted them. Relief washed over them as they pulled me into a tight embrace. I apologized for causing concern and recounted my wonderful time at Nihama-kun's. Mother grew more and more excited with each detail, culminating in a triumphant fist pump and a shout of, "The sleeping together event has finally happened." Fu Azumi-san, however, was more subdued. "Miss Haruka," she cautioned, resting her head in her hands, "please don't mention that to your father. And perhaps try to avoid anything that might fluster a young man." Father came home from work that evening, and from the moment he walked in, he kept asking the same oddly vague question. "So, Haruka, nothing strange happened, right?" When I tried to get him to explain, he got flustered and quickly changed the subject. Mother, of course, found this amusing. "Oh, don't be so coy," she teased. "Answer your daughter." Poor father was practically in tears. Nothing strange happened at all. Just a string of wonderful moments. Meeting Kaneko-chan, cooking and sharing a meal with Nihama-kun, chatting with his mother, Miko-san. It was all so lovely. And later, we sipped tea and talked. Well, maybe not nothing strange happened. There was that one embarrassing thing. The memory of Nihama-kun accidentally seeing me in the bathroom flashed before my eyes. It was the first time a man had seen me like that. And even now, the memory sent a warm flush of embarrassment through me. But perhaps because it was him, a close friend, I didn't feel uncomfortable or violated. Besides, at the time, I was more concerned with hiding what I had done. My gaze fell on the folded shirt resting on my bedside table. My own clothes, left to dry at Nihama-kun's, were still damp this morning. So, as embarrassing as it was, I ended up coming home wearing one of his shirts. Of course, I plan to return it later, I thought, my fingers tracing the outline of the shirt on the side table. Fu Azumi-san even washed and ironed it for me. "But I need to return this soon, don't I?" I murmured, a strange restlessness taking hold. My fingers couldn't seem to stay still, drawn to the soft fabric as if by some invisible force. I wasn't sure what meaning there was in such a fidgety act. Yet, for some reason, I couldn't stop. Tracing the fabric with my fingertips brought an odd sense of comfort, as if it was filling some unspoken void, even if only slightly. Without realizing it, I just kept touching it. Why was I so drawn to it? A desire to keep touching this shirt was welling up inside me. Wait, what am I doing? It's already been ironed so carefully, and here I am touching it too much. This isn't going to cause wrinkles, is it? I came to my senses and picked up the shirt, bringing it closer to my face to check for wrinkles. Fortunately, the shape seemed intact, so there was no need to worry. But, as I brought the shirt closer to my face, a familiar scent tickled my nose, the same scent I noticed yesterday when I wore it. It was unmistakably Nihama-kun's. Not the soft, sweet scent of a girl, but the distinct scent of a boy. It was something utterly ordinary, yet it made me acutely aware that he wasn't like Mitsuki-san or Mei-san. He was different. Special. That scent brought yesterday's memories flooding back, even more vividly. The night we slept together on the sofa, I could still recall the feeling of resting my head against his firm chest, the warmth of his body, slightly higher than a girl's, and that same scent now clinging to the shirt I held in my hands. Surrounded by those sensations as I drifted off, I woke the next morning in perfect peace and comfort. What is this feeling? Why am I feeling so embarrassed all of a sudden? This morning, when I greeted Nihama-kun with a good morning, and even when I told Mother and the others about what happened yesterday, I didn't feel this overwhelming embarrassment bubbling up from the depths of my chest. And yet now, the various moments I had shared with Nihama-kun flashed through my mind, and it felt like steam might erupt from my head, my heart boiling over. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst, and a searing heat spread through my entire body. Confused by this state of mine, I let go of Nihama-kun's shirt and rolled onto the bed. Hugging my writhing, conflicted heart, I rolled back and forth on the mattress, as if trying to extinguish some invisible fire that had ignited inside me. Phew. I finally lay still, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Honestly, I whispered to myself, I've never felt so out of control. Everything lately had been a whirlwind of new experiences. Days filled with the unexpected, a reality that felt constantly shifting, and these strange, unfamiliar feelings blossoming inside me, confusing, yet so precious. Ever since I had started spending more time with Nihama-kun, I felt like I was changing. My life had once felt so predictable, like I was following a path already laid out for me. Now, it was anything but. I couldn't even imagine what tomorrow would bring. And with that thought, my mind drifted back to him, his voice, his eyes, his smile. They rushed over me, filling my chest with an ache that was both sweet and unbearable. I wanted to see him again. I wanted to be near him. The longing was so strong, it almost hurt. This is ridiculous, I murmured, burying my face in my hands. It hasn't even been a whole day since we last saw each other. But the emotions refused to subside. Unable to resist, I reached out for his shirt again, clutching it as if it could somehow steady the storm inside me. Hugging the shirt tightly, I could almost feel his presence beside me. Nihama-kun. Just whispering his name sent shivers down my spine, my heart pounding like a drum. I want to see you again. Soon. Hoping that perhaps he felt the same way, I poured my heart out to the stillness of the night. Extra Side Story 1. The Heiress Sleepover Report. Fu Azumi Mei's point of view. I was in the middle of something pretty unexpected, serving tea to Akiko-sama and Miss Haruka in the living room like usual. Yesterday, Miss Haruka got caught in a sudden downpour and ended up staying overnight at her classmate Nihama-kun's house. This morning, she finally came home, cheerful as ever, which was enough to melt away Akiko-sama's worries. After hugging her daughter in relief, Akiko-sama invited her for tea, but let's be real, this wasn't about tea. Her real motives were written all over her face. Oh dear, I must have caused you so much worry, mother. Miss Haruka said with a sheepish smile. Yes, I was worried. But with such a sudden downpour, it couldn't be helped, Akiko-sama replied, brushing it off like the cool mom she was. Then, without missing a beat, she leaned in. More importantly, so, how was it at Nihama-kun's house? Yep, there it was. Akiko-sama's love for shuo manga and all things romance was on full display. Oh, Nihama-kun's mother and little sister were so kind. I had a wonderful time, Miss Haruka said, smiling like a ray of sunshine. It seemed like the Nihama family had treated her well. There were so many things that happened. First, Nihama-kun and I cooked together. What? Nihama-kun can cook? Akiko-sama's eyes sparkled, completely captivated. Yes, apparently, his mother's been super busy lately, and they used to rely on instant meals. But Nihama-kun started cooking so his little sister could have homemade food. What a wonderful boy. That's 1,000 points in my book. Akiko-sama gushed, practically swooning. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. A high school boy cooking for his family? That's pretty rare, and sweet, too. Later, I spent the evening chatting with his little sister, Kanako-chan. In our pajamas, she kept saying stuff like, "Please be good to my big brother." Even though we're already close, Miss Haruka added, jiggling innocently. Close, Huh? I had a feeling Kanako-chan's idea of close was on a whole other level, but Miss Haruka seemed completely oblivious. So his family's already in full support mode. By the way, Haruka, did anything happen between you and Nahama-kun? Like, I don't know, maybe your hands accidentally touched? Akiko-sama leaned forward, her eyes practically sparkling with curiosity. Akiko-sama, I muttered, trying to rein her in. Seriously, this isn't a shoujo manga. Real life doesn't just hand you perfect, dramatic moments like that. Well, as for accidents, it's a little embarrassing, but I did end up exposing some skin to Nahama-kun. Oh, and we ended up falling asleep on the same sofa and spent the night like that. Miss Haruka said casually, like she hadn't just dropped a bombshell. Wow! Akiko-sama gasped, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. I couldn't stop myself from echoing her shock. Wait, what? That's definitely not something I expected. When Miss Haruka shyly shared her shocking report, both Akiko-sama and I froze in place as if we had been struck by lightning. See, calm down, Fu Azumi-san. In moments like this, we need to stay composed and make some celebratory sekihan, red bean rice. After that, we'll buy baby clothes and prepare for the engagement ceremony. Akiko-sama stammered, clearly anything but calm. Akiko-sama, you're not calm at all. And Miss Haruka, are you okay? I mean, physically? Any pain or discomfort? I asked, my voice rising with panic. No, not really. I didn't feel much pain at all. Since I ended up on top, Nahama-kun probably felt it more than I did. Wah, bwahaha. Akiko-sama burst into laughter, completely losing her composure. PFFT. I couldn't stop myself from letting out a small laugh. Hee. It might have been a bit of a mishap, but when I woke up in the morning, my heart felt so light and clear. Saying good morning first thing filled me with such a warm, fluffy feeling. Haruka. You. Akiko-sama trailed off, completely at a loss for words. Her serene expression, as radiant and unclouded as a sunny sky, didn't show a trace of regret, only pure, unfiltered happiness. That smile made it clear that, for her, this was a meaningful and heartfelt experience. All right then. If it's come to this, we'll see it through to the end. Nahama-kun will take responsibility, and I'll prepare myself to convince Tokimune-san and the main family to approve. Yes, Akiko-sama, I'll help with everything, I responded, swept up in her enthusiasm. Miss Haruka's happiness was so infectious that it swept us up completely. Seeing her smile, we couldn't help but feel determined to cheer her on, no matter what. For a noble daughter of the Shijoin family to fall for someone, it could only end in two ways, total heartbreak or a future together. But if Miss Haruka was prepared to take that step, I couldn't help but want to support her with all my heart. Akiko-sama and I were initially swept up in a wave of excitement, but that quickly faded when we realized the reality of the situation was far more innocent than we had imagined. The realization of our indecent and outlandish assumptions left us feeling a bit deflated. However, Akiko-sama, ever the optimist, bounced back in no time. But still, a shared sofa sleeping event? That's straight out of a sweet, heart-pounding shoujo manga, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm reignited by this unexpected turn of events. Seeing her so delighted, I couldn't help but think that this kind of cheerful, positive energy was the secret to a happy marriage. As someone still searching for love, I felt a twinge of envy. Extra side story 2. Haruka and Kanako's pajama party. Nahama Kanako's point of view. It was bedtime, and I was hanging out in my room, chatting with Haruka-chan. Thanks to the sudden downpour, she ended up staying over for the night. Of course, I couldn't let this opportunity pass without turning it into a mini pajama party. It's so much fun just chatting like this with our futons all lined up, Haruka-chan said with a giggle. Totally. That's what makes sleepovers so awesome. I grinned back at her. After spending the day with her, I was completely smitten. Haruka-chan wasn't just incredibly beautiful, she was so kind and genuine too. A real angel. I could totally see why my brother was head over heels for her. You know, Haruka-chan, you're surprisingly down to earth. I mean, you're insanely cute, And your dad's the president of a huge company. You'd think you'd be more, well, confident or something, I said, voicing my thoughts honestly. To be fair, I thought Haruka-chan was practically a miracle. She was gorgeous, came from an incredibly wealthy family, and seemed naturally talented at everything. Yet, despite all of that, she stayed humble and sincere. Well, people do tell me that a lot, but I really don't think of myself as anything special. It's true that my family is quite wealthy, but that has nothing to do with my own worth. Does it? Whoa. She really believes that. Her words held so much conviction. She genuinely believed that her looks and her family's wealth didn't define her. I was speechless. It's no wonder my brother and her father feel so protective of her. I completely understand that impulse. Haruka-chan has such a pure heart, and it makes me want to shield her from the world's harshness too. I see. I think I get it now. But Haruka-chan, you need to be super careful about jealousy. You mentioned girls used to pick on you when you were younger, right? Those kinds of people can hold some seriously scary grudges against popular girls. Why yes, Nihama-kun mentioned something similar. But, is it really that common for girls to get so worked up over a boy liking someone? Of course it is. Everyone wants to be popular. Boys and girls are practically obsessed with it. Is that really true? When I passionately declared what seemed like an obvious truth, Haruka-chan reacted as if I had dropped a bombshell revelation. Honestly, her reaction was the shocking part. Haruka-chan, are you not interested in romance? Well, to be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I understand what romance is, of course, but sitting cross-legged on the futon, Haruka-chan seemed to be searching for the right words. I enjoy romantic stories, but they feel like something that only happens in fiction, like events happening far away that don't really concern me. That's why I can't really get involved in conversations about romance at school. Ah, I see. So her concept of romance really is that distant. Okay, let's try a different approach. Forget about romance for a second. What kind of boy would you consider a good person? Like, if you were to become friends with a boy, what kind of personality would you look for? This shift in topic wasn't entirely innocent. I was gathering intel for my brother. My sharp middle schooler instincts kicked in, and I decided to subtly uncover Haruka-chan's preferences. I've never really thought about it before, but first and foremost, someone kind, a person who always thinks about others. Well, kindness is important for everyone, don't you think? Definitely. And someone who's passionate and hardworking is really inspiring. Whether they're focused on academics or athletics, seeing someone give their all motivates everyone around them. Haruka-chan's enthusiasm caught me off guard as she continued describing her ideal friend. Someone who can be a strong leader when needed. Someone who's not intimidated by my family and can just come over and hang out comfortably. Someone who's truly dependable and trustworthy. Wait a minute. Is she describing my brother? If she doesn't realize it herself, then Haruka-chan's natural sincerity is truly remarkable. I couldn't help but admire her even more. This was actually really heartwarming. My brother was clearly having a positive influence on Haruka-chan. All his efforts, all his attempts to get closer to her, were clearly making an impact. Haruka-chan. Why yes, please continue to be there for my brother. He really cares about you. Oh of course. I care about him too. I've even gotten closer to you, Kanako-chan. I hope I can become even closer to Nihama-kun as well. Haruka-chan's radiant smile filled me with warmth, and I silently wished for my brother's success in winning her heart. Surely, the only person who could truly make this angelic girl happy was my incredible, reborn brother. For the sake of my family, and for this wonderful new friend I'd made, I truly hoped they would end up together. Afterward, it's fantastic to see you all again for Arc 3 of Avenging My Youth. Your continued support is a source of immense joy, even as this web serialization keeps me incredibly busy. While working on this part, I noticed how naturally it divides into two distinct halves. The first focuses on the sports festival arc. Speaking of which, are you all sports fans? Personally, I'm absolutely terrible at anything athletic. I still haven't forgiven Yamashita for breaking my glasses during second grade dodgeball. We also kick off the summer vacation arc. Though this is just the first half, the second half promises a beach chapter. By the way, allow me to indulge in some off-topic rambling. I got a PS5. Finally, after 2 years of constantly losing lotteries and downloading countless apps for every raffle imaginable, I managed to snag one. Though, let's be real, I probably won't have any time to actually play Elden Ring anytime soon. My backlog of games and entertainment keeps growing, while my free time seems to shrink. Speaking of time, I've heard tales of people who can write 10,000 words a day. I'm in awe. Are they even human? How do they do it? If only I could write an entire novel in 10 days. Anyway, that's enough rambling from me. I hope to see you all again for the next part. Until next time, to everyone who has supported this web series, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yours, Yoji Kano. End of Volume 3.